Hello, it's been a long time, but welcome back. This is the Computer Game Show. My name's David Turner. I'm here with James Farley.
Hello.
Matt Murray.
Hello.
And Sean Bell.
Hello.
Firstly, I'd like to open this show. We'll do the Full Nels crew first.
Yeah.
The Full Nels crew, the Patreon producers, they are Aaron Patrick, the QuickBooks chap, Simon Nelson, Tom S, Jack Oven, Moomin Biscuit, Trans Rights or Human Rights, Dave Ernsberger, Colin Brown, Gazman, Gabsy Wabsy, Graham Mackay, Rocketman76, Rex Reese, Happy Birthday Sam, Love from Neil, aka Bitch and Sink, Grey Dragon Claw, Fred Fenge, the Radio Anywhere and TLNA crew, and a brand new Full Nels member. It's Garrison Savannah.
Yes.
Hasn't Garrison Savannah been Full Nels previously?
I don't know.
I say brand new. Well, either way.
I was going to say, the money's nice. What's also good is that this has finally resolved whether or not that is their real name. Because I'd often wondered, because they've been so consistent with calling themselves Garrison Savannah, I was reaching a point where I was like, is that really someone's name? And,
right.
now we know.
So
and I'm not going to divulge
it.
I'm not going to divulge it, obviously, but yeah, suffice to say.
I mean, but by that logic, Grey Dragon Claw is their real name.
It's very possible.
No. So what I'm saying is on the in the Patreon back end.
Oh, whoa! You're not allowed to do that. That's GPDR, isn't it? Is it what is it called?
GDPR. No, it's fine.
All right, okay, that is
all fine.
We're not doxing people.
No.
Thank you so much for going Full Nels. Thank you so much for supporting us on patreon.com/TCGS. It really, honestly, it keeps the show going. If you would like to support us, then please go to patreon.com/TCGS. You don't have to go Full Nels. There are various different tiers, bonus podcasts. There's some talks over stuff. In the Quizzing was brilliant last month, which was the last thing we did together. And that sort of leads me on to an apology, really. I'm absolutely gutted that we're already in 2022 and we don't know the TCGS Game of the Year. So that is totally my fault. Well, yeah, kind of. Yes
and no.
Don't worry about it.
I was going to say, it's not like the rest of us. We're like, no, come on, let's do it now.
No.
I was livid, absolutely livid about the whole thing.
James hates delaying things, Dave. You know that.
What are you talking about?
That's the joke, David.
All right. Again, you and sarcasm, it's just impossible to tell. But yeah, I said, I must admit, I'm feeling a bit of pain, to be honest. Well, okay, let's delay. All right, James, let's calm down a little bit. But here we are. We're here, and this is our Game of the Year show for 2021. Obviously, well, if this is the first you've heard of our Game of the Year show, you may have noticed that many outlets produce a single award for everyone that works at that outlet. They all come together and they agree on a game that deserves Game of the Year for that year. Just one game, right? And we thought, well, how are we going to do that? We don't like the same game. So we've, for the past few years, 5 years, is this number 5? This might be the fifth Game of the Year show.
This
that
is
we've
number
done
6.
like this. Number 6, geez. Right, well, what we do is we each nominate 4 games and a wildcard game. I'll read the 16 games that are in consideration for Game of the Year as nominated by us. My games were Halo Infinite, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, The Artful Escape, Death's Door. James had Guardians of the Galaxy, Chicory, It Takes Two, and Psychonauts 2. Matt had Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, Metroid Dread, Deathloop, and Forza Horizon 5. Sean had Hot Wheels Unleashed, Hitman 3, Toem, and Sea of Thieves, the Pirates of the Caribbean DLC. So those were the 16 games we come up with. We each picked a wild card. Matt, over to you.
Yes, so in previous years, what we've done is we have put out a poll on Twitter for listeners to choose the wildcard game. What happened there is there are 4 games we put up for wildcards. We did a poll, and one of those games will join one of our 4 existing lists of 4 games, and then the other 3 who didn't win have to argue the case, as one of them games will be lost from the first round. So let's go through the wildcard. So Sean chose Wunderputt Forever. James chose Last Stop. David chose Life is Strange True Colors, and I chose Resident Evil Village. As I said, normally we would do a Twitter poll, but for those who have listened to these shows in the past, they have often been ruined by twats trying to be funny with fake
and
votes.
not us this time.
No, with fake votes, with fake this, and it's just like ruined it. So this year we thought, okay, let's lock it down, and we did a Google form, and we'll come to the results in a minute. Should we talk about that? So every year, not only do we do the Twitter poll, but we often then do videos maybe in the week trying to drum up support,
campaigns and stuff,
ripping into the others, etc. But this year it just felt very kind of quiet, not only because we were busy and it's just
we
it's
spoke
just a weird
about
time
this
of year.
briefly, didn't we, on the show where we announced that the Game of the Year show was being delayed, and I think we were all disappointed with how it went this year. There are many factors, the first being the format wasn't great. Listeners couldn't see who was winning.
No, that's the biggie, isn't it? Because we would, throughout the voting period in previous years, you would get people tweeting at you "Oh mate, this other game's in the lead. What are you going to do about it?" Stuff like that. And because that was all, just completely hidden from the listeners, I think there was no sense of it being like a race with people sort of jockeying for position and stuff. It was just,
and now we've got this.
And also the fact that we recorded our last proper show the day before my operation, so the show went out on the Wednesday, which was 2 days after my op, and then the poll was, we were supposed to record on that Saturday, I think, and I look back at that and go, that is insane, because I'm still in a bit of pain, I'm still recovering. But just thinking that I being so stupid to think I'll be all right.
Sit down for 6 hours.
Yeah,
no,
John took the piss out of me because I set myself back about a week trying to put up some birthday decorations for Charlie. I said, "Oh mate, I've really done myself a mischief. I'm in so much pain." He said, "What were you doing?" I said, "Putting up decorations." And he said, "That's the most David Turner thing I've ever heard." You mean me just going, "I'll be all right. Don't worry about that."
So I'm having operation. Back at work 2 days' time. Be fine.
That's what I had planned. So the idea was that I was going to have 2 days off, right? The Tuesday and the Wednesday, and I was supposed to be back at work on the Thursday. And I worked on Friday, which was insane. Honestly, I'm an idiot. I fully understand now how much of an idiot I am. So yeah, that whole build up to the usual Game of the Year show wasn't as dramatic as it has been in the past. We are going to rethink that for next year, but that's irrelevant now.
It is.
Matt,
let's go on with
what were the results?
The votes. So in total, there was 212 votes cast. Again, I can't even compare that to the previous Twitter polls because you've got to discount the 25,000 fake votes. But 212 votes in total. Now there was a joint fourth position. Joint fourth
I was fuming.
17% of the votes each, 36 votes each for stat fans. That was Sean's Wunderputt Forever and David's Life is Strange True Colours.
You are kidding me.
What annoyed me about this the most, Sean, is that in my head when I was nominating it, I was thinking I wanted to go for something like either Rocket League Sideswipe or something like that. And I went with this because I thought, those Life is Strange Twitter accounts, they retweet everything, and they have 300,000 followers or whatever. I'm just going to tweet them. They're going to retweet it to their fans, and they're going to vote for it. I didn't get one retweet or like on any of the tweets that I sent them. I think I sent them 3. The last one was no, seriously, and time's running out, and they just ignored it. I was fuming.
One of the saddest things I saw over the Christmas period was, Dave, I think you did one tweet that just said #Life is Strange or something. Really desperate.
Yeah,
the saddest thing is the worst game there has won. I mean, it's mad. It's very disappointing.
Well, we don't know that yet, James.
Yeah, well, it is.
It might be the best game. It might be our Game of the Year, mate.
Anyway,
So joint fourth was Sean and David. Second with 22.2% of the vote, 47 votes in total, was James's Last Stop, leaving Resident Evil the winner, 43.8% of the vote, which is 93 votes. And
I'm really surprised Last Stop did that well, to be honest, James. And
me too. I totally agree with you.
The game.
Yeah.
I just didn't think it was that popular. You know what I mean? I thought it was very a sleeper, a very cult thing,
Yeah.
I've only ever heard one other person talk about it, and it was James. Yeah, no, it's a bit of a weird one, but yeah, no, it is the James Farley effect, isn't it? People just want James to be happy. That's all any of us want.
What I hate about this is that Matt has played this completely correctly, and I'm not even sure it's a game that he particularly wanted to have to argue in favour of.
That's what I'm thinking, right?
I can't wait to listen to how he's going to, honestly.
Yeah, I'm going into this now, because if you remember last year, I voted, my wild card was Ori and the Will of the Wisps, right? And I was thinking that'll get voted in and I'll play it or whatever, maybe. But I just want to win, right? And then this year, I think what it's shown me is that, no, you have to talk about that game when it gets pulled out of the hat. So I need to make sure that I'm happy with the game coming out of the hat. So that's how I'm going next year, I think. I'm already working on next year's plan.
You mean this year? I can't believe Life is Strange was... I thought it would go higher anyway, but maybe...
Yeah. I forgot that was a wild card one. I am quite gutted about that, because I was looking forward to talking about it again. But hey-ho.
There we go. Right, so what do we do with these? Well, 16 games go into the hat. We pull them out one by one. We talk about them, and they face off against each other. For a game to go through to the next round, it requires 3 votes. There are 4 of us. Sometimes we are split down the middle, and it goes to each side. That's where the fun starts, where each side tries to convince someone else to switch their vote, just so we can move on. Then as games get knocked out, we get down to a final between 2 games, same rules. It needs the majority vote to win our game of the year. The problem is, we've got the 16 games plus a wild card. The first task tonight is working out which game doesn't even make it to the hat out of our 12 and is replaced by Resident Evil. Well, the first thing that's easy is that Matt's, because he won the vote, his games are immune. So all of Matt's games are through. So we've got to lose. Can
I just ask a question, though, about one of Matt's games?
Yes.
Go on.
So Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury, are we taking that as the whole package or just Bowser's Fury?
We've got to. We've got to,
whole package.
We've said in the past, if it gets released on a new format, it counts, which is silly. I don't really agree with that, but yeah, I mean, what was funny is that I was going to nominate Bowser's Fury, and I was going to be very specific in saying that I'm nominating Bowser's Fury, not the sort of combination pack. But Matt went for the full thing. I think we've got.
I just went for the full title
we can't
of the
do
game.
Anything.
Well, this is it. Like, because we've said, re-releases and stuff might technically count, but you have to argue the case for it on the day. But of course, Matt doesn't, because he's won the wild card.
Well, he's still got to argue for it if he wants it to go through a couple of rounds, right? Yeah. So here's the games we got to choose to lose. We got to choose to lose one of these. Bloody hell, I'm getting tongue tied already. Halo Infinite, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, The Artful Escape, Death's Door, Guardians of the Galaxy, Chicory, It Takes Two, Psychonauts 2, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Hitman 3, Toem, and Sea of Thieves, Pirates of the Caribbean DLC. Matt, I want to hear you.
Sorry, why are you saying it like that?
I'm just... Look,
and what are you laughing at, James?
Here's what we usually do. There's a few here that I think are definitely in, right? Yeah. So I'm going to name some names. If anyone objects to them definitely being in, then just say, It Takes Two. That goes in, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No objections, right? Good. I'm going to say Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
No objections? Okay, cool.
No objections.
I'm going to say Hitman 3. I think that's in.
Yeah.
I think that's in. I'm going to say Death's Door.
That's in, surely.
Am I allowed to voice an opinion at this stage?
Of course you are. You're part of it.
Just because you're immune doesn't mean you're removed from the process.
Good.
In terms
Why,
of
is there a game that
else.
we put in that you shouldn't think should be in automatically?
No, absolutely not. Now, I just wanted to check.
I'm going to say Guardians of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I suppose to keep it fair, we should say one of Sean's games. He was very passionate. He was very passionate about Hot Wheels Unleashed. I think we should include Hot Wheels Unleashed.
Should we?
I mean, you guys have played it since I nominated it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, without asking you to reveal your hand, so you both saying you think it should be in on its own?
I think
merit?
it should be in.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It should be in rather than...
James, you said... Right, hold
James
on, right,
okay.
maybe we're doing this wrong. I want to know, James, you said instantly... Basically, me, James and Sean have got 2 games left in front of me, each, right? James, you said instantly we all know what should be in there, and what came to mind?
I mean, Sea of Thieves, obviously.
The game that came out ages ago.
Yeah, the game that came out. The game that came out ages ago. The game none of us have really played, and it's
the game that I've played an awful lot. And
but I played a lot of Rocket League.
Exactly, I could nominate FIFA. I could have put FIFA down on here.
How much?
I could nominate Crying.
Yes, you could. Wait, hang on. What? Yes, you could nominate FIFA. What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about FIFA 21.
Yeah,
like
is he
the one that came out the year before?
Right, okay. Yeah, but has FIFA 21 seen a massive change this year, James?
Yeah, with Ultimate Team updates and all that kind of stuff, absolutely.
He loves that as well.
Loads of teams have bought new players.
That absolutely doesn't count, and you fucking know it, so don't start.
Right, okay, wait. Matt, what are your thoughts?
It's a tough one.
I mean, and just to be clear, the argument that none of you have played it, you've had time. Like, don't...
Oh, yeah, but that's the thing. None of us want to play it. We played it in 2006 when it first came out.
James, you played it earlier this year, and you said it was great. So where's this come from?
No, it's just, as I said...
It's just because are you just scenting blood because you know Dave likes to take the piss out of me like in Sea of Thieves? Is that what this is?
I just don't know what you can say about it.
Exactly, it came out in 2010.
We're talking about new games for Game of the Year.
Dave, you know how long I can talk about Sea of Thieves for.
I know,
if you're booting it out because you know I can talk about it forever, then fine, but that's not what you're saying.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying now. I've changed my mind.
Okay.
Matt, where do you sit?
For me, there are 3 games that stick out. It's Flight Sim.
Okay.
It is...
Also came out last year. It's literally in the title, but go on.
Yeah, but it came out on the Xbox this year. So?
Yeah, it was already out the year before,
well,
so...
I don't know. It came out on Xbox this year.
Okay.
Sea of Thieves come out on Xbox back in the 90s.
Was it on 360?
Yeah, and it was shit then, and now it's good.
Sorry, what are the other 3? So Microsoft Flight Sim.
Yeah, Chicory and
Chicory.
And probably Sea of Thieves.
No, I'm not letting Chicory's going in because that game means a lot to me.
Because I mean,
that's not how it works, James.
I've tried to play Chicory, and I'll be honest, this is going to disappoint a lot of people, James, including you. I didn't really get on with it.
Well, I thought Toem was shit, so, you know.
Save that. James, save that
James,
gold,
you've
please.
already shat on my game. And as funny as it would be for me, as funny as it would be as if I was doing this for revenge, I'm actually not.
The Artful Escape is in. The Artful Escape is in. I think Psychonauts 2 is in.
See, I'd be willing to give up Psychonauts 2, honestly, because I don't know.
I wouldn't. I think that deserves to be in. I mean, it come out this year.
Definitely deserves to be in more than Chicory.
Don't agree.
Well, let's take a quick vote. I
would sooner lose Hot Wheels than Sea of Thieves.
Well, Hot Wheels is in, I'm afraid.
Julie, baby.
So, Sean, out of Toem, Chicory, Microsoft Flight Sim, and Sea of Thieves, what are you getting rid of?
Genuinely, it would be Chicory out of those.
I would go Sea of Thieves.
Of course, you would.
James.
See, honestly, I'd probably go Flight Simulator out of those.
Ooh.
Matt?
It'll be between Flight Sim and Sea of Thieves for me.
If I could argue my case... All right, so if we say Chicory and Toem are in, and we'll dwindle it down to Microsoft Flight Sim and Sea of Thieves, if I was to argue my case, Microsoft Flight Sim is a game that launched last year on Xbox. Completely different type of experience. I think it does some very unique things that we've never seen in gaming before, especially for console gaming. I think that is more worthy of consideration for Game of the Year 2021 than Sea of Thieves is.
Yeah, but Captain Jack Sparrow is in Sea of Thieves.
Oh, come on, James.
He's got a point.
He's not in James. Not in Flight Sim, is he?
That we know of.
You know what I mean?
No, there's a Boeing 747 in Flight Sim. No, seriously though, if we're being serious, Sean spoke about Sea of Thieves loads. Microsoft Flight Sim, new game on Xbox. Really, I mean, even Sean loved it. You know, it's got to be Sea of Thieves.
No, it hasn't.
You see,
why has it got to be Sea of Thieves? Sea of Thieves, yeah, all right. It came out 3 years ago. Whatever. It is like a completely different game now. Like they've I hated it and I took the piss out of it when it came out. And the fact that it's transitioned from that into what it is now is incredible. And a vast proportion of that change has occurred this year.
Okay.
Like
counterpoint. One of us can talk about Sea of Thieves, the Pirates of the Caribbean DLC. Yeah. All of us can talk about Microsoft Flight Sim in the consideration of Game of the Year.
Yeah, but how's that my fault? How's that Sea of Thieves'
It's not
fault?
your fault. I'm just saying that's why it would make for a better discussion within the show. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying that makes
That's a shitty way to make the decision, though.
Not really.
Yes,
when you're thinking about when we're legitimately talking about these games, what are we going to do? We're going to listen to you talk about Sea of Thieves, and then where's the discussion?
Yeah, but that's neither mine nor Sea of Thieves' fault.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying that's where we are at this point.
I mean, what's Dave saying?
So are we back to things only go through if we've all played them? Then?
No,
because that
what
was
I'm saying is that in this particular
situation,
Sean, Sea of Thieves has to go in my mind.
And also, I mean, what Dave's saying is he's saying that if we go with Sea of Thieves, you're just sitting out there to die anyway.
Yeah, but so you saying that you think every one of your 4 games should get to the very final round?
I don't even think James Farley is getting to the very final round.
We all include things that we know aren't going anywhere, but we just want to put the fucking flag in the ground and say, look, this was one of the best.
What's everyone's thoughts on Hitman 3? I mean,
that's already in.
Yeah, I loved it.
You should have spoke up at the time. We ain't going back on that. It's ridiculous. Also, I thought it was amazing.
We might have to if we're at a stalemate here between Flight Sim 2020 and Sea of Thieves 2016.
James?
See, I can see Sean's argument because Flight Sim did come out like a year ago. Well, 2 years ago now.
Come on, okay.
No. Bear with me, okay? It came out 2 years ago. Like, now that we're in 2022. And the Xbox version that came out is like the same, isn't it? But worse than the PC version, like, presumably.
Well, it depends what PC you got, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't. Where is this going?
The fact that it's running on a console is absolutely incredible, and all the work they did to have it working on a fucking controller.
Whereas Sea of Thieves, there is some new content there. You know, there is something different.
There is, and to be clear, like this isn't me trying to set a precedent that like just because some DLC came out, like I'm not gonna like if something big for Sea of Thieves comes out next year, I'm not going to put it in again.
Do we have your word on that, Sean?
This is like my one shot at getting it in, and when it inevitably, crashes and burns, that'll be it. I'm not saying like, just because an expansion came out, we should be able to put whatever we want in. It's just that it has not previously, despite being out all this time, had a shot in one of our Game of the Year shows.
Mm.
But then the same applies for Flight Sim, right? Because I wasn't going to, even if I loved it that much last year 2 years ago, playing it on PC, I wouldn't have nominated it because I wanted to wait for you guys anyway.
Hold on, yeah,
play it.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Do you know what I mean?
You can't do what, James?
I don't think I can defend Sea of Thieves. It's too difficult. I think I probably would have to go for Flight Sim.
Yeah, out of 2, I think I'd have more of an opinion on Flight Sim than I do of Sea of Thieves, unfortunately.
Unbelievable.
Which one did you say, James? You said keep Flight Sim or keep Sea of Thieves?
Oh, I think we should keep Flight Sim.
Okay. Sean.
Yep.
It's 3-on-1, mate. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. It is 3-on-1. But I know you really like Sea of Thieves, so I'm going to offer you a deal.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
I will sacrifice Microsoft Flight Sim.
Microsoft what?
Microsoft Flight Sim.
Yeah.
If you agree to change your vote just once when I ask you to.
Oh,
like when I officially ask you to change your vote.
Me a sleeper agent. Well, hang on a minute, because even if you change your vote, that's still not a majority.
No, it's not. It's still 2-2, and I absolutely will not change.
I know.
After this,
but I no, it's not a majority. But I'm literally sacrificing my own game. So I've taken the vote out of the question. I'm sacrificing my own game
because
I'm doing it, Sean, if you're willing to do the deal.
In that case, I'm not changing my vote. And I don't think you should either, Matt. This is bullshit.
We're talking.
Oh, God. So I'm just going to be like a fucking sleeper agent. You can just... I mean, it'll be funny, won't it?
It's not about that. It's a very serious process.
Come on, Sean.
I mean, we've already established it's about the discussion, Matt. So, yeah, fuck it. I'll do it.
Lovely.
We'll do it.
Oh, so David's got 2 votes for one of his games coming up, basically.
Brilliant.
Sean, Sea of Thieves is in. I really look forward to you talking about that game.
Bet you do.
Thank you for your business.
Oh, God, David brought in Flight Sim just to make that deal.
Yeah.
He knew it would be against Flight.
This is like
Sea of Thieves would be in the discussion.
You know, Matt, I didn't think in a million years he would accept the deal. A million fucking years he'd accept the deal.
Has this ever happened? Has someone agreed to properly have a vote on the next round or a round? I don't think.
Well, yeah, whatever round Dave chooses, apparently.
Not the final, though.
It could be any time.
I'm sorry, now's not the time to start discussing the small print.
I think should have nailed down the small print.
You've got no right. You've got no right to get involved with this deal. This was a deal between myself and Sean. I offered him a deal. He's accepted. So let's not worry about what round I'm going to start.
Sean, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Pulling that out of the hat.
I'm an idiot.
I can't believe you've done that.
I thought there was going to be a follow-up to that, Sean. That just sounded like a confession rather than a challenge there.
Oh my God, I am an idiot.
Right.
Man.
Okay, before we begin, right? I've got a problem. Right. The problem is I can't mute my mic, but I need to open cans. So that's probably
I think given the length and the nature of this podcast, I think some
allowances,
drinks and stuff is allowed, yeah.
Okay. Good.
I don't think we're expecting Matt to go through 4 hours of audio and comb out,
I mean, I was gonna.
Nice.
So, what are you drinking, James?
Yeah, let's get on to the main subject.
I'm drinking Red Bull with Jägermeister.
Keeping it casual this year.
You're doing Jaeger bombs during the Game of the Year show.
Yes.
Well, what do you mean? Well, I didn't think you'd be a man that would have shot glasses. You don't.
Well, okay, that is a bit of a problem.
You don't come across as the sort of person that has shot glasses.
Oh my God.
I don't.
Why? What are you doing?
I don't have a shot glass. Because obviously we just moved here and I haven't got all that sort of stuff sorted out yet. Not that I would have shot glasses anyway.
All that shot glass stuff sorted out. You haven't got my collection out yet.
So instead...
It's so weird. I kept ordering shot glasses, but in Germany, shot glass means pint glass. I just assumed they got it wrong 8 times.
So instead, I'm using a small coffee cup.
What? And you're dropping a small coffee cup in a big cup?
What do you mean? Well, no, I'm not doing that.
Is it what? Is it
what
like?
What do you mean?
Like an espresso cup or like an actual?
It's like a
cup?
It's bigger than an espresso cup. Okay, it's like a coffee cup.
James, are you doing Jaeger bombs, or are you just drinking Jaeger with Coke?
I'm just drinking Jaeger with Red Bull. Yeah.
Oh, Red Bull. So yeah.
Well, you're just pouring it into each other and then drinking it that way.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you measuring it?
What is the point
properly?
of that? I mean, surely isn't the whole point the whole dropping it in and going, hey! Also, that would sound brilliant if we're in the middle of a really heated
I think people would get quite fed up.
you dropping a fucking shot glass into a pint glass.
Well, I've just mixed up the first brew, so I'm gonna get going now. So,
oh my God!
Have you ever had Jägermeister before?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
How long ago?
Quite a long time, but it's fine.
3 minutes ago.
6 p.m.
Yeah, tried it for the first time. I'm just gonna throw up.
It does taste very good,
James, have you just drank a bit of Red Bull out of one of the cans and then just poured the Jägermeister?
I'll tell you what, it does taste really good though.
Yeah.
I want to know. I don't even know the percentage with.
It's 35%.
Is it 35%? Oh, it is. That is quite bad, isn't it?
Mm. It is considering previous years.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't do that.
It's a lot of percent.
Yeah,
I'm not doing the whole bottle, though. It's fine. It's just a bit.
Okay, James, yeah.
Are we ready for the first name to be pulled out of the hat?
Nope.
Nor am I.
I'm hoping it's my stuff, because I need to get it out of the way.
Oh, yeah. We don't want James's always to end up in the last bit, do we?
As our listeners point out, James, the final is at the end of the podcast. So whatever happens, you have to stay. It's not like yours get pulled out and you can go, all right, lads, see you later, let me know what won.
I thought of that this time, and this is why this is a win-win. It's Red Bull, isn't it? It's going to keep me awake.
Oh my God, he's going to be hyperactive and smashed at the same time.
It's the worst.
Let's find out. I've got a feeling that a few people have heard you say that and fast forwarded to the very end of the show just to hear what sort of a state you're in. Okay,
where I've put in the vomiting after the theme music.
What, do you just record that yourself?
Yeah,
you can just drink a couple of pints of milk, can't you, or whatever it is.
With the collection,
Right.
4 points.
Here we go. We got the first name out of the hat. It goes to me.
Hate this bit.
Me too.
I know. It goes to me. It's one of mine, and it is Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite was a massive, massive surprise. If you all remember, Halo Infinite was supposed to come out in 2020. I think it was like 3 weeks away from release when they announced that it was being delayed. And that seemed to just go quiet, didn't it? We didn't hear anything of it for a long time. And then they announced that they were releasing it in holiday 2021. And I don't think any of us were very hopeful for what the game was going to end up being.
I think Matt was. Yeah.
Well, I was hopeful.
I don't think Matt was.
I was hopeful, but the expectations weren't great.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think we all hoped that Halo would be good, but based on that initial trailer and what seemed like a terrible development, we just assumed the worst, I guess, that we were, the expectation, as you say, was very low. But that sort of expectation for me blew apart the moment I played the beta that they released about a week before the real release, right? It was a surprise release on a 20th anniversary thing that Microsoft put out, that they were doing what they said was a beta when really it was the full game in terms of multiplayer, with all the maps, all the weapons, all that stuff. And we played it, and within moments of playing that online game, I was thinking, oh my God, Halo's back. The magic is back. And I think that was mainly down to the movement, because there were things that it needed to modernise. I think it did that well. Like, for example, a run button, shooting down sights, things like that. Not all weapons shoot down sights, but you know what I mean. But just the crazy stuff you would see in Halo multiplayer, the feeling that you get from playing Halo games, that's never really been replicated anywhere else. The sort of industry moved towards very low health in online games because, there's more satisfaction. If you get the jump on someone, you're definitely going to kill them because it takes, a few bullets, Call of Duty style, and they're gone. You're going to get the kills. Whereas in Halo, it's very much you have to focus on shooting someone accurately for an extended period of time to get your kill. It's that sort of bullet spongy online multiplayer game hasn't I mean, I suppose Fortnite's a little bit like that, but nothing like Halo, right? There's been nothing like Halo. And there's been Halo games that have come out since, the first three and, my personal favourite, Reach, that haven't even captured that magic. Whereas this instantly made me go, oh man, this is Halo. This is Halo. And then soon after, a week or two after the full campaign come out, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I have completed it. And not only did I complete it, I just went and roamed the map for God knows how many hours, just ticking off lists, going out looking for Easter eggs, exploring. Would I say it's the best Halo campaign there is? Absolutely not. I think it does fall short of the likes of, One, Reach, stuff like that. Especially towards the end of the game. However, considering where I thought this campaign was going to be, it is way better than, say, in my opinion, in terms of rankings, it's way better than the likes of ODST. It's way better than the likes of Halo 2 and 5. It's just a brilliant, like, especially the open world bits, right? I mean, I would say some of the linear bits is where it lets itself down because it feels like a corridor shooter and, it gets quite repetitive, especially towards the end. But the open world stuff is like everything I want from Halo. That freedom of, should I take a tank up there or should I fly up there? I've been shot down, but there's a ghost down there. Oh my God, I can grapple onto it, nick it, and kill all the enemies around. it just absolutely blew me away. And once I'd spent an intense week of just hammering that game, I then went back to the multiplayer, and admittedly, I ain't good at that multiplayer, but just playing it just fills me with, like, there's so many moments in it, even though I'm not very good at that game. There are moments where I could get a double kill by just quickly sniping two people the other side of the map, or, you know, you as I say, you see a Banshee coming down to try and attack you or boost into you, and you can grapple up and nick the Banshee and shoot their teammates and stuff. It has all of that, plus the big team battle stuff, which just feels like it. And I mean, I'm pretty sure I said this at the time as well, that it kind of feels like it does what Battlefield wants to do. But Battlefield's main focus is trying to get as many players into those game modes as possible. But in doing so, it just feels like either way too chaotic, or you're just far away from everyone that's fighting, and you're in your little team of 3, and you might as well be playing 4-on-4. Whereas Halo really does. I mean, when you look across the battlefield on Big Team Battle, it's incredible what you see. You're seeing vehicles flying all over the place, turrets going off, explosions, these mini fights happening. It's just so much fun. And I think if our expectations were higher going into this, I wonder how I would respond to this game. But that's all ifs and buts. My expectations were low going into it, and it absolutely smashed those expectations. And I had an incredible time in this game. Who else has played this lots? I mean, James, you hammered through the campaign, didn't you?
Yeah, I've played through the campaign and finished it, and I've barely touched multiplayer because it's not really my scene these days. But yeah, the single player I played all the way through, and yeah, I spent a lot of time with that. I got really very obsessed with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want
to start effusively praising it because I don't know what game's coming out next, do I? It's probably going to be one of mine.
See,
you
I know
can
what you
praise
mean.
a game and then afterwards say, here are its faults and this is why the other game should go through, James. Calm down. Your back's up already, mate. These are the early stages. This is the fun bit.
I know, because
right?
you've got your cheat code already, isn't it? And it's just, you've got to be a bit careful.
That's true.
It's not my cheat code, it's my deal.
Bomb you can set off.
It's my legitimate deal. Yeah,
I know what James is saying, but I'm kind of like I like basically every game that we've got coming up this year, so I'm just gonna say whatever. Yeah, Halo Infinite's really fucking good, isn't it? It's like you say, it definitely benefits from that concern, from the footage and the early footage and the delays and stuff, and also the fact that it's like. 343 have finally nailed it. Like, it now finally feels like Halo is in good hands and has a future, which has not been clear for a while now. I think it's also interesting, like, you mentioned Battlefield. Maybe this is just like me and the circles I'm in. I feel like Halo basically just flattened Battlefield this year. Not that it was necessarily a competition between the two, but
I kind of feel that Battlefield sort of flattened itself.
Yeah,
to be
I think it's because there is that was a mess.
It was just like oh, apparently Battlefield's out, but everyone's talking about Halo.
Yeah,
it was just really strange.
Battlefield's so bad that they're talking about closing down the subreddit because it's so toxic.
Really? No way, really?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that was today
Jesus.
that came out.
Yeah, I mean, but mostly because lots of people basically slagging off or harassing members of staff, and obviously the mods are doing a very difficult job. And basically, there's like an ultimatum today saying either the toxicity decreases and we'll keep monitoring things. It's the same, and we're going to be locking threads left, right, and centre. Or if it increases, then this place is getting closed down. Which is absolutely
to be fair, if they're
shocking.
Attacking members of staff, then fair enough.
Well, it's not that. It's like no one can say anything about basically everything. Anyway, it's not about this, but every post is ripping into it. Which so Battlefield flattened itself, but Halo coming out and being as good as it was, and I think when they released that the beta, and I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks actually before the game was the single player campaign was
it
due to come
really
out.
that long?
Yeah, it was a fair while, and I was like, okay, well, this is interesting, but yeah, you're totally right, Dave. From the first moment you play it, like, fucking Halo's back. And yeah, I've also finished a single-player campaign I thought it was fantastic. It had its faults. We maybe get into them, but I'm so happy that Halo's in a good place. Where Sean, you're totally right.
Yeah, like I mean, for example,
future, like,
they announced DLC for that game at the start of this year. Even if it's maps for the multiplayer, let alone single player stuff, I'm like, brilliant. Okay, that's me, hammering some more Halo. Whereas before, I thought this could be the end of Halo. Do you know what I mean? What a turnaround. What a turnaround.
I think what they released with the single player, considering all that we kind of have heard, about where it was going, is quite remarkable, really. Like how good it was. It's as I said, I was completely obsessed with it. It was one of those games, and there's been very few games this year where I've stayed up until like 2 or 3 in the morning, like just playing through the single player. And it was one of those. It's another one of those games where you're sitting there and you just think, okay, I'm just going to play this for half an hour, just to complete a couple more objectives, and just cannot stop. And it's just like, just this bit next, or whatever. And even though like it doesn't really suffer from that Ubisoft thing of like sticking just icons all over the map, but and the stuff you're unlocking is not really very exciting, but it's so enjoyable to get to those locations, mostly because of the grappling hook, that it's like, this is just fun to just traverse around. It's great. And
then when you get a little bit tired of the grappling hook, it's like, well, here's the wasp.
Yeah, the wasp, yeah.
Okay, I can just fly everywhere.
The actual moment of my gameplay when you're in the open world, I think you're right, James. It wasn't terribly like exciting or new or different, but it was just incredibly compelling, incredibly more-ish. I'm like, okay, well, I want to go over there. Oh, look, there's that base there, or there's this thing here, or that thing there. Or it's just fun to climb, to scale the mountains and to get across the environment. So I think
that sort of spacing of things to do on the map, as you say, it avoids the trap of just like being absolutely littered with stuff, so you don't feel overwhelmed, and yet there is almost always something that's like 300 meters away, and like either a quick sprint or whatever. I mean, maybe that thins out later on.
It really does. But then, I say, by that point, you've opened up your vehicles and stuff, and you're not just running everywhere. In fact, you rarely walk anywhere.
Yeah, once you get that wasp, it's like game over. Once you got that, because
it's game over. Yeah.
I think it's excellent, but it's also like, I think quite flawed in so many points. So it's weird for me to say it's excellent, and yet there's so many things that could be changed or should be changed, or maybe puzzling decisions were made. Yeah, so very interested to know what happens to the next one and how they improve.
That's it, isn't it? I think there's also an understanding that we're not, like, my nomination isn't just for this game as a whole, and maybe this isn't fair, but this was my thought process, that it's not just for this game as it is as a whole. It's also the fact that it's the start of something, And
it's a foundation for a platform.
As I said, with the boss that you can see, that totally hints to, oh shit, that's not the main boss. There's going to be loads of stuff come out. The area's clearly going to expand. I can see this being maybe a yearly thing. That when you think of that as a business model, that's crazy as well, because they're not going to bring a Halo game out every year. But they can certainly bring out some big single-player DLC every year to make sure
they
that
can do a Destiny thing, really.
Yeah, and they're just keeping subscriptions up. Like that's what people are going to do. Oh, what is it? £7, $7.99 or whatever to subscribe to Game Pass and get the new content. Well, yeah, of course I'm going to do that.
And I think, and like similar to the things people said when Destiny stumbled and content wasn't quite there and so on, like the argument always was like, but they've nailed the hard stuff, like the combat feels good, and it's the same here. It's as you say, so that's sort of like, I'm not worried about future stuff not being good for Halo Infinite, because the combat is so fundamentally enjoyable. It's just like, just give me more places to do it in, please. That'll be fine.
And more varied mission structures as well, because that's the only thing. I mean, the only criticism that I've really got of the single player is how funneled it is, particularly towards the end.
The end. Right. The end is crazy. The end is like, you think, I want to do some more open world stuff, and it's like, I'll just do one mission, and then I'll go back to the open world stuff, and then that just seems the mission that triggers the ending, which is
and there's
3 or 4 missions long.
4 or 5 missions. I'm like, well, sure, I can go back now. Oh no, wait, this place I'm in, I can't get back to the mainland.
And it's one of the things which is a bit of a shame, in the sense that obviously this is because they had to do it this way, probably because of time constraints, but the way that the open world aspect of it is not really important for the campaign, really. Because almost all the campaign...
No, you could mainline that. That could be a menu, but it's something... the open worldness is not... It doesn't support the campaign. It's just a nice world to be in, and
it is, but it's just
things in terms of upgrades and earning weapons and stuff. But the campaign could be menu based.
I just wish they could have taken more advantage of the open world side of it as well. Because that is something that
I felt it was quite nice that it was two sides to it.
Yeah,
it was,
I know, but
I can do the single the linear Halo stuff, but I can also just jump out and do this open world stuff.
I know,
apart
but then
from towards the end,
to me that felt because that was one of the things that Breath of the Wild obviously nailed. Was the fact that it's this massive open world and everything is going on inside that world. And this felt like they took this design choice probably because they ran out of time. Because I'm sure that they intended this to be a lot more like Breath of the Wild, in the sense of the open world being where it was all going to go on. You are
also talking about one of the greatest games ever made. Do you know what I mean?
I know, but then you're talking about Microsoft that have got billions of dollars, and all the time, all the money, whatever, to create something. This is not like an indie startup game, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that when you're directly comparing the games like that, it's well, how many games on our lists over the years have been open world games that couldn't even piss on Breath of the Wild? Breath of the Wild was special, man. Look, what game is up there with Breath of the Wild?
Mario
That's
Odyssey.
The question.
I still think that's up, although it's not open world really, but that's
it's
in terms of quality.
Like it, is it?
But in terms of quality, it's up there.
Yeah, I know, but what we're saying in terms of its use of open world mechanics and all of that sort of stuff, you think about the games that use that system, how many of them are as good as Breath of the Wild? None of them. So I can't get angry that this isn't as good as Breath of the Wild.
I'm not angry. I'm just saying...
You sound furious.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely livid. No, it's...
Maybe it's the Jaeger.
I've only had one cup so far, so it's fine.
That's what it takes, James. I wasn't expecting to compare it, but it's just there was such a lack of mystery around the environment where I thought if I scale to the top of this mountain or go on this weird cliff, there's going to be something, but there often wasn't anything.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Though. It didn't stop me okay, I'll go up there because it's fun, and
but
you can upgrade the grapple hook to a point where you can basically scale vertical buildings and all sorts anyway, so it doesn't hurt to do it. But I did always hope there would be a mystery or something.
This game has some of the craziest Easter eggs I've ever seen in a game. It's got some really wild stuff in there, but they are so hidden away that you were never going to just discover them. And I felt, maybe do more of this stuff, but make it more available, so that I don't have to go onto Google and find the one crack in the wall that I have to grapple through in this small area to try and find. I wish there was more of that.
See,
but then
I'm convinced I'm convinced there was going to be more, but they ran out of time, and that is why I'm not. This is why I'm saying this is still an incredible achievement of what they've put out, because it's brilliant. It really is absolutely brilliant. But then, it also, to me, it feels clear that they ran out of time with this. I'm sure there was going to be other areas.
That's all conjecture, though. Isn't it? I would also say I think all of the negative things we said about Halo Infinite, which are valid, I think they can be just totally brushed under the carpet, considering that they made the greatest enemies in any video game that I've ever played ever. The grunts are the best thing of all time, and I hope that the first set of DLC means that there's a grunt that's like the big bad boss, to sort of totally counter that brute that was going throughout the whole game, and it was just, shut the fuck up, man, we are going to rule the galaxy. Shut up, you twat. If it's just a grunt, just a pissed off grunt, that's what I want to be the main bad guy in the next one. And when you get to the grunt, you kill it like every other grunt. That's what I want. Right? There's not he doesn't suddenly become huge or anything like that, or he's got a special weapon or whatever, or a shield that you have to break down. It is literally a grunt, and you just pop him in the head, and he goes and dies. That's what I want. If you're listening, please make it happen. But we are now 50 minutes in. We've spoken about one game. Shall we see what it's up against?
Go for it, Barad.
Halo Infinite in the first round is up against... It's a James game. I haven't opened it fully. I can just see it's a James game. What do you mean, course it is, James?
Because
you wanted this. You wanted this. You wanted your games to come out early.
I did, but not against Halo Infinite.
Guardians of the Galaxy, James.
Okay. So I feel that this should win Game of the Year for one reason. And this is because, I mean, this game has got hours and hours and hours of conversation. I mean, we talked about the grunts, like in Halo, like all the banter and everything there is in this. But this is like far exceeds that in terms of like how much it's got, and it's just consistently funny like throughout. Like the scripts and the relationships and the way that they develop. I'd say it's as good as like the Life is Strange games in terms of like how the relationships between the characters develop over the game, and like by the end of it, I really cared like genuinely about the cast. I mean, if you compare these with the film, I still feel that this cast are like sort of much more endearing. Because there's real character development throughout. And I mean, I've heard this compared with like with Mass Effect in terms of like you have this crew, you sort of build relationships. But the thing that I feel that this does significantly better than Mass Effect is that with that it was your character building relationship with others, whereas with this you have. They are all interacting with each other as well, and you can hear the conversations that are going on in the background and the way they get on and the way that maybe they hate each other to begin with, but then it does sort of build up and it's believable the way that these like things are resolved. It just absolutely nails...
let's not have a go at Mass Effect. Let's move on. Let's focus on Guardians again. Let's just not have a go at Mass Effect. There's no need. Andromeda, fine, but
it completely nails like the team dynamic that you have, and also that it's got this consistently just good supporting cast. You've got like Cosmo the dog, and it's just very enjoyable, and like the locations are very pretty fun to explore as well. And I also think the game has interesting things to say about like parenthood and also loss as well, particularly from like the perspective of like Peter and also from Drax, who is an amazing character. I mean, I had very low expectations for this game when it first came out, mostly because, as everyone has already noted, that the what's it called, the trailer for it was absolutely dreadful, and I hated those characters, when they first showed them, especially Peter. Like, he just seemed completely wrong and out of it. But then by the end of this, I absolutely love them, and I couldn't. I mean, I was even like looking up the voice actor because I was just like, I love your voice. Like, it's perfect. Like for this, it's just so good. And
was that a tweet?
Yeah.
Have you been blocked? I love you. Hello, I love your voice. It is perfect.
It is. No, it was just so good to like spend time with these people, and that's what I enjoyed about this. I mean, the combat is adequate. It's fine. It's not amazing or anything, and the pacing towards the end of the game does suffer like slightly. But the real focus is the story, and I just think it's a very well told and well put together and well paced story. I mean, this is basically a film which is lasting about like 12 hours or so, and that's quite an achievement. Like to put together something like that.
It's longer than that, isn't it?
Yeah, 12-15 hours or
12
so.
hours.
But you think it's and it's like if you think they've managed to keep that consistent level of quality, particularly with the script for that amount of time, is I think very impressive. And I just thoroughly enjoyed this. I thought it was brilliant. And this was the other game that I spent like where I was playing until like 2 or 3 in the morning because I just wanted to see what was going to happen next. It's it was a real surprise, and I think it's a shame because I imagine there probably isn't going to be another one of these, but yeah, I would thoroughly recommend it.
I don't know, because it's really picked up in terms of support. I mean, granted, I think everyone's got it for like 25-30 quid in a sale, but it's clearly it's made a dent, and certainly in a way that Avengers never did. And I think and as we've said on the show previously, it's quite sore because in a way this shows you what the Avengers game could have been if they hadn't massively overreached with it.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, I've only spent like 90 minutes with this, and even I, can relate to some of the things James has said. Obviously, I'm assuming there's way more to it as you go on, but just the fact that there's been several laugh out loud moments that I still remember. The bit where you're trying to find a battery or something, and Quill sort of said, obviously it's a sci-fi game and it's full of like nonsense sort of sci-fi talk. And Peter Quill sort of tried to say like, oh, maybe we should like increase the voltage to the hyper compressor or something. And Rocket just goes like, don't make up science stuff. And it's just loads of little moments like that. And like, okay, yes, it probably has benefited from, the template laid out in the comics and the films. But that doesn't mean that was easy to replicate. And as you say,
clearly
to maintain
it's not a
that,
surefire hit, is it?
Exactly. And as James says, to maintain that over like a 12-hour game is incredibly impressive. So
it's way longer than 12 hours because I have completed this. Yeah, okay. It's more like 15 to 18, I would say. It's a long old game. Matt, did you play it?
Yeah, I played about 2 hours. I desperately want to play more, but Christmas was a disaster. And yeah, I can only echo really the stuff that James and Sean said. I mean, I think pretty much instantly you can tell like the dialogue was compelling and interesting. And I think you might have said this on the pod, one of you, Sean or James, previously, but the fact it kind of knows it knows itself and it knows it's kind of a game. There's like a bit where in one of the first like major level where I think one of the characters said, look, there's nothing down there, let's go this way. And then as a player, obviously go down that way, thinking, oh, what's down it? And then Rocket's like, look, we told you there's nothing down there. Or I can't remember the dialogue. But,
now,
okay, like those kind of what seem like quite incidental moments. So, yeah, it really add up and think, okay, this knows itself, it's clever, it's doing good stuff with the dialogue. And yeah, I'm only like 2 hours or so in. I think I'm on like mission 3. But I've really enjoyed it so far, and and I know you said this earlier, but especially when you compare what this was revealed like at E3, where it's like I think it was just revealed like 4 or 5 times, and the presentations were getting longer and longer, and it's like, hey, I'm bored of this game, and I don't even want to play it. You know, I can't bother to hear anymore. I've heard like hours and hours at E3 anyway of this stuff, and then that also following on from Avengers, I think they've done incredibly well. And yeah, yes, I know a bunch of people got it cheap, and it was still kind of discounted on or just after Christmas maybe, but I think you only have to look at some other like Game of the Year podcasts or websites, and a lot of them have actually said, no, this is excellent in terms of dialogue. Actually, I think it might have won a Game Award for best dialogue.
It won the best
narrative.
Yeah.
Best narrative. So lots of people are seeing how good this is, and
fuck them. I can't wait to get back to it. They don't come into our thought process. Fuck them. I don't give a shit what anyone says.
It's good. I would have desperately loved to have like kept playing this, but it's just like a busy Christmas. But David, you said you finished it then.
I finished it, and absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. From start to finish, I thought the story was fantastic, and I think what surprised me the most, more than anything else, other than the fact that I liked the characters, I thought the voice acting was excellent, the script was incredible, but also just the new stuff that it did. Like, for example, like getting some ideas across, like it's awful living on a ship with people that you don't fully get on with. Or, you know what I mean? It's sharing this communal space with everyone is a nightmare. Like, for example, there is a fridge that is always open when you go into that area, and you're constantly shutting it. James, you said you never found out what...
No, I was shutting it every time.
That is explained. Yeah, no, it's explained towards the end.
Is it?
You must have missed the dialogue. Yeah. I'll tell you that later. Don't want to spoil it. But there's that. There's the fact that there's a radio in there, and you can choose from a ton of songs to put on. But sometimes you'll put a song on, and you'll walk away from the radio, and you'll be in another part of the ship, and you hear someone change the song to a different one. And you're like, oh, fuck off. Like, I was listening to that. You know, it does stuff like that, which I think is brilliant. You know, I tweeted about it, the bits where you're in an area, we've all been in this in games, where you're in an area where you're not allowed to use your guns. And usually you pull the trigger anyway and just nothing happens, or the reticle turns red and you're not allowed to fire or whatever. In this game, Peter Quill pulls his fingers out and goes, pew, 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 like that. And I just thought, that's a great little gag. Then there's also the narrative choices and stuff, and what I really like about this is that I'm used to playing games like Life is Strange, where narrative choices make a huge impact in the story and can ultimately affect what ending you've got. There's nothing like that in this game. What there is in this game are conversation choices where if you choose one way, it might affect a battle later on. I'm talking, you can make a decision at the start of the game, and 7-8 hours in, a little notification comes up and says, oh, you could do this because you did this. And I'm like, oh, right, okay. Or little subtle things, like, for example, acquiring a key card. And when I was walking down a corridor, I went to a door, it opened up, and Peter Quill goes, oh, I knew this key card will come in handy. And there was like a bonus behind that door. little tiny tweaks. So it isn't to the point, it's that you're not changing the narrative at all. What you are doing is just these little, hey, you could do this now because you did that, or you can't do this because you didn't do that, and I just thought that was so perfectly balanced, where it wasn't irritating. It made you feel like you were making a difference to what was going on. And it was just really I have only just found out, James, that there's a whole mission that we did differently because of decisions we'd made. And by the sounds of it, it's not much, it's not to the point where it's like, I'm really pissed off I didn't get to do that side of it. But just little things that you do throughout the game. Really like the characters. I think I don't know if it's because I've got no knowledge of Guardians of the Galaxy, especially going in. And for starters, if you're worried, you don't need any knowledge of Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, this is literally as you say, very much like a Mass Effect game, a little bit like a Fallen Order, kind of if you like Uncharted with the constant dialogue in Uncharted, if you like that stuff, this does that stuff better than Uncharted
much
does.
Better,
100%. Because you're not just Drake walking around maybe with one other person in a forest. You're actually a team that are bickering throughout and stuff like this. But, the characters I sort of fell in love with just based on what I've learnt throughout the game. But yeah, no, as I said, because I've had no prior knowledge of these characters, I think my viewport that Rocket is brilliant and Groot is pretty shit is going to send people crazy, because that seems to be a very unpopular opinion. But I said to James, I'm so sick of him just saying I am Groot all the time. I don't find it funny. I don't find it interesting. I just find it annoying. Whereas people
I've never, as a fan of the films, I've never really got the Groot thing.
No,
they explain it in this, and I do wonder if it's explained in the same way in the films.
I don't think it's explained at all in the films.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not from what I recall.
There's a full explanation of why he just says I am Groot in this game.
Okay.
But I won't spoil it. And it does let itself down in a number of ways. As you say, the combat's serviceable but dull.
Yeah.
It's very B grade in terms of movement. Especially the jumping just feels weird, like it's not really physics based. You can never really truly jump. The way Peter Quill runs about it just feels like it needs that little bit more polish. But more disappointingly than anything else is that this is a long game, right? And for the 80 to 85% of this game, it is confident in the fact that it doesn't need a lot of content. A lot of combat. It's quite happy with the whole, we're building a narrative, we're building the characters, here's a bit of combat, here's some puzzles. It's quite confident in doing that up until the last 15% of that game, where it's like the rest of this game is just non-stop combat. And when you're already at that point of thinking, the combat's getting dull, the rest of the game's combat, is it? Kind of misjudged.
I think what they were trying to do with that is, I think they probably thought, okay, by this point, all your characters should be fully powered up, so you should be able to just have fun with this. But unfortunately, the combat's not particularly fun. It's fine. But it's not. Even once you've got all the abilities and all the powers, it's still not as fun as something like, even as fun as something like Uncharted, I'd say.
But my view would be, okay, give me one massive kill room then, where with weaker enemies that I can just absolutely go nuts in, right? Don't give me kill room, and I'm like, when is this going to end? Like, this setting, when is it going to end, and when are we going to move on? And I said to James at the time, I said, is it a Marvel thing where it's like, here's the ending, credits, nope, there's loads more. And you're like, okay, credits now, nope, there's still some more. Okay, credit. And I thought, is that like a swipe at Marvel? And he was like, oh yeah, no, they do that in Marvel all the time.
Yeah, they love doing that sort of stuff.
Why do they like doing that? That's just fucking annoying. That's not good.
It's to stop people leaving the cinema, isn't it?
The Marvel thing is post-credits stuff, isn't it? So the credits will roll and then there'll be a secret scene at the end. I think they've stopped doing them now, but...
No, they still do.
Yeah, they haven't stopped doing it.
Okay. Well, this does that like to a point where there's like an hour and a half to 2 hours. No, that's too much. There's about an hour's worth of gameplay doing like in the middle of the credits, and it was like, oh come on,
half an hour maybe,
45 minutes. Yeah, there's a whole boss battle, and if you fuck that boss battle up, you got to start it all again from the start.
That's true. Yeah. Just don't fuck it up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But we need to get to the voting now. We need to find out what goes through to the next round. This is incredible. Halo Infinite, Guardians of the Galaxy. Both very good games, both unexpectedly good. Low expectations going in, and both have faults, in my opinion. Let's start with James, because I think we know where James is going.
I mean, I'm going to
already announced that Guardians is Game of the Year. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to vote for Guardians because I feel that this is a much more complete experience, like compared with Halo. I think with Halo, you're looking at potential here, and what is there is very, very good, but it also doesn't feel completely complete. This feels a lot more like this is the finished article to me.
Matt?
I've been really impressed with Guardians so far, but it's Halo for me. Multiplayer is just absolutely magic. I've loved single player. I'm excited for the future, so absolutely Halo Infinite for me.
Sean?
I mean, I love them both. I am probably, once relieved of, the thought of having to do this show, I'm probably more excited to get stuck into Guardians. But it feels clear to me that Halo is like going to be a staple for a long time. Like, you already get that sense from it.
I think
I'm going to have to go with
Halo. It's not there yet, though, is it?
I'm voting.
Multiplayer.
Listen, I've got one game in because of DLC, and now I'm voting on stuff that hasn't even happened yet, James.
Bullshit.
I'm going to have to go with Halo.
Fuck.
Can I ask one question about Guardians? David is someone who absolutely loved and hammered the Spider-Man games. How do you think this compares?
It's a lot better than Spider-Man in terms of narrative, voice acting. But then Spider-Man it's hard to compare because Spider-Man feels like a AAA game. Guardians feels like slightly below that, not way below that. And I don't think AAA means better. But what I'm saying in terms of polish, in terms of in terms of traversal and stuff like that, Spider-Man wipes the floor with this, right? In terms of how solid the game feels, especially in terms of the combat. I think the overall gameplay in Spider-Man is much better. I think it was funny because I was thinking of Spider-Man when I got to that sort of 85% mark of Guardians, and I thought the moment-to-moment time I'm spending with Guardians is so much better than Spider-Man. That, when I think back to that original Spider-Man game, the fucking stealth missions, the some of the side quests were so repetitive. The pipe mania puzzles,
I was going to say, did you not like chasing birds and bits of gas in the sky, Dave?
No, the environmental stuff was absolutely shocking too. Whereas there was none of that with Guardians. It felt like no filler, and then it turns out that most of the filler was at the end. So, but yeah, I mean, Spider-Man's story was good, right? That story in that Spider-Man game was good. It doesn't compare to this. This goes into, I wouldn't say the character progression was anywhere near as good as, say, Life is Strange Series 2, right? So I don't agree with James there. But what I will say is that the overall narrative and the story and the journey through that game is, such a step forward for that genre that it's going to be hard to play similar, third-person action games and be able to enjoy them as much as you would have. It really does feel like a step forward, and they've made progression the genre.
It's just the way that they riff off each other and all that kind of thing. It makes it feel so much more real.
There's that stuff, but there's also the subjects they touch on, like grief, acceptance, and there's a lot of the learning the backstory of Rocket, learning the backstory of Drax, and all of that stuff. Even Peter Quill or whatever, learning where he came from and his motivations and all that sort of stuff. And some of the stuff that the game asks you to do towards the end as well is really emotionally affecting.
Yeah, it's quite touching in places.
The scene where you take control in the past, if that makes sense, is like, that is really, really fucking heavy. I was thinking
the birthday party as well was horrible.
That was
I hated that.
Really, that fucked me up a bit.
Yeah.
But that whole concept around why you're doing those things totally works, makes sense, and makes you think, doesn't it? I think I have to go Halo Infinite because I enjoyed it so much. Especially, I think the majority of that is through multiplayer. But I played this game and thought, this is going to be the surprise one for me that I'm going to try and push for as far in the competition as possible. Guardians of the Galaxy, because I had such good fun with it. The music, man, the integration of the music is just so good. But going up against Halo Infinite.
So this is what sucks, because if this was going up against something else, I'd feel sad about this, because I know this is going out now. But it deserves
more.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, if it was up against something else, then maybe I'd be pushing for it harder. But Halo Infinite is a very good game, and I did really enjoy it. I had a really good time with it. So I don't feel devastated that it's gone out against Halo, because Halo is excellent. I don't feel robbed.
But it is a shame for this to have happened in the first round. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm actually gutted, because I really enjoyed my time with it. Me, Guardians of the Galaxy. That says something, And if anyone's listening to this now and just thinks, I'm not really into the Marvel stuff, don't worry about it. You really don't need to be. Like, you genuinely don't need to be. There's some references to other characters that's clearly in that universe, right? But you don't really need to know them. I understood the story fully all the way through.
Yeah, equally, like, if you've seen the films and you're thinking, but is this like the Avengers where it's all basically the same but not quite, and is that off-putting? Not really. There's key bits of the story that are very different.
Yeah.
Also, so if you think you know it already, then you don't.
I haven't seen it.
I also think, like, the acting. The Peter Quill in this is better than Chris Pratt.
It's a similar version of Guardians of the Galaxy where you don't have to put up with Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
So,
it's and he's thoroughly brilliant in this. Not Chris Pratt. He's not. But yeah.
No. Shit, man, that's really bummed me out. That is a very, very, very good game that's gone out in the first round.
I thought that'd be right at the end. It's just tough coming against Halo.
Well, so are we wrong? Do we need to step back here, because I feel like we're all gutted that this is going out? But then I'm
shit. Are we?
But
wrong?
then if we bin off Halo in the first round, that seems wrong too.
I'm just wondering, like, how much of this with Halo is about potential rather than what we're actually
it's not.
playing.
The game was fucking great, mate. You didn't play enough of the multiplayer. The multiplayer is unbelievable.
See, that's the thing. If I discount the multiplayer, then I think Guardians is a better single player game. I really
if we're talking about single player games, Guardians wins.
But then, should Guardians be penalised then just because it hasn't got multiplayer?
No, but Halo should be respected for the incredible multiplayer that goes along with a very good campaign.
Should be celebrated, if anything.
Yeah, I never really spoke about the Halo multiplayer, because I know I talked about it on the show and I was just like, I'm shit at it, I'm probably not going to bother. But no, having played a bit of the campaign and gone back to the multiplayer and sort of knowing the weapon types and stuff now, I've had a really good time with it.
See, and also, I know that you guys are all still playing it as well. Like, I know it's still it's on. It's not like
every night.
It's not like other multiplayer games where people are like, oh, this is amazing, and then people just fall off it after like
2 weeks later.
Man, this is terrible. Which way do we go? I've loved Halo. I'm going to switch my vote for now to Guardians.
Shit. Jesus.
Now full Sean too.
Cash it in.
I'm going to pick my time.
No, I'm on the verge anyway, so that it would be a poor use if you were to force me. Because as I say, I do love Halo. I definitely think there are plenty of levels on which it is the better game. And yet, as I say, I'm really fucking looking forward to playing Guardians properly.
The actual playing of Halo is more fun, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Like, the combat is so good.
But the emotional experience of this game is greater, I feel.
It is, but we're talking...
this is the thing. Like Halo's never had a good story, right? And some people might disagree with me. I'm not
fully
willing
agree
to...
with you.
Yeah,
yeah, but this one's particularly...
This was the one story that I could follow, to be fair. This was, I would say, this is the most...
Yeah, it's a lot simpler.
And I mean, they've done what they could with it in terms of, like, there's a lot of, like, genuinely funny dialogue, like we talked about the grunts. I think, Master Chief is genuinely quite funny in this, like, just this stupid sort of...
the stupid, I only need one bullet.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to hack the terminal? No, punches it with his fist. Just shit like that. So they've done what they could with it. But obviously Guardians is leagues ahead in terms of writing and performances.
You can't even compare. But it's not as fun to play.
No,
but it's still...
You're the one that switched. Don't put doubt in my mind.
Right, if you switch now, Sean, to Guardians of the Galaxy, I'll probably switch to Halo Infinite. I'm not done yet. I need to think. I just need to think.
I am definitely excited to play Guardians and probably get into it, but I think even if I had finished it, I still think Halo would probably be ahead because I've enjoyed so much of it. And multiplayer is absolutely fantastic, as we mentioned, and single player is a huge success. So I think I probably would stick with Halo even if I had finished Guardians, but I'm definitely excited to get Guardians played.
See, I wouldn't say that single player is a huge success. I'd say it's good, but it's not like, it's not amazing.
No, I'd say a huge success compared to what I thought it could be. What we've had in the
that's
past.
Nonsense. You can't just say just because I thought it was going to be shit and it wasn't. It's like,
no, I think I don't agree with that. I think that's a story, right? For a game to be Game of the Year, I think there's a story in that. This game was being shit on from a great height throughout the majority of the year, and you could
say the same thing about Guardians there. Because
I was going to say, I think both games have benefited from low expectations.
I'm sorry, you can't say that the Guardians was shit on as much as Halo.
People were just completely indifferent. No, but people were just completely indifferent to it.
Exactly. Whereas people were openly. There was a character that they ripped the piss out of so much that they had to include an Easter egg for it in Halo.
Yeah, but that's only because this is like a Microsoft first party thing and it's all the console wars stuff, isn't it? That's the main reason.
Everyone was fucking taking the piss out of Craig. Look, I don't think we're going to move on. I think if Sean isn't switching, I'll go to Halo Infinite. We'll go with Halo Infinite then.
Yeah.
I need some more Jägermeister.
It doesn't feel good. It does not feel good.
That does not feel good. I forgot how bad you can feel with this game.
I do think it's correct.
Such a heavy hitter out early doors. I thought that would be a...
I don't think it is a heavy hitter. No. Maybe it is a heavy hitter.
I thought that would kind of surprise go right down to the end, again, with the expectations.
You thought previously. It would surprise go down to the end?
I think people beforehand wouldn't have expected it, but I think it would have gone really far.
See, I think it would have gone further if... I'm not blaming you, either of you, for this, but if Matt and Sean, if you'd have played the whole thing, I think it would have gone further.
I think if Sean had played it all the way through, he might have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might. I think that would have gone through. But then, having said that, had you not been so shit and against online competitive multiplayer, James,
I'm not against it. It's just not my thing. It's just I'm not.
Yeah.
I played
it. Your thing.
It was fine.
Okay, Halo Infinite's through. Let's pick the next game out of the hat. Why do I feel dirty already? Like, I feel horrible already. I forgot this side of it. I genuinely forgot this side of it.
And there's going to be loads of this year.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be bad.
Sean.
Yep.
Hitman 3. Why is it on the list?
Because it's fucking well good. Right, Hitman is a long-running series that when you actually view the whole series in totality, wasn't actually very good until sort of Blood Money, which was like 4 games in, and then obviously there was the big reboot with Hitman 1 and then 2. I don't know why everyone can count to 3. I don't really know why I was going to go through Hitman 1, 2, and 3. I don't know. This just feels like like another Blood Money moment where it's just like, oh my god, like they get it, like all over again. Like it just feels like such a perfect realization of this incredibly like strange and somehow still unique game where, you know, it's about infiltrating one place and taking out usually one person, ideally without anyone even knowing. And yet it's not a stealth game. It's all, you know, interesting sort of, you know, weird sort of social mechanics, like taking costumes and sort of impersonating people, figuring out how to access different areas. And yet, like it's so rewarding to do it well. And yet things going wrong is also fine. Like just roll with the failures. Like it's just hilarious.
Yeah.
The locations in it are just absolutely stunning. It's
well, look, you might as well talk about the standout mission. I mean, I think they're all
which
brilliant.
one? Genuinely, like
the mansion.
Yes,
that is. Yeah, that took what Hitman. Now, I've not played much of Hitman. I've maybe did 3 levels of the first one. I didn't play the second one, but you could see the appeal of those games. And maybe I'm wrong in saying this, Sean. You're more experienced in these games than I am. But that mansion level felt like it had taken what the Hitman levels do and just ran with it. You know, they had this idea of this murder mystery. And it doesn't even... Well, it does point you in the right direction, doesn't it? But discovering there's been a murder, discovering, you know, listening to people and hearing them talk about it, then seeing the detective or hearing about a detective coming... I can't remember how it plays out, but then thinking, what if I kill the detective and become the detective? And then having these insane, like, paths that the characters that can go down to start off chain effects with everything around you is utterly mind-blowing. How they put that together is mind-blowing to me. It was so
it's like
good.
Every Hitman level is essentially a puzzle box, right? And it's a series of little things to figure out, and then they open up other sections, and then you can, you know, like mechanically, it's probably got more in common with like The Room than anything else, right? It's just this constant series of like working your way through bits of an environment to try and get to one specific person or thing or whatever. And that mansion level takes that to a new level by the fact that there's like all this stuff is. It's like, there's this huge sort of, you know, clockwork, like, you know, all this sort of machinery ticking away in the background. As you say, it's sort of playing out, you know, in a lot of ways, whether you're there or not. And it's the ways you can figure out to sort of insert yourself and fuck with it. And the way the game, you know, like works around the things you've fucked up or interacted with. It's just endlessly fascinating.
You can even brute force it. I mean, as I did.
Yeah,
frequently. You know, it's just, you know.
Well, this is it. And I was going to say, like, and obviously, like, James's streams were incredible because there were so many bits where you were just absolutely unhinged. And as you say, and the game works. Like, you don't get a good score by the end of it, but it's entertaining in and of itself to do things, you know, quote unquote, badly. Like, there's still value in that.
It's like to explain. I'm sitting in the middle of a murder mystery, trying to solve clues, work out what's going on in this level, and my target just dies because I did something that allowed a character to access something who had motivations of killing my target anyway. So it was kind of like, I could have just walked in, done this thing, and then left. But I did it kind of unknowingly because I was thinking maybe that'll come in handy later. And that set off the chain of events that led to their death. And it just come up on my screen, right? You've killed the dead, the target's dead, you can leave. And I'm like, but I want to finish the murder mystery.
Like it has, you know, there is like a serious story. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what it was.
Nah.
In hindsight.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, it is darkly comical.
Oh, God, lot. The vineyard level, Sean, is hilarious because one of your targets is specifically set up to like bend over mechanical machinery. And there's like a bit where I swear there's a bit where she's like right next to like an exposed wire and leaning down and looking at it and stuff, all this sort of shit, where she's literally a comedy character dicing with death throughout the whole level, and all you need to do is nudge her at one point, and then that's it. That's the kill.
And I think, like, on one aspect of Hitman, I mean, this has been the case for a while, and this isn't exclusive to Hitman 3, but it's something that I feel gets overlooked, is that, like, if you're furious with the state of the world as it currently is, like, Hitman is all about going after untouchable high society bastards. Like, it's all people, like, the reason you've been hired to take these people out is because they're above the law. They're too fucking wealthy, they're too powerful, but they're all arseholes. And no, I don't feel like any other game really nails that in the same way.
James, though. James was killing just people doing a job.
He'll take out fucking anyone.
If they were getting in my way, then they had to be removed.
That escape that you made on the skyscraper level, man. That escape was, if you've not seen James's stream, there's a bit, I think we put it out as an advent calendar on Twitter.
Yeah.
I think I missed this.
It's in the
bit where
as well.
James, he was like in the middle of a gunfight. There's all these guards trying to beat him up and shoot him, and they're throwing fucking flashbangs at him. And when he turns around the corner and he goes, "Oh, didn't I leave a costume here?" And he just turns around the corner, finds it, puts it on, and walks out just as they storm the room, so they don't even know it's him. The fact that that's in that game compared to the way that I played it is just
and it was brilliant.
So
then,
good.
Like going back in again and then seeing them like carrying all the body bags out and all that kind of thing. You're just like, that was me. That was, and also just like hanging outside the windows and stuff. You know, like hanging around ledges and be like, do you think anyone's going to notice? You know, just stuff like that.
Well, you talk about the comedy, Sean, and that's part of it, and also the fact that he. Whatever character he's dressed up as, everyone just assumes. Well, not everyone, but like the vast majority of the people just assume that like he's a gardener now, or he's a photographer, but he's got the same voice and he's speaking in the same bland way to everyone.
And I do think this was new to Hitman 3, is that like you're impersonating people that other people like know personally. And you just get away with it. Yeah. And it's so absurd. But as you say, it's just like, but it's funny and it's interesting enough gameplay-wise that I'm just going to go with it.
It's intentional as well. It's like they know that. Yeah. They know it's stupid, it's daft and everything. So.
And he slips in like stupid puns about being there to kill them, and he just gets away with it.
See, I was really apprehensive about playing this online because the only Hitman game I'd ever played was on the PS2 like ages ago, and I thought it was rubbish. Like back then, I didn't think it was very good. Yeah. But then, and also because I was worried, because I was like, everyone always goes on about you've got to do like perfect kills and all that kind of stuff, and it's like this big puzzle box and all that.
With this.
And it's just like then I just found like no, I can really attack this however I like. And that's what I just loved about it, was just the fact that it's true, you do get rubbish scores, but who cares? It was very fun to like do it the way I was doing it. It was,
and equally, like at the other end of the scale, like I know people who really love mastering the Silent Assassin suit only runs, where it's like so you never change clothes and no one knows you were there, which I imagine essentially makes it into like a more traditional stealth game. I've got no interest in that. And that's fine. It's not a problem. It's, like everyone's free to sort of approach it however they want.
Well, it's one of those big. I've always said this about stealth games because I hate them. Right, I hate them, but I always feel that punishment in stealth games is too harsh. And when you get a stealth game that's easy to get out of, or relatively easy to get out of, I mean, I think the first Dishonored was a good shout with that. Certainly the Batman games nailed that. It's a stealth game. The vast majority of it, you'll want to do stealth, otherwise you'll just get completely ransacked all at once. So you want to take your time with it. And some of the Spider-Man levels do the same thing. But you know what? If you get caught, you can get out of it. It's not the end of the world. Whereas, like Stealth Cat, I hate it when when Wolfenstein went stealth, and it's like, oh, they see me, oh, I'm dead. Right, that really annoys me, And I think the balance of this is just about as perfect as you can get because
and the fact that like you can, if you're going into an area you're not supposed to be in, you can make the decision beforehand to be like, well, if I just chuck my gun in a bin first, if I do get found, right, they might pat me down and then be like, look, you're not meant to be here. Can we just walk you back? So like, they don't
get that far. It's already putting a bullet
when they
in
start
their head.
patting you down, that's when you draw the gun out, and then
That's when you react.
No, but you're absolutely right.
Like, you can make the decision to be like, I can modify the risk here, and it plays into how people would actually react in these situations. It wouldn't just be, you've been spotted, that's it, game over. They would just be like, sorry sir, can you just come, you're not supposed to be in here, can you walk, are you lost? Yeah, of course you are. Yeah. Like,
I just love the chaos.
People sort of assume, no one assumes you're a fucking assassin, because why would they?
I just love the chaos
unless
you could create in this game. It was just so good. Like, there's one. Do you remember that one which is in that nightclub or whatever?
Yeah,
and it's
that's
like,
good.
there's
so
one
good.
of them you can like follow this guy to the toilets, and I just like followed him in there and then shotgunned him and then just like walked out while everyone was like screaming and everything. It was brilliant. And still got away with it.
See, but and again, like that nightclub level, like the fact that it's load of targets rather than just one or two as per usual, but like they are hunting you as well.
Yeah. Well, you don't know who the targets are when you're in there. That was the twist on that one, wasn't it? You had to try and work them out.
And like they know who you are, but you're sort of listening in on their radios and sort of listening to what they're saying, trying to figure out who they are. Which again sounds difficult. The game makes it easy with the way
just appear
like
on your map
once you hear a crucial bit of info, it like highlights them or what have you. Which is fine. And again, the opportunities, I think it's opportunities, that's what they call it, isn't it? The thing where it's like, if you can completely turn it off if you want, and you can just walk around listening to things and figure stuff out yourself. But also if you leave it switched on, it's like, you've just heard this piece of information. Do you want to, and you sort of then essentially following a series of quest markers, which again is fine, because again, you're free to divert from that at any point if you want. If you want to stick with it, it's just a cool way of learning the level and the characters and their behaviors and stuff. It's just endlessly fascinating to me. I mean, my opinion of it is certainly helped by the fact that, I mean, I played a bit of the first reboot, and then I didn't touch the second one. So with Hitman 3, I got all the levels from those as well.
Yeah.
So it was just this like, holy fuck, like what a selection of just amazing things to do. But I do think Hitman 3, as I say, with that mansion level, the nightclub level, there's just these examples of them really just elevating just elevating the concept of it. It's just incredible.
That last level is shit. But other than that,
I never did it. I never actually did it because everyone told me it was shit. Don't you basically just walk down a path and then shoot someone? Is that?
Well, there's like still stealth involved as you're walking down that path, and that's the bit where you just kind of think, I'd rather it if it just been you break free and kill someone. Like, the other stuff they did in that was rubbish, but the other levels more than made up for it.
Is the skyscraper one the one where James did that incredible exit? Is that the Dubai level?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
because I've read, isn't it like the world record for that is like 9 seconds? The fact you can have,
wow, really?
Yeah, like you can take hours or you can do it in all sorts of different ways. But the fact there is like a way to do it in under 10 seconds is also just a testament to how well the game has been designed, and I guess compared to previous Hitman games as well. But
I wouldn't want to do it like that though. I mean, I spent nearly 2 hours on the mansion level, and I loved every second of it.
But isn't it clever the fact that they can? Also, Dave, have you seen Knives Out, Dave?
No, you keep asking me.
Which is obviously what that level's kind of based on, or
really good.
Don't know.
Hitman 3 is good. I like it.
What's it up against? Let's find out.
Oh no.
I don't want any of mine to be up against this, I'll be honest. Oh my god.
Oh no, what?
Oh my god, what the fuck are we going to do? It is one of mine. It's the Artful Escape.
Oh no. Fuck's sake. Oh, go on.
The Artful Escape is a narrative game that looks like a platformer. However, there's no platforming involved, really. There's no combat. You very rarely die. You can fall down gaps, but you just appear just before the gaps. I mean, there's no challenge involved in playing the Artful Escape. The Artful Escape is a narrative-based visual experience that incorporates music that you may not necessarily like, but gives you a reason to like it. Mainly the combination of what it looks like and what it sounds like. Mainly just the overall journey that the lead character's going through and experiencing that. Everything sort of plays into one another. You play as, what is the character's name? Anyone remember?
Francis Vendetti, or is that his uncle?
Francis Vendetti, I think, is the uncle. But anyway, you play the nephew of a very famous folk singer on the eve of a small town.
I remember his name now. It's
yeah, that's right. On the eve of a small town celebrating the album that your uncle released, and they're all expecting you to go up on stage and sing his songs. That's what the whole town are expecting. And you can play guitar, but you don't really feel your uncle's music. It's not your style of music. It's not the music that you love. What you love is 80s power rock, essentially. And you've never really lived a life where you can follow the dream of playing the music you want to play because you've been living in the shadow of your uncle your whole life. You meet a character who opens a door to you, and you, from that point, you go on an incredible journey to discover the music that you love and the self-confidence in thinking, no, this is what I am. I'm this. I'm not what my uncle was, and I don't want to spend my life trying to be like my uncle. I want to express myself in the way that I want to express myself. It does that in the most bizarre way. You meet the most bizarre characters. It's all completely crazy, and it is probably one of the best looking games I've played this year, if not the best looking game I've played this year. I mean, it's stunning to look at, and it does stuff visually that I cannot believe A, has not been done before, and B, is not. Like, how did this not win Best Art Direction? I don't get that. How did that not win that at the Game Awards this year? Because it's so different to everything I've ever seen before, yet makes so much sense visually that I just think that it's a crime that didn't win that award. Like, again, I've said it about other games on our list this year, but it's a real step forward. And I loved every single moment of it. It's like a 5-hour experience. I've read lots of criticisms about this game. A lot of people saying it did nothing for me. I'm just holding right and pressing X every now and then. Like, why this isn't a game? I've heard quite a lot. And I look at that and go, yeah, I get that. I get why you would think that. Like, there are a lot of people that sit down to play games and they expect games, right? And this debate was going on during the whole walking simulator period, you know, when Gone Home come out and games like that. They were going, all you're doing is walking around and reading stuff. This is not a game. This does not class as a game. There's no gameplay there. There's no risk involved in anything you're doing. You might as well be pushing forward. I mean, people threw that argument at Tomb Raider, and Tomb Raider is a fucking third person action game. And there's a hell of a lot more gameplay in Tomb Raider than there is in The Artful Escape. It's very limited what you do in this game. But that's not why I'm nominating it. I'm nominating it because I was emotionally taken along for the ride. I'm not a big fan of the genre of music that it was championing, but I got it, you know, and I fell in love with the characters, and it blew me away visually. I thought this was one of the best experiences I had this year in front of my console. Like, I genuinely, a total standout, and it was a game that I sat people down and said, give this a go for a bit. Look at this. Took screenshots of it, took video clips of it, sent it to my friends, and said, The Artful Escape is insane, man. You need to just try it. You may not like it, and if you don't by about an hour in, then delete it, fine. But if you're anything like me, then you will not be able to do that. and you'll want to see it through to the end, and you will fall in love with its world and its ideas and its themes and its messages. And man, it really got quite emotional at the end for me, you know?
Yeah. 100%.
Character arcs, story, the way the story ended up, everything coming together. I just really blew me away from start to finish this. It's one of my game of the years. But then so's Hitman. But we'll get to that. We'll get to the voting. I think we all played this through, right?
Yeah, I played it through.
We did. I think we all loved it, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I was the last to this, I think, wasn't I? But yeah, I absolutely adored it. As you say, barely a game. And yet, I think it would have suffered if they'd gone, actually, it's a difficult platformer. Or not even a difficult platformer, you know, if there was a degree of challenge, I think it would have spoiled it somewhat. Like the fact that you are, just as you say, just sort of sprinting through these like beautiful environments, just automatically playing guitar solos. Yeah. But like with that little bit of expression that, like, you know, you can jump and then hit the guitar button again to essentially do a double jump, but also to, like, you know, hit a chord at the same time and and then go into the knee slide if you want, and then jump out of that again. Like there's just enough expression there that you feel like you're doing it. You know, it's even though your sort of interaction is essentially meaningless in any sort of mechanical sense. You're just like, yeah, this is how it would, like, if I was, you know, an amazing guitar player, this is how it would feel gliding through fucking space and alien planets, you know, waking all the alien flowers up with my fucking riffs. Yeah. Like, it's it's absolutely absurd, and yet, as you say, it still manages to paint this very relatable tale of, you know, why it's ridiculous to try and live up to people's expectations of you if you're not feeling it. You know, I mean, that's a theme throughout the game, and yet there's one line, like, towards the very end, and it's like a complete throwaway line that just absolutely blew me away in terms of just ramming that point home. It's absolutely beautiful.
I was really grateful that it wasn't so punishing, because I felt that it would have just ruined the vibe of, like, the whole thing if it had been.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I mean, I was terrible at those rhythm bits, but I didn't care because I was enjoying myself. You know, just like,
those rhythm bits. I think those rhythm bits are easier than you think, because you know.
Yeah,
I do wonder. So you know the Simon Says bits.
Yeah.
Were you waiting until the end and then putting the inputs?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I was doing them.
You didn't need to do that.
No. Yeah,
you could do them as whenever they're telling you what they are.
I was going to say, because calling them rhythm bits is probably giving him too much credit, because you don't actually have to adhere to the rhythm, do you? You just as long as you play the same notes.
I think that's because I remember you telling me you struggled with that, and I remember thinking, how? And then I remembered the first one, I waited to the end, and then the second one, I was like, okay, I was like just getting the muscle memory, and I was like, oh no, it's working while they're telling me what the next button is. This is a piece of piss now. So, yeah, I think
it's a cool feeling. It's that sense of, like, you know, it's still a sort of call and answer structure, like I say, it's like Simon Says, but that sense that you can sort of do it in time with them.
Yeah, you're jamming with them, man. You ain't following their lead. You're jamming with them.
Exactly. It's fully collaborative.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just love that it's, at no point is it about... It is Francis, by the way. It's Johnson as his uncle.
Ah, Johnson, right, okay.
Like, his skill is never in question. His skill isn't the problem. It's just his willingness to disappoint all these people who have these expectations of him, and him just working on that bravery and that sort of, you know, self-confidence to be like, no, this is who I am. Even though, you know, the character that you're creating as him is a fabrication, but it's obviously it's still a reflection of him, even if it's a completely absurd one. And I just I think I still stand by my criticism that they should have not had you could type your own name in. Like, yes,
that
100%.
really did That really did piss me off, actually.
It's clear that works in terms of the themes of the story, but I think that's almost too much. I would be much happier.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
When
it doesn't in the themes of like it doesn't in the themes of other story. Like, for example, you can dress your character up at some point.
Yeah, I love that.
Right?
Yeah.
If that had a drawing creator thing, then you understand it, right? Because you've got that creative flair, and then you see it on your character. Whereas doing that for the name, and where you've got your creative flair, but that's not reflected in the game, that's where I thought, man, that I would rather.
It just sounded bad as well.
It did. Should we should probably just quickly explain this, because I know it's been a while since we talked about it on the show.
Okay.
Because you're making all these choices about who your character is, right? And you're choosing stuff from menus, which is fine. Like there's so much there to choose from that it feels like you're really sort of piecing something together yourself. But because you're choosing stuff from menus, those decisions are then reflected in dialogue throughout the game.
Yeah.
But you also have this one thing where it's like, oh, type in your first name. And then because you've typed it in, obviously none of the characters can say it out loud. And it's just replaced by the sound of someone shredding on a guitar for 2 seconds.
Yeah, and what's annoying
it's
is
really
that
jarring.
You write your name and then you put a nickname from a menu. So it was like something Stardust. So it would go, so what do you think? Stardust. And it was like, oh, that ruins it. Yeah.
Really totally unnecessary. It's so strange when they clearly nailed how that stuff should work, and then they just added this one element that sort of spoils it. But don't know.
Minor criticism, but I think a valid one. Let's get to voting.
Oh, do we have to?
Matt.
It's The Artful Escape
Monty
for me.
Python's Flying Circus. Sorry, what was that?
It's The Artful Escape for me.
James.
Hitman 3.
Sean? I'm cleverly making me the last person to go.
I was going to say, this is cheating.
Very clever.
Hitman 3 is probably the better game. In terms of what has stuck with me and means more to me, it's Artful Escape.
Again, these are two games that are like so evenly matched, even though they're completely polar opposite.
Well, exactly, because one is like 100% systems, and apparently there's a story, but who cares? And then the other one is barely a game, but an incredible story and a audiovisual experience. And
it's the Guardians of the Galaxy versus Halo Infinite all over again.
Yeah,
it's just
well, no, so for me, I think I've made a decision, and the reason I'm going this way is dumb, and I might not use this again in future, but as I look at these two games, I think Hitman 3 was fucking amazing, right? But Hitman 3 was the new Hitman game, whereas The Artful Escape really did feel like something completely fresh. Like it felt so new and interesting.
And the fact that, like, even though it's all about Francis, as I say, sort of kicking against these expectations of him, and him not really being into folk music, and him sort of being resentful of, this town in Colorado and all these people who want him to be this person that he isn't. There is zero animosity towards folk music or towards that town.
No, totally, yeah.
The songs they've made, the Johnson Vendetti songs are still really good. The town is fucking beautiful. Like, at no point is it trying to be like, this is all shit, isn't it? Yeah, fuck this.
The only counter to that was the guy running the what is it, the concert. That guy.
Oh, yeah, he's a fucker.
Yeah, he's a bit of a dick. but everything else about it was great. Also, it really didn't need to have the word bastard in there right at the start, because that set me up for the rest of the game thinking, well, Harry's not watching this.
Yeah,
and even though that is such a minor swear word. Or doesn't she call you a little shit or something? She does swear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. And I was like, oh, well, okay.
Oh,
so I don't know what's in the rest of this game, so no, Harry, you can't watch it.
Yeah,
okay,
I think that was absolutely needless.
That goes through.
That is a shame. I'm saying it's Artful Escape is very good, and I enjoyed it, but it's just a shame to lose Hitman, because Hitman was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it,
every
man.
round is going to be like this.
Well, this is what's crazy is that we've but like I've been thinking all week. There's not one game that I want to win, and there genuinely isn't. There's genuinely not one game that I want to win, and that might change as we go through this. But it's making these first rounds really, really hard. Jesus. Okay. Let's just move straight on. We've got Sean, Sea of Thieves, the Pirates of the Caribbean DLC. Matt, James, if you want to get a drink or go to the toilet.
Are any of my games in this?
All right, James.
Oh my God, yeah, James, we're going to do all this, then it's just going to be the Matt hour.
They're all going to be face off against each other, Matt, is what's going to happen.
If anyone wants to go for a drink or a piss, now's your time to do it. Sean, why is Sea of Thieves Pirates of the Caribbean on the DLC? And don't say because I did a deal with Dave.
And bearing in mind that we've been recording for nearly 2 hours already.
You know how it works. We always take about 3 hours doing the first round, and then it's just lightning quick after that.
Yeah, I know, but not 3 hours on one game. Sean,
I'm half a bottle in, so can we just keep moving?
Really? Already?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, James.
Are you feeling it?
No, I'm all right at the moment. It's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Not feeling it at all.
Right. Obviously, everyone who listens to the show has already heard a lot of this. We often get quite a few new listeners on the Game of the Year show. I will try and contextualise this as quickly as possible.
I'll start from the beginning.
You don't have to talk about a game that came out in 2006.
December 2019.
In the beginning.
Right, yeah, long story short, this is the game that has got me through this year in terms of not being able to fucking see people. I don't know about you guys, I found this year probably harder than last year, just in terms of, like, at least when we were in proper lockdown, everyone knew what the rules were. Whereas I feel like this year has been full of, like, almost making plans and then not being able to, and not being sure if it's safe or whatever. I've not really enjoyed it. But this is the game that, like, you know, we've talked a lot about obviously doing the show has been like a major lifeline for us, but this year has been my other major lifeline. As discussed earlier, I was fully taking the piss out of Sea of Thieves when it first launched. There was, you know, the sailing about was quite fun, but other than that, there was fuck all to do. There is now absolutely shitloads of really interesting and fun stuff to do other than blowing up other people's boats, which we'll get onto. Like all the tall tales that they've added, these, you know, more story focused, much more you know, intricate, sort of interesting quests for you to do that sort of basically involve like a lot of puzzle solving, some combat. The combat's still not good. Right, the sword fighting is fine, whatever. Which is why it was really fascinating for me to be like, oh, the Tall Tales are basically like these sort of really interesting cooperative puzzles, right? That involve like going, you know, sort of reading through a book, and like it'll be like someone's diary and having to sort of chart a course to different islands and figuring out what puzzles you need to solve on each island and stuff. And it just feels genuinely cooperative in a way that very few other games do, right? It's the constant communication, people figuring stuff out, people having access to sort of slightly different bits of information based on where they are and what they're looking at, communicating that, other people figuring things out that maybe you wouldn't have figured out by yourself. And it just feels good. It feels like spending time with your mates in a way that, you know, Halo can't, Forza 5 can't. It's really hard to explain, and I fucking love it for that. But that's pre-Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
So
are we getting onto the
discount
actual
all of that?
Nomination
Yeah, discount all of that.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's a bit.
Obviously, that doesn't count because that's from 2009.
So I have beef with people who play Sea of Thieves primarily as a PvP game. I think it's the least interesting thing to do. I don't like having my session ruined by people who just think it's funny to blow up each other's shit. Yeah, it's a game about pirates, but it's just, I don't know. I just do not understand the appeal of playing it that way. And as I've discussed, the things I enjoy doing in this game are so precious to me that this is why I get so shitty about people, right, who insist on playing PvP. But whatever. I really wanted more PvE stuff. So imagine my reaction when they announced they were going to do more PvE stuff, and it was all focused around the Pirates of the Caribbean, which, I mean, playing Sea of Thieves as much as I did, right? I got into pirates, right? In general, I watched a shit Netflix documentary series, which and even enjoyed the fuck out of that.
You downloaded Game of Thrones illegally.
Yeah, exactly. All that stuff. Started, stealing ships and shooting people, and just a bit of a laugh.
He don't like the jokes about him, Matt. Can you just chill with the jokes about
I did really like his Captain Jack impression that he was doing for like a while. It was good.
Yeah. Costume and everything. So I was just like, and as part of that, Isaac wanted to watch a film one afternoon. I was like, do you know what? I'll stick Pirates of the Caribbean on. Fucking not good, right? The first half of maybe the first film is enjoyable, and then it's not a fan. So then they announced this, and I was just like, great. I've sort of got what I wanted, but in the worst way possible. And then they mentioned that, like, it's like, oh yeah, it does borrow from the films, but also it borrows from the ride quite a lot. And I was like, well, who cares about that? I've never been on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. No interest, right? And the new DLC comes out, and I'm like, right, well, let's give it a go. Did it with my crew. And it's really, really fucking good. The fact, like, the stuff that it takes from the ride is fascinating. Like, you're going through these, like, different sort of scenarios and environments and stuff. It's a lot more scripted and guided, right, than the main game. You're very much just in these completely separate areas where you just kind of, push through. Again, there's puzzles and stuff and a bit of fighting and what have you. But it's how well it, like, nails the tone and the fact that the ride has existed for 30 years or something ridiculous like that. Obviously there's something to it, and you do get a sense of that, like, magic of it. Like, the fact that they've taken loads of dialogue straight out of the ride, which again sounds ridiculous. It's a fucking ride, like a fucking theme park ride. And yeah, it's just, there's just a tone and a vibe to it all that I was really impressed with. And again, it sort of takes, the framework of Sea of Thieves and does something completely different with it by delivering quite a sort of focused, narrative-led thing that's completely separate from the rest of the game world, and is really fucking enjoyable. And I mean, on top of that, this year they've also started this new seasons thing. So every 3 months there's a new season with new shit to do. That's been really cool. It's very rare for me to be like this focused on one particular game.
Unless it's Destiny.
And this, unless it's Destiny. But even that, like this has like killed Destiny for me pretty much. Don't really. I mean, I probably will go back to Destiny at some point, but this has pretty much supplanted it. I fucking love it. I know it's not going through, but I've said my bit now.
Well, who knows? Who knows what it's up against?
We don't know, Sean.
We don't know, Sean. It might go through.
Mate, I hope it's up against Resident Evil.
Actually, it'd have a chance.
Yeah. It's going to be.
I'm so tempted to make you switch your vote before we even pull out the next swing. Let's have a look. It's up against. You're right, Matt. You've got a game out now, mate.
Here we go.
All right, wake up.
Sea of Thieves. The Pirates of the Caribbean DLC versus Metroid Dread.
I mean, should we just move on now?
Matt, why is Metroid Dread on the Game of the Year list?
Oh my god, Metroid Dread is a game that when I first saw it, I was like, well, obviously people know my views on Super Metroid. I played on stream. I enjoyed it for the most part, but the controls killed it.
No, you didn't.
But I saw this, like, this looks good.
You hated the whole thing. You said the controls were shit.
Yeah, I said the controls were shit. No, and I fully agree with that still. But I saw this, like, okay, well, this looks good. But I absolutely did not anticipate me loving it as much as I did. And this is for sure one of my games of the year. I think for a bunch of reasons. I think ultimately, and this is going to sound weird, it's because of the controls. Because it just I think it's one of the best controlling games this year. Like, combat feels so incredibly tight. The platforming, feels amazing, just genuinely navigating the environment. And then you combine that with how you're utilising the controls, how you're utilising your weapons and abilities to navigate the environment, to kill bosses, to then later in the game maybe go and try and find all the secrets where you're chaining together all your various abilities. Like the platforming, the controls just feel pixel perfect. They're just like I liked games like Celeste many years ago, because you felt fully in control of the game, and it wasn't like, okay, well, I've the game screwed me there, or the game's done this, or the game's done that. I think the controls are so good, so tight. I mean, but the combat links into that, of course, as well. I'm not sure if it's worth me going to the story. You play as Samus, and you go to a random planet, and basically loads of aliens there. Also, there's other robots called Emmy. We'll come on to that bit in a minute, but I think combat is just it never stops getting fun. From even the simple enemies at the beginning of the game to the bosses, which I think the boss battles are absolutely fantastic as well. I mean, so many of them I went into thinking, I don't know how I'm going to do this. They feel so incredibly tough at the beginning. It takes a few, at least for me, it was really tough at the beginning. It took a few goes, and then once you learn what the game's trying to tell you to do, or what the boss expects you to do in terms of combining your weapons, your abilities, when you do eventually get to kill these bosses, it feels like you've gone from I can't do it to actually the time you do it, you probably do it without getting touched at all, or very, very few times, because you've learned what needs to be done to kill his bosses. I think all the bosses were fantastic, and some of them towards the end, I was like, okay, maybe I can't do this, maybe this is too tough, but stuck with it, and I thought they were really, really inventive. I think they all look fantastic. I love the kind of semi-cut, well, I guess it's like a mini cutscene you get when you see these bosses. And the bosses look fantastic. I love their design. And I think the game overall looks fantastic. I mean, like, the lighting, I think, is the most impressive thing. It makes even kind of basic rooms look lived in. It really adds to the atmosphere, whether you're in a jungle or like a spaceship or whatever it is, or if you're outside a large area as you're going into where a boss is. I'm really, really impressed with how it looks. And also, it's kind of, I don't know if it's 60 frames or what, but it feels incredibly smooth. Again, that links in really well with how the combat feels, how the controls feel. It's just a joy to play overall, which again is kind of the polar opposite of how I felt with Super Metroid. So it does the standard Metroid stuff where obviously you're playing the game and there's doors that are locked, and then you get a new weapon or ability, and that can unlock certain doors, and then you go around all the map, and it's a huge map, or at least I found it quite big, and there are tons and tons of doors to unlock. I mean, at first I thought, oh, maybe it's just going to be like 4 or 5, but I think there might be as much as like 20 different locked doors that you have to like find weapons for or abilities for. And this doesn't just like lock you in like one area. I was finding myself traveling from like the furthest area down back towards the start, left and right, and I thought that was good. I mean,
you went left and right,
left and up and down, yeah.
Shit, man!
I hear a lot about
that game wrong.
These kinds of games where it's a lot of backtracking, but the backtracking never kind of felt boring to me, because I was excited to see how I can use my new weapon or ability, or exactly what I'm going to unlock in the map. But I should probably talk about the MEs, because the MEs are probably the biggest, or probably the biggest change. Again, I've only played Super Metroid, so I don't know what it's like in all the other games, but the MEs are these robots that you see in these ME zones. They have this like radar. They try and catch you. If you go within like their radar and they get you, you're transported into a very, very quick QTE where you have 2 incredibly small windows with which to parry their attacks. And if you can parry one or both of them, you can run away and try and escape a bit to try and find an exit to the zone, and then those enemies don't chase you further than that. Now, the parrying is so difficult that at first I'm like, well, what's the point of this? I'm just getting killed instantly. And even towards the end, I felt like I never truly nailed it. But those moments were always exciting. And at first I was tempted to just try and attack the ME, but you clearly realised that actually, no, it's about running away in those areas. It's not about trying to stand and fight, because 95% of the time or more, you're going to get killed in a shot. So I really, really enjoyed those. They were basically stealth zones, but you're trying to blitz through them as quick as possible. I thought the MEs were really, really fantastic. And I thought the story was really good. It wasn't terribly complicated. I know there's obviously many more Metroid games, and is this like the sequel to Fusion, or does it follow on from Fusion?
It does, yeah. This is the 5th one in the series.
But is this a direct sequel to that?
Yes,
or does
it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so I didn't obviously know how all the story going in, but it's pretty simple. But it still kept me interested right through to the end. It got some good twists and turns, and it really made me kind of care for Samus. I mean, you don't hear her talk, but even like the
you do.
You do you?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, is there like one or two lines where you hear her talk?
Yeah.
Okay, but for the most part, even just seeing her face felt kind of evocative, or like even like when her visor kind of dissipates and you actually get to see the face behind the visor, even though they were quite impactful moments, which I thought was excellent.
There's that bit that's really, sorry Matt, there's that other bit that's really good where, like the first boss that you take on, and it's just the way that she like fires the weapon at him, like so sort of casually. And it's just great because I mean this is the 5th game in the series, and it's supposed to be the end of this part of the story, and you really get that feeling of like how Summer says this is like the end of this, and that she's been through a lot already, and
where the fuck do you go from that point?
Yeah,
because
she's a professional.
She's such an absolute badass in this. It's amazing.
Yeah, man.
I haven't mentioned this, but I played through this, finished it. I finished it just before we were originally supposed to record the Game of the Year show.
Okay.
And yeah, really enjoyed it. I thought, I had a few negative feelings towards it. Mainly that I think the Emmy stuff got a little bit old. I thought the control system was a little bit clumsy with the amount of different things you had to do on the shoulder buttons or whatever to do what you wanted to pull off, especially in a heat of battle. But other than that, I thought the combat was really good fun. I thought the exploration was really good fun, and I thought the story was great. I think it looked wonderful as well. I love the design of everything. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, I went into this not having played a Metroid game for more than say an hour. A 2D Metroid game. I played some of the 3D ones for longer. But playing this and just going, oh shit, yeah, I get this. This is really cool. I went. I admittedly I didn't play it for that long, but I did the moment I finished with the credits. I went to Super Metroid on the SNES or whatever. But yeah, I was really impressed with what this did. I have some reservations, but it's not really about that at this point. I thought this was a brilliant game, and I was so satisfied when I killed that final boss because I really struggled with it. There was some cues that I didn't pick up on, let's put it that way, that made the whole fight a lot tougher. And then when I realised what I needed to do, I was like, I'm an idiot. Like, clearly that's what you're supposed to do for this attack. Once I worked it out, it was a piece of piss, but that happened a couple of times, didn't it, Sean? I text you at one bit and we just went, how the fuck do you do this boss? You're like, you've just unlocked ability, try that. And then I did it first time. I was like, oh, right, okay, yeah, I'm just being thick.
This was another game as well that I think like expectations were not very high for this either. Like, I mean, my expectations were not high because I just thought, okay, this is the developer was like they'd done what's it called, Samus Returns, which was okay, but their track record wasn't amazing, for this kind of things. And it
and because I went back and obviously so I'd played Castlevania Lords of Shadow, which they did and was good, but not really.
Yeah, I played that as well.
Not a Metroidvania. It's very more of a sort of God of War style thing. But then they also did Mirror of Fate.
Yeah,
and that that originally came out on the 3DS, but then there was like an Xbox 360 version which I saw for like £2.50. So I bought it and was like, oh man, this is going to get me excited for Metroid Dread because it's the same team doing the same kind of game. It's fucking awful.
I know. You see, I played the 3DS version, and it was like I played it through right to the end, and it was like this is all right.
Bad.
It's just, and it's like, but yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was not pumped for Dread because I just thought this team don't seem great. But don't
get me wrong, like Mirror of Fate's like 10 years old or something. It's probably lots of different people who worked on this and. Or those people have gotten better, but yeah, there was that doubt was absolutely there for me. I had no idea how this was going to go, But yeah, I mean, I absolutely adored it as well.
I mean, I think I was sending you messages when I first started playing this, Sean, and it was just like, this is the real deal. Like, I was just really shocked at just how good it was. It was, it was, especially because also, like, earlier in the year, we played Axiom Verge 2, which I was thinking, this is good. Yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, this is going in
the
list.
And I thought there's no way that, that Metroid's going to be able to live up to this, probably not. And then, I mean, that hasn't even made my list, because compared with that, it's nowhere near. Like, this is just so much 100%. Better. Yeah.
And like Axiom Verge 2 is fucking great.
Yeah.
Like if you've played Dread and you're itching for another Metroidvania, especially one you can play on Switch, Axiom Verge 2 is really good. But as you say, an hour or two into Dread, it was just like, this completely blows it out of the water.
There's only one thing about Dread that I think is not as good as the previous games in the series, and that's the music. I think it was completely forgettable.
Yes,
the music was terrible.
The music was fucking awful.
It's and that is one of the best things about Super Metroid. Like the atmosphere that the music creates in that game is incredible, and you just don't get that.
And that's the worst. Like, that's the most excruciating thing, is that there are some bits of the soundtrack in Dread that are incredible, and it's because they're remixes of Super Metroid tracks.
Exactly. Even I recognised certain bits, and I was like, this is great. And then it was like, it just went back to... I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to? Yeah, what weird. Also, I will say, it is, I love the idea of a Metroidvania where it's like, you're seeing all these things that you get an ability later on, and you're like, I'll go back there and then I can do that. Whereas there were points in this where I rolled my eyes like all the way around, where it was like, burning tree, can't get past burning tree. And it was like, where have these come from? Are you clearly you're going to get an ability later. Green shield on the door now. What, instead of an orange shield? Yeah, green shield. You can't do this. And I'm like, this feels a little bit forced, right?
There's very much, like, you will see a lot of stuff through the game that, like, sort of suggestions of secrets and stuff, like blocks you can't destroy or whatever because you need another ability. Like, there's not really much merit in exploring by yourself until you've got basically every ability. And then suddenly everything opens up. And don't get me wrong, that experience is fucking amazing. So I still haven't actually done the final boss. I've reached the final boss and went, right, really? I'm going to go back. Well, it was on the list, obviously, to try and get it done, but then I thought I'd be better off playing other stuff that I really didn't have much to say about, whereas like Sea of Thieves. It's a great game. They keep adding new stuff all the time. So that obviously getting to the final boss and going, this is horrendous. I'm going to go back and find extra stuff. That experience of going back and looking for the extra stuff has probably been my favourite bit.
Oh yeah, that elevated it for me, for sure. I mean, I was loving it anyway. It was my opinion of the game was getting better and better, and I thought, well, I'm generally shit at games, so I should probably go back and collect upgrades and weapon tanks and whatnot, and then then it kind of transformed like a whole new game for me. I thought, okay, I'll get a few, but then I was like, well, hang on, I've done like 95% of this area, I might as well just 100% that one area, and then I mean, I went up and down left and right.
Especially, like, that's what's weird. Literally no fear, just going through that game.
Yeah, that was also awesome.
I mean, I don't even need to. You don't even need to be in the same room as something and kill it. Like, it's so weird.
But it's also that some of those collectibles they're just like little discrete puzzles as well. You know, that you're like playing through to try and figure out.
Absolutely,
but some of them are a bit wank, right? Though, like that Spark Shine or whatever it's called, the one
the
where you have to
stuff was so satisfying there when you nail it.
Yeah,
no,
man.
it wasn't.
So good.
Oh no, it absolutely was. I mean, some of it, I had my head banging against the wall for ages.
The Shine Spark stuff.
Yeah,
it just felt
that's
clumsy.
where you're really that's where the controls come into their own. They're really kind of you're combining and like almost regenerating the different moves to get up and down. And, I thought that was so satisfying, and then elevated the game for me even more doing that stuff.
And that process of just like looking at, because obviously there are hidden items that you get by just having the ability that you need, right? And it's just like, oh, there's the thing, there's a block I need to destroy with this certain missile or fucking whatever. And you do it and you get it, and that's fine. And then you start seeing some of these items that you're just like, well, that's impossible. What the fuck? Like, there's no way of doing that. And then you sort of go, well, hang on a minute. If I go over here and get a run up, right, hang on, no, that doesn't quite work. If I go to this next room, get a run up from there, shoot this, jump over that, no, hang on, that's still not quite right. If I go 3 rooms back and kill these enemies, jump off this, bounce off this wall, sprint down here, but and it just, the way these things sort of unfold and you sort of piece together the route to this one item that's just stuck in a bit of a fucking ceiling or something. And you just, in the space of 10, 20 minutes, you go from this is literally impossible, I'm never going to do this, to hang on a minute, to actually getting it. And it's incredible.
That's how I felt with the bosses as well, because it was it's similar to that Mario thing of just you think you can't do it and you keep repeatedly doing it. And then when you actually finally do it, you're like, actually, that wasn't very hard. It's just that
the Mario thing.
That's just it. The actual execution of it is not easy by any stretch, but it's 90%. Just understanding the mechanics, which, to be fair, could explain themselves better. It basically it barely explains the shine spark, but then there's other nuances to it that you sort of need to figure out by trial and error or use a guide on the internet. But that sense of figuring it out was just an absolute joy, I thought.
Which way are we voting?
It's Metroid Dread.
No, let's leave Sean last. I'm going Metroid Dread, obviously. Matt?
I'm going to go Metroid Dread.
James?
I really like Jack Sparrow.
If they could put Jack Sparrow in Metroid Dread, that would really be the pinnacle, wouldn't it?
He's he's the main character. He is very funny.
James,
in Metroid Dread.
Could we pay the guy? If I pay the guy who does the Jack Sparrow impersonation in Sea of Thieves to do all the lines from the computer in Metroid Dread and hack the game to put that in, would you vote?
Charlie loved that thing, the ball. Charlie loved it. Yeah, can you go and talk to him again? No, I can't. You can't repeat the cutscene in it. Talk to him, man. Kick it off. Go on. Which way are you voting, Sean?
Just Metroid Dread.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a shame.
Because I'm a reasonable man and it's the better game.
I was hoping that you were going to vote for Sea of Thieves and then I might have used my change of vote. Hey, I want to just, as a token, I want to vote for Sea of Thieves. Change it, Sean. Shame. All right, come on. Let's get through these and then we'll go for a piss break. All right.
I do need a piss, yeah.
Do you want to go now or do you want to go?
Yeah, if you need it, go now.
I need to build up my tolerance. Working from home's absolutely destroyed my.
There's a toilet strength right there all the time. It's amazing.
Exactly. Why would I ever put up with slightly needing a piss?
It gives us an opportunity to properly check in on James Farley. So yeah, let's go now. True. Let's go for a break. We'll see you after the break.
James. Oh no.
No, you know when I said I was fine.
You were lying?
It started to catch up with me now.
Yeah.
How much of the ball do you have
first round, James?
Matt, are you still there?
Oh, so yeah, I'm here.
I have my Bluetooth headphones on while I went for a piss. James said, do a video about 8 times.
Yeah, he's done the video on WhatsApp.
I'm just going to do a video. Why? Video. He didn't explain why. Hold on. Wait. We'll play this because he's in the toilet, isn't he? Hold on. This is for the listeners. Leave this in.
There you go. I'm doing a video. So that's how much is left. You'll get that in a second on WhatsApp. And I've gone through 2 of those cans, but I might need to go and get another one out of the fridge. Right, there we go.
Yeah, so for people at home, he's about halfway through how big is that bowl?
I can't tell. It changes every time I see it.
It's a third of a litre, actually. So
hello.
Just over a third of a litre.
Do you know?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what's. I'll tell you something, right? I'll tell you what's dangerous with this, which is annoying, right? Is last year.
Why have you done this again?
Eh?
Why have you done this again?
It's different this year because the thing is, right?
Is it?
No, but it's different because
that makes it better.
No. Just listen, right? So before,
I'm just imagining James with his arm around me, no, listen.
It's different this year.
First of all, I'm drinking out of a coffee cup. I didn't do that last year. The other reason
it's
different is that, and the reason it's more dangerous this year is because the whiskey in the Coke was tasted bad. Like, it wasn't very good. Whereas this tasted bad. This tastes amazing. This tastes so good, and it's like I can't stop sort of drinking it. It's
James
terrible.
has just ordered another bottle from Amazon Prime.
It's fine. Let's move on. Go on. Cut this bit.
Can I eat some Pringles first?
You can cut this bit, yeah.
Right, we ready for the next round? Right, next round. First game. James's game.
Oh.
Chicory.
Oh. Okay.
He genuinely forgotten that was in there, didn't he? I remember the game.
Who's got that? That's honest me.
Why have you done this again?
See, now
you can't get pissed
now I've
every
got to
year,
struggle
James.
through this, which is going to be a bit difficult. But,
James, also, I can't describe this like last year when I came in and saved you. What game was that?
Yeah. Also, Matt has actually sent you a fax. So if you could open up the little package that Matt sent you, there's 2 cans of fax in there.
Happy New Year.
So anyway, I mean, I nominated Chicory because it did mean a lot to me. It was a very enjoyable game. It's a game about a dog colouring in black and white landscapes, which sounds like it could be boring, but it absolutely isn't. So you are given the power of the paintbrush, and you have to go around and sort of, colour in all the different landscapes. And the whole game really is about this feeling of imposter syndrome and inadequacy. And I really related to that. And it's that constant nag all the time that you're not good enough. That's the way what the game really focuses on. And it may have sub-Zelda level like sort of puzzles, but the focus instead is on the sort of the self-expression that you have from this. And that's why I really enjoyed it. I mean, I felt like I could colour in everything and there was no judgment. It's just this sort of personal satisfaction of you've cleared a screen and you've got to the sort of the next area. And it's the game's narrative sort of really tapped into my own feelings sort of more than I probably would have liked, particularly around this sort of like the dread and the fear of failure. When I was doing my PhD, like you spend like 3 years working on something which you like the only person that sees it really is like your supervisor and other people when you're sort of doing seminar presentations and etc. And you constantly have this feeling that it's going to be no good, that there's something completely wrong with it. Maybe somebody's already done it, and it's horrible. Like this sort of constant feeling of dread and fear of failure and sort of exposure that it's not going to be great. And that's why this game really meant a lot to me, because it really focuses on that sort of aspect of the thing that I loved about it was it wasn't too heavy-handed in dealing with this idea, and it didn't sort of give across this idea that there is a quick fix to this, but it focused instead on this idea of the joy of self-expression without fear. The fact that you can sort of colour the world in whatever way that you want, and you shouldn't have to worry about how people are sort of feeling about what you're doing. And one of the other aspects of this that I thought was really interesting was the way in which the way you interact with the world is by helping other people, which then helps your character grow as a person. And that's the other aspect that I really liked. It's just this idea that trying is enough, that there's enough there that you can just try and you can help others, and then we can grow. And that's why this was great. I mean, as I said, the puzzle aspects, it's not a deep system at all. It really is just you can colour however you feel like, but that's why it was enjoyable, I felt.
Yeah, I played a bit of this. I really liked the story, but it didn't really give me enough to drag me through. I like the colouring in it, but again, I found that to get a little bit old. I was more interested in, the first time you meet a boss in that game, you're like, oh, there's way more to this. So I enjoyed that stuff, and the script character interactions were great. So I could see why this was great. It just did not hold my attention for long enough, so I sort of fell off it. Did anyone else try it?
I did. Yeah.
So I was well up for this. I was really excited about it. I backed it on Kickstarter because it's by Greg Lobanov, who made Wonder Song, which I absolutely adored. And yeah, I think I streamed. There was a demo of it. Really enjoyed it, and then it actually came out. James played and finished it and loved it, and I was like, yes, need to crack on with that because I'm absolutely buzzing to play it. And honestly, I've been really struggling to spend much time with it. It's not been grabbing me. There's been bits. Like, I really like the puzzles. I think the puzzles are really good, and they make really smart use of the fact that, yes, you're the little dog running around this 2D environment, but then also you've got this paintbrush, and the sort of that interacts with the world in all these sort of interesting ways. And yeah, I do think, obviously I didn't nowhere near finished it, but the direction the story was going in, it's similar themes to the Artful Escape as well. It's about expectations being placed on you by your forebears and stuff, and how that's how you shouldn't necessarily worry about living up to that stuff. But I just didn't enjoy the colouring in and the painting.
What did you play it on, Sean?
I played it on PC in the end.
Okay.
And I tried to play it with a controller, and I hated having to move the paintbrush around with the right sticks, and I played it with keyboard and mouse instead, which was better. But I don't know.
See, that's the thing, because I played it on PS5, I think, or PS4 or whatever it was at the time.
Yeah.
And it used the touchpad for that. And that wasn't great either. But then you see, for me, the quality of the art that I was producing didn't matter to me. I wasn't that bothered about the fact that it looked rubbish, because that didn't feel like the point to me. I didn't feel like I needed to needed something that looked amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
I played it on Switch, and I think I might have asked you or some of you, hey, where should I get this? Because it's out on basically every platform, and I knew there was some colouring aspect to it. And I think you, James, had said, you play it on the touchpad. So I play it on Switch, and the painting is nice and satisfying. It's because you can choose the big old screen. I'm not I've only played it for barely an hour, if that, so I can't really comment on the game overall. But the painting is nice, and it works well on the Switch touchscreen at least.
I did, because I was sort of gutted when they announced, because the Switch version was a total surprise. They hadn't, no one knew it was coming. It hadn't been mentioned prior to its release. And straight away I was like, oh man, that's probably far and away the best place to play it. In terms of the convenience, but not having to, do the painting with a controller. It probably is ideal.
Yeah, I think it looks. I mean, I'm playing on the OLED Switch, but the colours look amazing. Even the black and white kind of environments look really amazing on the screen. So, and when we start adding colour to it, it looks fantastic in that regard. Obviously, it's overall quite a simple looking game, but the use of colour is really, really powerful, I think.
And you can choose as well, how much you want to do that, how much you want to detail things. If you want to just flood the screen, you can do that as well. It doesn't matter. It's all about your choice. You can choose how you want to play this.
Even in my early 90 minutes, I was really only okay, I'll just do the trees, because obviously, the lost kids can fall out of them, or that helps in terms of traversing the level. But if someone's like, hey, I want you to paint my house, and I'll do it. One person really did my nutting. It's obviously I'm still incredibly early on to the game. I found 2 houses. One person's like, oh, can you do it yellow? And I did it yellow. And this is amazing. And the person next to him, they're like, I'll paint my house. I'll paint a bunch of colours. And can I have less of this colour and more of that colour? I did that. They're like, okay, now less of the colour you just added and more of the other colour I just told you to get rid of. I'm like, are you taking the piss? It's what is this? Can I even paint your house properly or what? I just walked off in the end.
The game also has a really good hint system as well. It does. And it's funny as well, because it's basically you call home and sort of ask for what do you think I should do?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's probably
and then
good,
it's also
because it's because you is it always that your mum answers first?
Yeah, she answers first and gives you some vague hints, and then if you want more, then it's your dad really wants to speak to you. Do you want more?
Great.
Do you want more? And it's then he'll be really specific about what you need to do next, which is good.
Yeah, then your dad will be like, right, the next puzzle, right, you need to look for this, and this is telling you this, and yeah, the dialogue in general is an absolute joy. The soundtrack, holy shit, as well. There's some incredible moments in the soundtrack, because it's Lena Raine who did Celeste, and it's a real sort of progression from what she did on the Celeste soundtrack as well. There's lots of quote real instruments, really beautifully used.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just definitely on in one sense I have missed the point in terms of I would just either not bother to paint things or I would spend far too long painting like a single screen because I wanted it to look right, which sounds like I've missed the point. I think like I don't mind making things that aren't good if the process of making them is enjoyable in and of itself. I didn't enjoy painting the landscapes in this unless I was going to take the time to do it well, in which case the game would have taken me about 30 hours to finish. So that just, I don't know, for me, that just sort of killed the pacing. It might not be a fault of the game as such, just the way I've approached it, I don't know. But yeah, sadly, I was not able to finish this for this show.
See, and I think the thing is this game spoke to me more than the Artful Escape did, because maybe just because I feel the message of this is slightly different, because this to me is about like imposter syndrome and this idea of it's not so much like not measuring up to what people are expecting of you. It's more sort of like the constant fear of failure and the constant feel that you're not actually you're not doing the right thing, with this, and that spoke to me more. It's like, I think.
Yeah, the Artful Escape is like, oh no, you are good enough to do your own thing. It's just that might not necessarily be what people want. Whereas Chicory is more like, what if you're not good enough?
So yeah,
right. Well, it doesn't sound like it's going to get past this next game, but let's find out what this next game is. I've just looked; it's 2.5 hours, and we're not even halfway through round of 16.
I'm
James,
halfway through, boy.
It Takes Two. Why is It Takes Two on the list?
Okay, so I mean, this is crushing for me actually, because both of these games, meant something, and I mean, It Takes Two really did, because this is a game I played on stream with Matt, and it was an easy choice for me for this, and because it was one of my favourite games this year, and not just because of all the alcohol, that we consumed while we were playing this, because I mean, I'm not going to focus on the story, because let's be honest, it's not great, and the characters are thoroughly unlikable, and the message of the game is kind of messed up, like in general. But it's still, I think, one of the best games I played this year. I mean, the level of creativity and imagination is just incredible. I mean, it's been said before, but it is like Nintendo quality in terms of like just continuously throwing new ideas at you and sort of new concepts, and then. The thing is that all of this is underpinned by controls that are just completely perfect, like throughout the entire game. Every time every time it throws a new idea at you, it's immediately intuitive. Like, you figure out what you need to do. I mean, when me and Matt were playing, even when we were like drunk, we could still figure out what we were doing, because it was just so so well put together, like the whole thing, and it just nails like this sort of like the progress that you make through the game. It's just it's great, and just the diversity of ideas. I mean, you've got like fighting a squirrel on a glider. That was great, and just like the way they made that like a Street Fighter thing, like really briefly. Yeah, and it's just completely relentless, the ideas. I mean, one of my biggest regrets is the fact that we did that music section when we were drunk, because I'm sure that was much better than.
Oh my god! Can we talk about? We'll talk about that now, right?
Yeah,
because Sean, you've not played it.
No, I played it.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I've not played this bit. Sorry, if that's what you. Yeah.
So there's a bit like, if you don't want spoilers, fast forward. But I think we agreed last year that we can go into it a little bit. There's a bit in it where you go up to those like music maker things where you just press a button on one pad, and then it'll just go every time the light hits that button, right? And then you'll go to another one, and it's like bass or whatever. And you could press the top one, the middle one, the bottom one, whatever, and it will just go down, 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 down. But it's playing at the same time as that. And then you've got like some other, or like an organ or whatever, and then you're playing that, and you're sort of basically building up music while fucking around.
Are you just describing a sequencer?
Yes, basically.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
What's happening?
It's a sequencer. Yeah, I'm not a music man. I don't come from down your lane, and I do not play the piano, Sean. So it's hard for me to get this. So you're looking at it going, oh, that's a really fun little mini game. We can create some music together. So we did it, and it basically you have to input as much notes as it takes to open a door. And then once you open a door, that music you've just created becomes a soundtrack to the next bit of the game. And it sort of builds more, like it builds on that music that you've just created. And that is like a 5-minute bit of the game. And it's full of moments like that.
Yeah.
And you're just like, it totally takes you by surprise constantly. It's mad. It is like, that is such a fucking great idea. But the problem was, Matt and James were so drunk, they did the music bit and didn't notice it become the soundtrack.
See, that's the thing. It's just
too busy laughing.
It's like throughout the game, it's just there's not a single dud. Like in terms of new ideas, it's just continuously brilliant ideas. I mean, I was looking forward to those streams every week because it was just so fun to progress and see where it was going. And then you had all the mini games as well. Like we spent ages, doing that. And obviously we did like mini game special and stuff like that. And it was just so much fun. It's just so many aspects of this game I feel are kind of perfect. Like especially the controls. Like, I mean, I started playing it again today. Actually, like I started playing with Asher. I just thought we'd just play through and see.
I did the same with Harry this week.
Oh really?
Yeah, we started playing.
How did you get on with it?
He did the vacuum boss. I couldn't believe it. I thought that'd be too complicated for him, but
that was great. Because I was doing that with him.
Boss. James, how was Asher with the drinking?
Well, he did actually suggest maybe I can drink milk. He was like, can I drink milk? Like if
he smashed 8 faxes.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're worried about.
Yeah, what I love about this game is that there's loads of variety in the games, but not only just variety in how you play them, but variety in case some require you to both be looking at the same thing on screen, others require like it's basically almost like it's no communication and you're doing your own thing. Others, you can see different things and you got to communicate. And I love that. It seems like every time, not just where the mechanics different, but just how you communicated or whether you had to or not changed as well. And I thought that was really, really clever.
I mean, I think this is what's really funny because the whole game is supposed to be about like bringing people together. Narratively, I think it fails like that. It's terrible, like the way that works. But as a co-op game, I think it completely nails it, like absolutely. Like it's like I felt by the end we were working really well together, Matt. Like by the end of that game, like everything was even when we were completely hammered, it was still we were.
No, you weren't.
It was perfect.
The bit where you're flying about and you're going, "What we're supposed to do?"
We still did it though.
To go and get some meat.
Lucky you just put on your own. No, it's called It Takes Two, James.
He doesn't do anything.
Above all, though. Above all, though, the French champagne. I think above all, right, the most impressive thing about this game is that it was the game after A Way Out.
Exactly, yeah.
Which had some ideas in it.
Yeah,
fair
A Way
enough.
Out wasn't bad. James and I had a lot of fun on that as well.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, though, is that it was so messy. So I was expecting a good co-op game, probably better than A Way Out, but it will be messy. Very, very messy. But this was a really long game. Like, I mean, it's way longer than I thought it would be. I thought this was going to be a 4 to 5 hour game. It wasn't. It's like more like 15 hours. And it feels so incredibly solid throughout. And not only that, one of the best looking games of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of the visuals in this game are stunning.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, the lighting
proper.
particularly really nice.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
It's just such a shock.
This isn't easy.
The whole thing was a shock.
It really is a shock.
It was
a big surprise.
It's just so polished as well. But seriously, really the controls though, you can't underestimate just how good they are. Like, so many developers try and make like 3D platform games and kind of fail because it's just they're not good enough. They're just so good in this, like so perfect. Like Asher picked it up this afternoon, and he's just like, he could do it, like no problem whatsoever because he's played a lot of Mario. It was just so good, yeah, really good.
Totally agree. But I mean, this is an easy one, right? Which way are we voting? Well, actually, we'll leave James last. Matt,
what are the options?
Chicory or It Takes Two?
Okay, yeah, It Takes Two.
It Takes Two for me too. Sean,
It Takes Two. Sorry.
No, James.
Yeah, I've got to go the same because it's the better game.
Okay.
Although Chicory, I think, is still good.
I mean, honestly, James, I genuine apologies. Like I was so excited for like, right, I'm finally going to play Chicory, and it's going to be like a really nice one to talk about. I was fully expecting to love it, and I don't know, it just didn't click for me, sadly.
I've not actually played my little ace up my sleeve yet.
Yeah, so before Christmas, I had such a busy Christmas, but I bought Guardians, I bought Chicory, I bought Toem, The idea is I was going to hammer through all of them, but it didn't work out. But
Speaking of time, why is it on the list, Sean?
It's on the list because it's a game about being a little guy who helps people out by taking photographs.
Okay. When has that ever applied in real life?
It's like that is literally it. Like that is the game. You start the game and like I think you're living with like your grandma or something, and you go in on a trip to experience Toem, whatever that is. And the way you get around, for some reason, the world you live in operates on this principle that you can get a free bus ride if you get enough stamps in your book. How do you get stamps? Helping people out.
They're legal tender, aren't they, stamps? So if you did get on a bus,
that's
they
true.
would have to take it.
They have to take it, no choice.
Legally,
they do. And you have a camera, and it's just a little, instant camera. Obviously, photo modes in games are big now, and the more ways they have to fuck with the photograph, the better. This gives you basically no tools whatsoever. It's a point and shoot. I think there's a zoom. You get a tripod later on, so you can set up. You can stick it on a tripod and then do selfies. But that is it, and that's why I love it. As someone who enjoys doing photography in real life, and I do enjoy, learning how photography actually works and the technical side of it, and I enjoy getting better as a photographer. It's really nice to have a game where it's like, fuck the technical stuff. It's just like the scenes and the subjects that you are capturing that are interesting, and it's up to you. You can try and frame things nicely if you want. The game doesn't care. Because, there's been other... So, this year, we've had new Pokemon Snap. And then, I think it came to Switch this year, but there was also a Merengue generation. I think it was PC last year and then Switch this year. Both photography games, both try to score your photographs, right? And, Merengue generation does it by just it pretty much straight up says look, the scoring's bullshit. Computers can't score photographs, right? Whereas Pokemon Snap tries to there is a sort of a system there, but it doesn't actually teach you how to take good photographs, nor should it really. But it doesn't really Pokemon Snap didn't work for me at all because I was going around, I was taking what I thought were technically really good photographs, and then it'd be like, well, the Pokemon's bigger in this picture, so it's better. And it just pissed me off. So for this to just be like, look, there's all these quests you can do. People need photographs of things. And you either captured it or you didn't. If you then want to worry about how well it was captured, that's on you. But it just, once you've done enough of these requests and taking photographs of things for people, finding stuff for people, you develop a sixth sense for what the game is going to ask you for, and you find yourself just taking pictures as you go around just for the sake of it. You learn the game's language and what it clearly thinks is a point of interest or someone doing something cool or whatever, and you just start taking pictures for the joy of taking pictures. And then it turns, and then it later turns out you speak to someone, I need a picture of someone skateboarding. Yes, here you go. I've already taken it because I saw someone skateboarding and it was cool. And I just, completely 100%ed this. I finished the game, didn't want it to end, went back, mopped up absolutely everything else, still didn't want it to end, but it had, and there was nothing more for me to do, and I was genuinely sad when it was over. And that is why I have put it forward for Game of the Year.
Very good. Very good. Let's see what it's up against.
I didn't make the game. I just...
No one else has played this, have they?
No, I played it.
I played it.
I played it and finished it. Also 100%.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Cool.
what the fuck?
Did
you have anything to add at this point?
No, let's wait and see what the next game is.
It might be one of these. He's a fucking strategist, isn't he?
Not really. I
It
just
is.
don't know what I'm saying.
Matt, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Why is it on the list?
So I didn't play it originally on Wii U, but you three and probably countless others raved about this so much that I was going to get it regardless. And then obviously we found out how
3D World specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I didn't find out later about having Bowser's Fury, but we'll come on to that in a moment. But yeah, so I've loved playing this, and what has been special for me with this particularly, not just the fact it's an excellent game, and I think it fuses or combines some of the best bits of Mario's 3D games with the 2D games as well, is co-op actually, surprisingly, and I haven't really bothered with co-op in most of these games, but this is a game that Elodie and I played co-op, and I think it might be her first co-op Mario as well, after she loved Animal Crossing so much, like a couple of years ago. She liked playing Switch a lot more. And we had an absolute blast playing this. Like the amount of times we were like laughing our heads off if she was trapped or she died and she was in the bubble and she wouldn't let me pop her out of the bubble because she was happy to just be taken to the end of the level. I think that there's such a massive variety in the levels, not just again in the mechanics and the things it throws at you, but how it looks. And when we get to like Bowser World, I think it's what it's called right at the end, when it's all like neon lights and stuff, it looks absolutely amazing.
Shit! While you're talking about that, Matt, do you see what we mean by how Astrobot totally stole that? The funfair, the neon funfair thing around Bowser's World. It's crazy,
It's hard to say it nicks it so much, but yeah, I mean, but one of the most like impressively looking like Astrobot things was definitely when you get to the neon at the end, and this is also the end, and it looks fantastic. But I also love the catsuit because it suddenly levels aren't just about going left and right. Like you want to climb every surface, you want to see how high you can get and stuff, and I think the catsuit is really really good as well. So there's so much to this game. I mean, I got to that Bowser World. I'm not sure if I finished after that, and I'm not sure if there's like does this game, like the other ones, also have like a massive kind of second part?
Yeah, there's more to this game. Yeah. It's significantly more.
I think it's that, but what I played up to Bowser World, which I think is the 8th world, whatever, collecting all the red coin stuff, I thought was just really, really, really great, and just it's a bit more special for me just playing co-op with Elodie, who wanted to play us a bit more. So that on its own would be what I think is definitely one of my favorite games of the year. That on its own, but then Bowser's Fury is this other part of the game. Now, this is like a 10-hour or so. I mean, a lot of people can't discounting this and just like, it's just like a side thing added on. I mean, I've heard some podcasts this week who say, oh, yeah, Super Mario 3D World, it's all right. Oh, and then there's that Bowser thing, but I don't know about that. It's like, you idiots. Like, did you not play this other half of the game? So in Mario games that I've played, I absolutely love them. I'm very much in the moment. I'm enjoying it. But I don't know why particularly, but from the very first moment of playing Bowser's Fury, I felt like I was actually thinking about the future of Mario in a way I haven't really properly conceived of or thought about before. The fact that this is, I mean, calling it open world is maybe overselling it. It is an open area, shall we say, with different islands in this vast open area. There aren't like loads of like Ubisoft style, icons on the map and all that kind of stuff, or like a million kind of side quests, etc., etc. But there is it is a larger area than you would typically find in a 3D Mario game, and it's a massive like cat themed environment. There's cats everywhere. You collect these like cat shrines around the place, and ultimately there's this there's a huge Bowser that rises up from the ground. Every, 5 or 10 minutes or so. When that happens, it all goes nighttime. Fire and brimstone and rock and stuff are flying down from the sky. And at that point, you can basically either survive or actually use some of the things he's throwing to unlock or smash your other doors to collect other things. I thought this was an absolute joy from start to finish. And I was thinking, is this the future of Mario games? I know not everyone thought this was incredible, but I loved this not just for how it played. And then, there's got Luigi chasing you around, and there's one section where you're basically kind of traveling or traversing this invisible kind of platforms. It does loads of really, really clever things, and then there's like the Plessy races. But I just couldn't stop thinking about what this means potentially for the future of 3D Mario games. They felt like they were like, oh, okay, we've got an opportunity to add something extra to Super Mario 3D World. Let's do this. Maybe let's throw in some ideas that we've got brewing, or that we want to do another game maybe, or that this could do something else in another game. It felt like they're experimenting, and there's like so much joy in all the various mechanics you see or play with in it, and just looking out across the environment was a joy. That they do a lot with different types of environment. There's one, I can't remember what it's called, but it was basically loads of huge rotating platforms, and I found that quite tough actually. But that's like one part. There's like an ice part. I thought it was all really, really clever, and I don't know. I don't really want to talk about the end bosses, but that also changes things. I mean, every time Bowser comes up and starts throwing the brimstone and fire everywhere, if you have a cat shrine nearby, you hit that. Suddenly you are a massive, like huge Mario in a cat suit, and you can attack. You can attack stuff, and that leads into where you get with the final boss. And I thought that was really cool and different as well.
I think when you talk about the future of Mario games, I think this is absolutely the future of Mario games, because the only thing that lets this down, Bowser's Fury down, is the hardware it's on. Because there are moments where it frame drops or where it feels a little bit clunky or whatever. Which is very, very rare for a Mario game.
Is that just because it's an old engine that's sort of been retrofitted?
Yeah, because it's not, because it's certainly not the same as like Mario Odyssey. Like, it doesn't have the same moveset as Mario Odyssey at all. Like as like a 3D game.
No.
Yeah, that's not weird, isn't it? Yeah.
But
I take your point. I don't know if this is like the charting the course for 3D Mario going forwards. I think it's very good.
What you're saying, I think the next 3D Mario game will absolutely be along these lines.
You think so?
Do you reckon?
100%.
But you see, I don't think it needs to be. Like, I don't think it
needs to be.
I don't think it needs to be, but I feel like this could be the next.
Like, why wouldn't you? It works. It clearly works.
It works, but then
really well.
Also, especially with the Switch hardware, like, it's obviously not capable of this yet.
Yeah, but I don't think the next 3D Mario game is like, if you discount sequels. So, like, I'm not talking. I still think there's going to be a Mario Odyssey 2, but I can't. Like, I think this is like, why would you not make the next big Mario game this?
Because it makes sense. Actually, the next Mario game would be Odyssey 2. That would. You would think wouldn't be too much from Odyssey.
I'm talking about the next step forward, right? I'm not talking about Mario Odyssey 2. I'm talking about the next step forward.
What I'm saying is, because we're like, okay, how hardware this? The next game they release would be a Odyssey 2, because you would think run on Switch. But the next bit of hardware would be right for. Here is this open world-ish Mario game that even is like in the short 10 hours. I was like, oh man, just think about the potential. It's just so exciting.
All I'll say is this. I mean, you've heard me talk about Super Mario 3D World for years. I don't need to talk about that game. But Bowser's Fury, if you've played that game and you've played it, a big chunk of it all the way to the end, just close your eyes for a bit and think of this. I mean, instantly, you go back there and you think about how fun it was to play that game. That's it. That sums it up. Like, that game was fun to play.
I was actually looking into this game a bit in a lead-up, obviously, to this podcast, and I played, like I do with most of my Switch, like, almost all handheld, really. Apart from if the games may look stunning, I'll maybe put it on the TV to see how good it looks, but I'm basically 99.9% handheld. And apparently, handheld, it was down to 30, but it was actually 60 docked. So I should probably go back and see what's like docked if that.
It was 60, things. But it dropped frames quite a lot. It wasn't
some of the big bosses, particularly right at the end, was just like you like turning. I mean, like just turning the camera around felt laborious at points. It's like, God, it's quite arduous. Sorry, not laborious, but yeah.
I mean, even forgetting about Bowser's Fury though, even 3D World was fantastic. Like, as in,
oh my God, it's so good.
I know, but
I can see why you're all raving about it.
As like a Switch upgrade as well. Like, it's excellent. Like, I mean, I played through and 100%ed it because I just loved it. It's so good.
I'm still not 100% on board with how much they sped it up though. If I'm honest,
really? It's certainly faster. Yeah. It was certainly faster than the Wii U version.
It's way far. Like, it feels like, yes, I understand why you wanted to speed it up because the old one was slower. But I did feel they went a little bit too far with how quick they made it. There was still times, like, especially in the later levels, where I was like, oh, I'm just flying off the edge now. Like, I feel that it should have been toned down a bit, but
still one of the best 3D Mario games ever, though. It's
absolutely, totally agree.
Yeah, I haven't 100% finished like the second part of 3D World, but I did 100%. The Bowser section, Bowser's Fury, because I thought that was
for sure.
Wonderful, and I didn't really want it to end.
let's get to voting. Toem
What's
versus
it up against? Okay.
Toem. James?
I have to go with Bowser's Fury. Sorry.
Actually, I'm curious.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, because I played Toem, and I thought I did enjoy it. I had a good time with it.
100%ed it.
I did 100% it, that's true.
Yep, that's what I heard.
But, I mean, I can't say it's any better than like Bowser's Fury. Like, absolutely not.
No, you can, though.
I can't.
So easy to do. I'm going to do it in a minute.
It just comes out of your mouth, you flap your mouth, and then... Sean, which way are you voting?
Toem.
Matthew Murray.
And genuinely, that is how much I love Toem. Like, Bowser's Fury is fucking mint, and so is 3D World. But I did. This isn't just me doing a token vote because it was my suggestion. I really love Toem.
Matt.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk about Toem much, but I also loved it. At the beginning, I was like, "Oh, cool! This is just a pleasant kind of game." But you're totally right, Sean. Like when you start to think, "Hey, it's going to want me to take a picture of all these things I'm seeing in this environment," so I would do that. And and that was an absolute joy. My love of it was definitely increasing as I went on. Whereas at the beginning, I was like,
okay, but we are just ticking over the 3-hour mark, and I'm asking which way you're voting.
I'm going to go Mario then.
Yeah. When you say the bathroom, is this a Wii or a Sick?
It's a Wii. I need to go and do that.
Okay. I'm going to vote Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury.
Okay, yeah, same. Super Mario 3D World and Bowser. And I'm not even considering Super Mario 3D World in this. I see it as Bowser's Fury, but I still loved it.
Which was excellent, yeah.
Are you really going for a piss already?
I need to. I'm sorry. I've got to go.
Okay, we'll have a break.
We'll see you in a bit.
I'm back, by the way. Yeah.
Well. How you doing?
It's so Moorish. That's the problem with this Jägermeister.
How far into
so
the
good.
bottle are you?
It's 2/3. It's fine. I didn't intend to do this. I was not going to do this time.
Yes, you did.
You never do, and yet.
No, I just
absolutely intended to.
I was going to pace myself. And just like, I was going to think, okay, I'm going to do this
later
into the show. How have you not worked out that
you can't... Although, to be fair, well, essentially, how big are these bottles? I've got the 660 bottles of Moretti, and I'm 2 bottles into that, and I've just opened a third. So, you know those big ones?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be sober by the end of this. Right. Next game out of the hat.
Sorry, I'm still eating Pringles.
I can't see what game it is, but it's a Matt game. And it is
odds are.
Resident Evil Village.
Fantastic.
Go on then, Matt. Let's hear it.
I've often said no. I mean, you joke, but I enjoyed this game, and I think I said it at a time. So up yours. Anyway,
I enjoyed this game, but it's just not. But it's not a game of the year. It's
all right. Well, let's see what it's up against.
Well, hang on.
I'm joking.
So, Resident Evil Village, the follow-up to Resident Evil 7 that I was too scared to play because it looks too spooky for me. But Resident Evil Village, you play as Ethan Winters, who we'll come back to, I guess, in a moment. But my God, I love that man. He's kind of in this Transylvanian village to find his daughter, basically. That's the story. This game, it has for me, a huge spiritual successor to Resident Evil 4. I mean, that's probably mostly down to the location, and it's a cheesy thing that a lot of people say, but the village is a huge aspect of this game. Just in terms of evoking a spooky atmosphere, in terms of it actually acting kind of in some way as a mini Metroidvania, in that the village then turns into the hub world where you then go into these to see the other bosses and other environments. So much was made of Lady Dimitrescu, who is the 10-foot tall vampire woman. Obviously, when the press was first shown of her and the other people in our location, and arguably that is the strongest location and most cohesive in terms of atmosphere. If the whole game was like that maybe people have different opinions of this game. So it starts off so incredibly strong. Castle Dimitrescu, it's really spooky, really atmospheric, with her and her daughters chasing after you. After that, it goes silly. I mean, I guess these games always are silly, but this game goes really fucking silly. With you then traveling to, and I'm not going to get into the story, which is ridiculous, but you did travel to different environments and meet these other bosses and their own spooky kind of locations. And what I think they do really well, and I said do, is that essentially all these various other bosses you meet, they're all kind of different types of horror. And there's some kind of weird body horror. There's one bit which is, there's one boss and location which is like, so, well, it messed me up. I'm like, can I even do this? Is this going to suddenly make me stop playing the game? But I did push through it, and actually, and I know everyone's thinking, everyone who's played the game and knows exactly what I'm talking about. It was really, really spooky, and then you see the thing, and actually, this is dumb. But there's that. There are like, they're all kind of weird, spooky caricature like bosses. It's not serious at all, really. That first bit where you see Castle Dimitrescu is arguably the most serious bit, and then it goes silly, and then you add on top of that Ethan Winters, who again I didn't know much about him because I haven't played Resi 7, but at the start, like, is this guy an absolute idiot? And then stupid things happen to him. It happens again and again. I was like, some bits which out of context might seem horrifying. I was laughing out loud because, like, oh my god, of course that's happened, to Ethan Winters. He's such a stupid, character. But all the dumb stuff that happens to him, I think it's like with a bit of a wink and a nod to the player. And yeah, I enjoyed it. Not only that, I'm happy that I got to play it because, again, couldn't play Resi 7. As good as that looked, it looked too much for me. I was happy this game was less scary. I know some people said, well, it's not as good. I preferred this scary
That's scary, but more spooky, would you say?
Spooky, yeah, because it wasn't scary.
Spooky?
It's not spooky or scary.
For me, who has, can't handle a lot of this stuff, it was
spooky.
Way easier for me to play because unlike Resi 7, so I enjoyed it for that. Yeah, it's a good game.
What's it up against? What is it up against? Matt, one of your games again. Forza Horizon 5.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
welcome to the Matt Hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this was. I mean, I can't believe all my games come out at the end. This is unbelievable. I've had 2 waters. So, Forza Horizon 5. So, for those of us who played previous Forza games, they've all looked amazing, and I feel like this does it. But just it looks better, and that won't be a surprise because it's on really powerful new hardware.
Do you know what's talking about the visuals of Forza, right? Do you know what's incredible? Like, because I've put fucking so many hours into this game already, but today I was sitting there watching Harry play it, and I just went, man, it's just hit me how much even better this game looks when you're watching someone else play it, because you're not looking intensely at the car and the little bit of like road in front of you. You're looking around and you're like, holy shit, this looks fucking insane, this game. It's mad how good it looks.
Yeah, and Forza Horizon 5, it's the same kind of setup, this traveling festival of motoring travels through. It's in Mexico this time. And you say you do, various tasks to open up new festival sites. There is a story. It's basically like the Horizon Adventure, and there's
there are loads of different stories, aren't there? There's little mini stories.
So there's a Horizon Adventure whereby those are kind of, you open up these big festival stages, and within each of them there's other smaller tasks, and basically as you do things like go through speed traps where you have to get a certain speed, or danger sign jumps where you jump a certain distance, or story missions, you earn accolade points, and those accolade points basically tick up, and the more you get, you basically open these kind of, I think most of these stages have like 4 or 5 phases to them until you get to the 4th or 5th phase of one of these Horizon adventures, and you have a massive long race through the entire environment, and it looks stunning. It's amazing fun. So in terms of gameplay, it has changed. I think a lot of people can easily say, it's just same old shit, and it's just just doing speed traps and jumps. I feel like this Horizon Adventure stuff and the accolade does change it, but if you haven't played the others, or it just looks like another one of them, then you may not really like appreciate it. But I think for me, who has played the previous ones, I did really enjoy.
How does it change? I don't think it changes it. How does it change it?
Well, no, because previously it was just a bunch. You go to a festival, you do some things, and then that's it. Whereas here, there's like the 5 or 6 like bigger events for each of those Horizon adventures, and then you get to like an endpoint where you have that massive long race for each of them. For each of the phases, it's not exactly. It's not exactly changing everything massively, but I feel like there's enough that it was compelling enough for me to actually want to do it. Unlike, I'm sure it was like Forza Horizon 2 or 3, I just stopped playing it. I just like, okay, well, I've seen what I need to see, but I did actually I finished all like the Horizon Adventure modes. I got to like the Hall of Fame or whatever it's called when you get to the end. So I feel like it was compelling enough for me to do that. But on the graphics, I mean, yes, these are on the new consoles, and it looks stunning on the X, obviously the Series X. But from the comparison videos I've seen, it looks incredible on the S2. So this is not just the fact that it's on the brand new, top of the range Xbox hardware. It looks fantastic across the board. I mean, even the Xbox One videos, it looked impressive. I mostly played on the one which had like the high frame rate, because the other one, so there's like quality of performance. The other one, it might have like slightly more details, and maybe it's locked at 4K, I don't know. But I think you need 60 frames on a game like this. And when you're bombing through everything from the little villages to, over mountains, forests, I feel like with 60 frames in the visuals, it's so intense, some of the races. And then when you have the races which last like 15 or 20 minutes, where you're in like amazing fast cars, bombing through through mountain passes, through for the big weather things they're doing now. I mean, I think they could have done more of that, in all honesty. They got like big sandstorms and this and that, but it feels like they could have done more with that, in my opinion. It's a breathtaking racing game, and if you've played the previous ones, I think there's enough here to enjoy. And it looks stunning. It plays amazingly well. It's just an absolutely solid racer. And I love my time with it. And I played it more than I thought I would do. And I didn't really get into the online stuff. In the first week or two after the game had come out properly, I did like the first season, and where again it encourages you to do different game types. You get certain points. It's basically like a bit of a battle pass. You earn new cars that way, new skins, etc. I did a bit, but I mean, we didn't all play online together. I didn't really bother with like the arcade mode where you can create new game types and add bowling pins and all sorts of kind of.
It's there. You should try the eliminator.
So I did that a few times. I mostly did the eliminator, which is Battle Royale in Forza. It was in the previous game as well, but it feels like they've amped it up a bit here. I did them a couple of times, only basically to complete my battle pass at that time. It was interesting that they've done a Battle Royale game in a racer. It wasn't enough to really keep me playing that, but the game story, or the game's kind of campaign, was easy enough to get me to see it through to the end. So if in that regards, it's the best Forza Horizon game they've made for me. And it's a fantastic racer. I think we've all played and enjoyed this, right? Or did you not play it much?
It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
I know Sean and David, you loved it. James, did you play this much? Or
I played it. I played it a little, but not very much. It's one of those games that I know that I should like it because it's like kind of like arcade style racer, which is what I'm more into. But I don't know why. It's never really clicked with me.
You don't know why, because you're trying to save face. You've slated this game series forever without even playing it.
That's absolute bollocks.
Yes, it is. No, you said it literally didn't count.
No. See, this is the David Turner's revisionism that goes on every single time with this.
I'm very aware of the David Turner's revisionism.
No,
like the whole "you don't like Dishonored."
No.
100%.
What this is, right, is because when we're talking about like new games that are going to come out from Microsoft, you know that there's going to be a new Forza. There's always going to be a new Forza. Either it's the Motorsport series or it's Horizon. That's all I was saying.
That was not how the discussion went.
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm excited for Forza. I think it was Forza Horizon 4, maybe even 3 at the time. And you said that doesn't count as a good exclusive because it's out all the time.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It doesn't. What I mean is it's not like some brand new IP or something like that that's coming out. I hate using that word, but it's not. It's something which you know it's going to come. Like, it's definitely coming. And you know that it's going to be pretty similar to what's come before as well.
It is so fucking good.
Yes,
How can
I know.
you not see that as a good exclusive for Xbox?
I'm not disputing the fact that it's good. I'm absolutely not disputing the fact it's good. When have I ever said it's bad?
No, you just said it didn't count as a good exclusive.
I said it doesn't count as like a surprise or anything like that. No, there's definitely going to be one.
No, you fucking didn't, James. No, you fucking didn't. Don't try and change that. You said it doesn't count as a good exclusive for Xbox.
No, because you know it's coming. You know it's going to be there. Every single time they start, like any conference, it's always like Forza. It always is every time.
Okay.
It's not a surprise. But they are very good games. I mean, I enjoyed playing 4 quite a lot. Like, it was a good game, but I just haven't spent enough time on this at all.
So fucking good. It's so fucking good.
Like, I remember when Game of the Year stuff was starting to crop up, and some people were like, "Oh, how can you give the 5th game in a series awards?" And it's like, well, like, all right, there's a lot of. There is very little, like, genuinely new.
Yes, agreed.
The Eliminator, the Battle Royale mode and stuff. Like, a lot of people are playing that for the first time. When it was in the last game, it's just that it came a bit later and a lot of people missed it. However, the implication that this being the 5th in the series means that it isn't like a fuckload of work, like, to make one of these. Is ludicrous because
but
clearly,
even taking away the amount of work involved and considering that, Sean, you know how much I played 3. No, you know how much I played 2. Then went on to play even more of 3. Then went on to play even more of 4. And it doesn't get old to me. Like,
no, there's no sense of like there being diminishing returns with Forza Horizon at all.
Make it more pretty, add new cars. I'm there. You know what I mean? It's so good.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
No, 100%. It's brilliant. Like I say, I mean, in terms of the online stuff, yes, we certainly haven't done any of it, have we? As a group. I've done a bit with a few friends, but basically it didn't really work for the first couple of weeks, right? So that's killed that a little bit. I think it will probably have a renaissance when like the first proper expansion comes out, because I mean they're always good anyway, and I think that'll get people interested. And if the servers are up for it, that'll be a thing for sure.
I changed my mind. It's going to be a Tesla pack. It's going to be a Tesla pack. The first one's going to be all about Tesla and electric cars.
And they've got all those tunnels you can drive underground, and there's traffic jams in them, and hope your car doesn't set on fire.
And Tesla are cool, and everyone loves Tesla.
Yeah.
Harry asked me to buy a Tesla when we were talking about getting a new car.
Oh, no.
Asher did exactly the same. And
it's sorry, I might have stolen your story. I think it was Asher that said
it
that.
Was,
Harry wanted me to get a Bugatti Chiron.
I mean, I'm going to say the stuff I said about Horizon 4 because it's still valid and it still feels fresh to me.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a huge car guy. But these games make me feel like I could be.
Yeah,
like there's whatever your level of interest in cars is, there will be a way in.
Sean, that's not true. Only the other day you texted saying, Matt, I bloody love motors. Just bloody love motors.
I do. I love the noise they make.
Have you seen the new Ferrari?
Oh, I love the red one.
Apparently it goes over 100 miles an hour.
That's the fast one, isn't
it? Sorry, I'm just reading the spec sheet here. 100. Where could you drive that?
That's not even legal. Yeah, what's the point?
What's the benefit? Look, I mean, I've got a personal attachment to this game, mainly because it's the first game that, like, Harry is... not the first game. It's the first game that we both absolutely adored, and he is way deeper into it than I am. And, it was great, those opening few weeks where I bring him up and say, what cars did you get? On the way home from work, because I was excited to hear about what cars he got. When he got that wheel spin, that 20 million credit car, was just such a joyous moment in the morning before work and all that. So I've got a personal attachment to it. And I'm still playing it. I played it last night for about an hour. Like, I went to play Halo with my friends, but no one was online. I'd finished Guardians, and I thought, oh yeah, fucking what am I doing? Like, Forza. So I played that for an hour and had a blast. Like, what a game. What a game. Easy vote for me. I'm going for Forza Horizon 5 over Resident Evil Village. Matt, I'm curious which way you're going.
I've just remembered as well that I think the pack I bought actually comes with the first 2 DLCs. So
it does, yes.
Yeah,
it
man.
Does.
Fantastic.
I'll be getting those, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed Resident Evil Village, but it doesn't compare to Forza. So Forza Horizon 5 for me.
Sean.
Forza Horizon 5 is my favourite.
What's your name, James?
I'm also going with Forza Horizon 5 because Resident Evil is a 7 out of 10 game. So, yeah.
Ooh, a little bit of a... There was no need for that, was there? That was just a little bit of spite.
But at the time you said you enjoyed it, James.
Do you think the audience is going to be really satisfied with how the wild card has played out this year?
It's just compared with Village. It's not Village with the one before. It was just nowhere near as good, in my opinion.
My game next, Death's Door. Death's Door is it's one of those games that come out of nowhere for me. It was word of mouth. The game was already out when I'd heard about it for the first time. Death's Door is a Zelda-like game where you play as a crow who becomes a reaper of the overworld, killing things and bringing their souls back to the underworld. And a bit reluctant. It's like what you said, Sean. Reluctant hero. And that's what the crow is in Death's Door. I started playing it. I thought, oh, this music's really nice. It looks all right. And the more I played, the more I fell in love with the combat. I fell in love with the themes. I fell in love with the soundtrack even more. Like that opening, that da 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 bum 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 bum. It's one of the rare games where I will listen to the soundtrack, on Spotify, and it's just beautiful.
The soundtrack is one of the best this year by far.
Yeah.
In terms of exploration, I think it does. There's no map, and I understand why some people wouldn't like that. But for me, the exploration was just perfectly poised, to the point where you didn't know if you were going in the right direction, but you're always going in the right direction. You don't know how it achieves that, but it does. And then when you get to the end game and you're searching around, there's always something that you might have missed slightly. The writing is funny, superb. The challenge is just about perfect. There were times where I was thinking, this has gone too far into the hard area. But really, it was about working things out. Betty, is it the Yeti? Betty the Yeti. That's just landed with me.
Hey.
I got there in the end, Sean. I got there in the end. The Betty fight was really, really tough, and it took me a long time to get through. But once I did, I was like, I'm satisfied. That I worked it out, and I don't think I lost a single bit of health. The secrets involved felt like Zelda. Some of the puzzles felt very Zelda-ish, but to the point where they were a little bit more interesting than the Zelda games that I played back in my youth. That's not fair to compare, obviously, because, we're, standing on the shoulder of giants and all that. But everything about the game took me away. I wanted to play it constantly. I was thinking about it constantly. I was excited to get back to it, and it had some really unexpected emotional moments. I think the majority of that is end loaded, where you're going back and trying 100% stuff. There's one particular fight in this that was genuinely gutting to be a part of.
I know the one.
And it blew me away, really did. I loved it from start to finish. I don't regularly go back in 100% games, but for some reason, so as we said, you complete the game, you see the credits, that's it, you're done. But there's a second ending, but then there's also the 100% stuff as well, where you can go and literally do everything in the game, and all that stuff was so intriguing and wonderfully put together, and so wild from what you were doing throughout the rest of the game. It was crazy. And what I loved was that Betty and the final boss were really hard, and going back to the 100% and see the second ending, it didn't feel the need to go, now we're going to make it even harder. It didn't need to do that. It was just like, no, you've done that bit. You've done the hardest bit in the game. And it kind of works in terms of the story as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
These are just more bits. Like, if you want to do them, you can do them. If you don't have to. And, oh man, I think it's between this and the Artful Escape. This has swept me away more than any other. Those two games swept me away more than any other game on this list. It took me to places that I just thought, fuck, man. This is what gaming's about. This is what I love about gaming. Just falling into a game and just living it for a few weeks and being absolutely gutted when it was all over. Even the bug that I hit, because I hit a bug at the end game.
Oh, that's right.
Where I literally couldn't finish it and see the final ending. But it didn't really matter because I would still load it up and just walk about and do some exploring and stuff. And then finally they patched the game. It all worked. I saw the ending and I was totally satisfied. What a game Death Store is. If you've not played it, just play it, man. It's challenging. If you don't like hard games, then this ain't for you. It's not.
I don't know, because I feel like my appetite for difficult games is well and truly gone, but I adored this.
That's true. I don't want to play a Souls game again, and, I struggled with bits in Metroid Dread a lot more than I did in this. And so yeah, maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but I'm just conscious of people like picking this up and just going, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
And definitely, some of those boss fights, if you're not into the idea of learning patterns and figuring stuff out, you probably would have a bad time. But
yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? That's the correct way of saying it. Because as I said, it's one of those games where you're like, I'm never going to complete this boss. I'm never going to kill it. But when you do, you go, oh, they didn't even hit me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's one of those.
And that is similar to Metroid Dread, I think, hugely in that regard.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, this game, but for my game of the year, it's between this and Metroid Dread. I loved this game when I first played it. I think the soundtrack is absolutely beautiful. I love the kind of the muted tones in terms of the colours that they use in this game. I think it works really, really, really well. It makes the environments look really natural, and I loved it. So I finished it, and then something else came out, so I didn't 100% it, but in the lead up to this, I think it might be in November, I went back and 100%ed it, and it's like just turning it back on again and hearing the sound on the menu, I was like, oh man, what a game. And yeah, going back 100%ing it, like you said, Dave, I really appreciated the fact that it wasn't just like, and now here's the really hard enemies. I had all the weapons.
There's still some challenges there, right? Some of the bits you still got to get into the combat again. You can't just sit back and just blitz through it. But
no, and that's the thing I was kind of worried about the most, because it was a tough game for me originally playing it, and I'm like, if I've had months off, how am I really going to get to it? But I got to it, and even doing other things to 100% it, like finding all 50 of those flower pots. I ran the entire map again, having not played it for months. I couldn't remember how to get to certain places, and there is no map, so that took a bit of getting used to. But yeah, what an absolutely sensational game in pretty much every way, from the the emotion and story, from the characters, the boss battles, the general combat, exploration, music, how it looks. There were very, very few things I could mark against this game. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I can't. I think there's one of the tasks that you need to do at the end that is a little bit out of place with the rest of the game. And I didn't dislike it because I found things easily. But I can understand why that would frustrate the hell out of some players. And that is literally the only negative I can think of with this game.
Are you talking about the flower pot thing or something else?
Yeah, the flower pot thing.
I think that made me wish I had done it more when I played the game first time. But,
that felt like busy work that didn't stay in line with the rest of what you needed to do. The rest of what you needed to do felt unique, felt specific for seeing that final ending. That didn't. And although there are clues there to push you in the right direction, I think they're easily missed. And I would have preferred that to be part of the 100%, rather than maybe unlocking all the shrines would have been a better, final ending task. But when I think about it, that is literally the only bad thing that I can say about the game.
Well, no, actually, it's not a bad thing, but the only thing I could think, it's a bit weird, is the fact that I'd finished the game and then 100% of the game, and then I was like, I'll clear up these other things, and so then I did them extra battles you can do to get your upgraded weapons. I'm like,
that's not part of 100% in it.
I don't know, but I did them anyway.
Because I think I think the percentage just refers to the collectibles, right?
No, because the percentage is. You can collect all of the collectibles before you 100% it, definitely.
Right. Okay. Well, I thought it was everything, so I did everything. But then I'd already finished the game first time, killed the rest of the bosses. I'm like, well, I guess I'll do these, even though there's literally nothing I can even use these abilities on now because I've finished the entire game. But that's the smallest nitpick thing there is, really. What a game!
So good. All right. Has anyone got anything else to add?
I was just going to say, obviously, it's the year 2022. Very small indie teams have been doing amazing things for a long time now, but 2 people made this game.
Yeah, that is
the person who did the soundtrack.
There is more people involved, but
you know what I mean. The person who did the soundtrack, probably the best soundtrack of the year.
Yeah,
it's not his only job.
Yeah,
I know. What the fuck?
Yeah, that soundtrack is something else.
I just overall, there's a lot of comparisons to Zelda and Dark Souls and stuff. I feel like it's sort of simultaneously halfway between the two, and yet also not really either of them. But it's, I don't know, I can't remember the last time that there was such a good, technical, beautiful, actions/exploration game like this that was so dense and quite short.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's I don't know, it's sort of taken its place in my brain forever in such a short space of time.
Yeah.
Is just fascinating. It's just an incredible achievement.
It certainly is superbly paced. It's by the time I came to the end of it, I just felt this is exactly right. And it was a good ending.
And funny in places, and visually stunning in place. That the crow fight, I'll just say that.
Oh my god!
It just looked beautiful. Yeah, insanely good.
As we record this, it's the last day to pre-order the official art book, and I'm weighing it up.
Oh shit! How much is that?
That would be nice.
It's $50.
50? Fucking hell! Having a laugh, yeah. For a book.
It's fucking nice though.
I'll get it on Audible.
Sean, is it one of those coffee table style ones? Is it a massive thing or what?
It's a special reserve, so they did the Greece one, which I absolutely loved. I'll send you the link.
They got any NFTs, Sean?
They haven't. As far as I'm aware.
Right, let's see what it's up against, shall we? Let's see what it's up against. Psychonauts 2. James.
Oh, what is even the point?
What isn't even the point?
What is even the
point? The point is you get to talk about a really good game and how good it was, and everyone will like hearing about it, and it's fine.
We all know Death's Door's going through, but don't put down Psychonauts 2. That was...
Yeah, man.
It's fucking great, man.
It was a good game. I mean, this was the last on my list of things I wanted to add because I did really enjoy it. Exactly, this is the problem because you see, I started playing this game and then I binned it off for quite a long time because it took quite a long time for it to click with me. When the game starts up, I really didn't enjoy it very much, mostly because I felt there was it throws so many sort of upgrade paths at you, and there's the book and all that sort of stuff. It's overly complicated to begin with, but then once I actually sat down and spent time to sort of learn how the systems worked, I did really enjoy it, and there is something very special there. I mean, see, it was either this or it was going to be Ratchet and Clank, and I went over this rather than Ratchet and Clank largely because this is significantly more creative, I felt, and and there's so much more there, which is interesting. In a similar way to It Takes Two, there's just the constant new ideas and also the varied visuals as well. I mean, those areas at the end of the game, they look incredible. Like, this was a game that it's been in development for such a long time, but it still looks just amazing. Like those last sections there, it's just like really very good. And although it's probably not as polished and accessible as Ratchet and Clank, it's just absolutely more interesting. And just when I thought I got close to the end of the game, it then just throws in even more like new ideas. And when the whole systems and the way that the game clicks and the upgrade system like finally starts to make sense, it's very addictive, like trying to find those and trying to sort of make things work. But I mean, I've still got that song from close to the end of the game stuck in my head. Because it was so good. And
the Golovia one.
Yeah, exactly. And because the game does have... Because that's the thing, the game has interesting things to say about like propaganda and the importance of perspective, like when you're trying to determine truth as well. Like I begin to question, like, is this, what are we being told here? What is this story? It's very good. I mean, it's just... The problem with it is that it is rough in places, and the platforming isn't, particularly enjoyable. But
yeah, it isn't the high point. But I think the story and I think the story and the atmosphere around it is. In fact, actually, I appreciate this a hell of a lot more once I went back into it after I completed it, because the kids loved watching it. Like they loved watching
Isaac loved it. Yeah.
And once it was done, like Charlie was like, I wanna. Well, I should play that more. And I went back to it, and it's a bit like going back into the brains to find collectibles was not what I wanted to do. I wish it had more side missions within the main area, main world, because those side missions were pretty cool. Like we had great fun finding the baby listening to that song. You know what I mean? Around the what is it called? What's the area called? The unknown.
Oh fuck! What is it? Oh Jesus! What is it called? I love that place.
Yeah, so do I.
I can't remember what it's called.
Oh fuck!
I know everything has a question mark on it.
The questionable area.
That's it.
Yeah. Like that. That was great. I thought this was wonderful. Certainly, as you say. I mean, I played Ratchet and Clank this year, which obviously looked better. Technically looked better, but
it's just more interesting, isn't it?
It's just way more interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially funny, because, I mean, like all the ideas that it has, the way it focuses on, this idea of like, is it like morally or ethically right to be able to go into people's minds and like change things around a bit? And it does, try and address, some of those ideas. And I think generally successfully, totally. That it's like maybe not, not the great thing to do. It's just that the main problem, as everyone always says with this game, is it still does feel slightly rooted in that sort of like early 2000s platformer, kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and
it's still... there's no getting away from that, is there? Like, yes, it's a bit improved from the first game, but they mostly address it by just the consequences for failure are much less, right? It's not that the game's that much tighter that you're less likely to fail. It's just that if you do, it's generally not a big deal.
It has those moments where there's two leaves near each other and you jump in between them, so then they do that stuttery thing in the middle of it's flaky. I think is the right
and just and the general just you're walking around and then every 2 seconds it's like hang on, cutscene, like screen goes to black and then there's a cutscene plays out. For me, the cutscenes were enjoyable enough that I didn't mind. That stuff normally really annoys me, whereas here I wasn't too fussed, but I absolutely understand that a lot of people found that really annoying and just very old now.
And before we move on to the inevitable, big shout out for the level design. I mean, everyone's focused on that sort of psychedelic Beatles-esque level, but then you remember levels like the bowling alley stuff and the islands where you're...
There's that whole like library section, which is brilliant. Like there's just
many... library section was really good. That was quite late on. Yeah, the island where you're going from island to island.
Yeah.
See, and that's
incredible. The thing. It's like Ratchet and Clank was like super slick. Like the whole thing was really slick, but a bit boring, wasn't it? Let's be honest. It was
slick, but a bit sterile.
I was listening to Backpage Pod, and they made a good point about how revolutionary the technology was within it and how good it looked. Yet we were still going to like a swamp level and and like the levels all felt like retreads of places we've been before, whereas this felt completely unique.
Yeah, and it obviously it felt like they had a vision for this of like what they were trying to say and what they're trying to do, and that was entirely absent. I felt from Ratchet and Clank, like it just.
But look, it's going out. It's going out. So
I know it's going out.
It's nearly 4 hours, and we're not even out the round of 16.
Round 1, baby.
Psychonauts is out, right? Well, let's make it official. I'm voting Death's Door.
Yeah, Death's Door.
I'm also voting Death's Door, honestly.
Death's Door for me.
Yeah.
Right, okay, Death's Door's through. Right, we're down to the last of the round of 16. Don't worry, it speeds up after this.
Imagine we didn't. It gets slower.
Matt, Deathloop.
Yes, Deathloop. It's
make it quick because we've spoken about this a lot.
Okay, Deathloop. It's a time loop game. There's been a lot this year. Time loop game where your ultimate goal
do you remember
is to 12
minutes, guys? You remember that one?
I thought about putting that in for a laugh, but I thought even I can do that.
It's just because every time before it's backfired. Yeah. Okay, so it's a time loop game. Your ultimate goal is to kill 8 bosses called Visionaries. The day is split into 4 parts. There's also 4 locations, which basically means there's 16 different areas you can kind of go around to essentially find out clues to where these Visionaries are going to be, how we can kill them. You learn more about the story by visiting these various environments. You earn new weapons. You do all sorts. But for me, the writing and the characters are the strongest bits of this game for me. So you play as Colt, but also in your ear for most of the game is someone called Juliana. Why can't I pronounce that word? Juliana. And it's like the back and forth between them is really, really fantastic. Things happen story-wise, which kind of maybe make it less fantastic. But the writing between them two, it's just a joy to hear. I think from start to almost the end. That combined with the general style of the game, I love like the graphics, and by graphics I don't mean like visually how it looks. I mean like you see like text on screen, or just like the even like the menus look stylish. I love their use of color. I mean it's kind of like what's the term, like retro futurism. It's kind of like 60s, but there's a bit of like future tech there as well. I think all that looks fantastic, and I think it's definitely one of the stylish games of the year in that regard. Combined with like going around these various areas to find the clues, to find out how you can kill these Visionaries or find out where they are, you also, as you explore the areas, you find new weapons. You start off in the morning with your basic pistol, and I think you get like a submachine gun before you actually exit that beach area. But as you go through and kill people, you get incredible new weapons, you get new abilities called slabs. But you can't take them,
which is fine. But why do you like it, Matt? Why is it on the list?
Because I absolutely love piecing together all the clues to find out where the game's going, what the story is, and how on kill his Visionaries. Now, I will say it's not quite as open ended, to say the least, as like I thought it would be. I thought it'd be.
It's quite linear, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought I could do whatever I want in any order, but no, you are very much on a linear path, and I appreciate that. In some ways, once I got over the fact that it wasn't the game I thought it was, where I could do anything and really work out my own creative ways to kill these enemies, you are super funneled. But I appreciate that, and I just went with it rather than me potentially spending tons and tons of hours trying to do something or not doing it. I enjoyed actually being funneled towards the end, and there wasn't an environment I didn't like doing. There wasn't an area where I wasn't interested to find out what clues I can find, what kind of environmental storytelling is going to happen with other NPCs you see around the game. I thought the combat was really fun. I absolutely loved some of the abilities. And I thought it was just an immensely fun game. I think the story towards the end kind of drops the ball a bit. But I absolutely loved it. I see a lot of people kind of not liking this as much, and I get that. And I know it's quite hyped at the beginning, and maybe a lot of people kind of fell off it when they found out what kind of game it was. But I think it's excellent, and is easily one of the best games this year. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, we all know what it's up against. Sean, Hot Wheels Unleashed.
I'll be brief. Because, I mean, there's not a huge amount to say about this. It's just, for me, it's just the most enjoyable arcade racer I have played in years. There's definitely like a personal attachment to this purely because I've got a 4-year-old son. He fucking loves Hot Wheels cars. I, by extension, also do. And yet, you know, until this came out, you find me a half-decent Hot Wheels game. Seems like a fucking huge open goal, and yet every Hot Wheels game...
You've not tried the Forza DLC?
Well, that doesn't count. Does it, James?
All right, James.
But yeah, like any like dedicated Hot Wheels game, it's basically all dog shit. They're just really phoned in, you know, often sort of really microtransaction heavy bullshit. Whereas this takes the idea of little tiny cars racing around really seriously. Like the sheer attention to detail is fucking unbelievable. Like the fact that, like, I went into photo mode and I looked underneath one of the cars, and the fucking, like, all the stuff that's engraved under, or, you know, cast, whatever, underneath the cars, like the name of the car and the logo and the made in Thailand and the year and everything is all on there underneath every single car in the game. The fact that, like, by the end of the race, not only does your car sort of get scuffed up in the way that any sort of well-used toy car would, but there's also little fingerprints on it. Like, obviously you've been driving it around as if it was a real car, but there's the implication that this is, you know, this is like a facsimile of people, like, playing with actual toy cars. And, like, the track design is, I mean, it's strange because obviously, you know, you're driving these little cars around in sort of real life environments. It perhaps doesn't use those environments as much as it could. You are spending, you know, 95% of your time on those sort of orange Hot Wheels tracks. But just the course design just goes absolutely nuts later on, with, like, you know, magnetic sections and, like, bits where you're being, like, blown around by fans, like really long jumps where you've got to be, like, super careful with your, you know, your trajectory as you leave the ramp, or else you can totally fuck it. Like the sheer range of cars in it is just absolutely ludicrous, and it was like loads of fun, like unlocking ones that we have in real life, or like where it's a car that we have in real life, but it's a different paint job. Like there's a really good livery editor where you can change the paint jobs and mess around with them, and we were like recreating the ones that we have. And just the handling model, I didn't initially understand what the fuss was, but as I got into it and I found a few more cars that I really liked and I really clicked with, like just the drifting is just incredible. It just feels amazing. Like and I saw some of the reviews being like, oh, you know, the handling's okay, but like you'll pretty much just crash into the walls constantly and just sort of ride around the outer edge of every corner. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're not going to win doing that. Like, unless you stick it on easy, obviously. Like it's definitely keen to like not completely ruin your momentum if you fuck up a drift or whatever. But you know when you start nailing them properly and you start like, you know, just doing like fully clean laps and stuff. It's just enormously good fun, and I just really wasn't expecting much from it. And, you know, obviously Forza Horizon 5 is quite arcadey, but this sort of pushes further into that territory. And I think it's a woefully underserved type of racing game these days. Like it just, reminds me of, you know, sort of older racing games. Like it's to me, it's
there's like a burnout about it, isn't there? Because
there is a bit of burnout.
It feels a bit like Micro Machines as well to me.
Yeah, a little bit of Micro Machines, a little bit of Ridge Racer, I would say. Yeah, I love it.
James, do you want to explain your progress through this? Because it's been quite funny getting texts from James about this game throughout the past 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, so this isn't going to be positive, is it?
Well, no.
It didn't start.
I went on a bit of a journey with this because when I first got it, I absolutely hated it. Because it really pissed me off, honestly. I just thought...
he was going, fuck this game, fuck it, fucking microtransactions through the roof, what a piece of shit. He's texted me, yeah.
It's true, I was just like, I sent a message to David, I was just like, I think I hate this game. Like, I think I just absolutely hate it because it is the microtransactions at the beginning are ridiculous, Sean. Like, you got to admit, it's like, like when it.
Wait, no, what? How?
Well, like you open up the map, like if you, because I've been doing like the main. I've played it for about. I mean, I've only played it for like over 5 hours or whatever, like on the Switch. Okay. And when you start to like explore the main like sort of the main map, there's sections which you can't do unless you've unlocked like certain like cars, and it's not clear.
Whoa! No, they're not microtransaction ones.
I know, but I wasn't. That's the thing. I wasn't clear about that when I started because I was like, "How am I supposed to get these cars?" Like,
so what you mean is you misunderstood what the game was telling you.
Yes, because also there's also those other sections. I mean, like it shows the other parts, like the Batman areas that you can't you can't do those unless you like pony up the money for those, which is understandable.
That's an expansion. Yeah,
but it's like I've kind of thought they should have done that as like a separate thing rather than putting it on the map because it just makes it feel a bit sleazy. But then I played the Switch version, and the Switch version I think technically is probably not. Have you been playing this on Xbox?
I have, on Series S,
Yeah, because the Switch version, like, technically is a bit not great. Like, it doesn't it doesn't look good at all. Like, it looks like sort of 360 era game, I would say. Okay. And, like, it's sort of low res and everything. But, as I said, in the beginning, I said it. I just said it. In the beginning. Yeah. I really disliked it to begin with because I was. It's not that I was like losing races and stuff, but I was just like I'm not getting any enjoyment out of this at all. Like I'm winning a couple of races, but I'm also losing sometimes, and it's just not fun. But then eventually I got a car that I really liked, and then I started to like learn like the drifting like mechanic, which is really good. And then it sort of began to take off, and I spent quite a lot of time, and I've only completed about maybe 30% of the main like hub world. But I have felt like I wanted to go back, like again. I said to David, I was like, I'm surprised. I still don't think this is anywhere near like a game of the year, but it's a good game. Like it is very enjoyable. And Ash has started playing it as well, and he thought it was great. So it's
Harry's loving every minute of it. Like he got it for Christmas for the Switch, and he does not agree with you with the graphics. He keeps telling me how amazing it looks.
He's wrong about that.
He is absolutely wrong about that. But, all right, let's get to the voting for this one.
What are the choices?
Deathloop versus Hot Wheels Unleashed.
I'm going to go Deathloop. Sorry, but Hot Wheels is good though. It's not as bad as I thought. Yeah,
I'm kind of torn because I fell off of Deathloop. I kind of found it just. It got to a point where it wasn't fun to play anymore. Like, I really enjoyed the opening 4 or 5 hours, and then I got to the point where I was like, I'm not having fun with this anymore.
No, but you see, I did that as well, and then I broke through that, and then you get through and it becomes brilliant
That's
again.
Fine,
there is like a dip in it.
Yeah, but I didn't break through that. Yeah, and I was at that dip. I'm pretty sure I'm at that dip that you're talking about. And I just thought, I'm not actually enjoying playing this, so I stopped playing.
No other game has got a gun that feels as good as in your hand as in Deathloop. Seriously.
You don't have the guns in the game in your hand.
You do if you're using DualSense. It feels amazing. Like, just that. I told you when I was playing, I was like, Chen, feel this gun.
Yeah,
like,
but you're a gun guy. You would have got the same thing for Call of Duty. But then I'm also thinking of Harry as well, and how much he loves this, and how I'd be disappointed if I just booted it out. But I think ultimately, I've got to go Deathloop because I from 80-90% of what I played at Deathloop, I really, really enjoyed. I just hit a slump and then didn't go back to it. So I'll go Deathloop. Matt?
I'm going to go Deathloop as well.
Sean?
Well, I'm going to vote for Hot Wheels Unleashed. I should say I played.
Meaningless vote.
So I did play a bit more Deathloop in anticipation of this. I think I am just arriving at that point you were talking about, Dave.
Yeah.
Where you're starting to get your head around the time loop stuff and sort of realizing
the mystery goes a bit, doesn't it? The magic goes a little bit, I think.
It's just like, right, just follow these objectives, basically, which is necessary because it's good that there's something to sort of lead you through if you're not actually sure what to do next. But it's, I don't know, for me, it verged quite a bit onto just being like, well, this is like any other shooter, but I'm doing the same areas
It's
not any other shooter.
The whole
but
game
know what
is
I mean.
a lot more linear than it appears.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
Which is all right. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. It's just there is a moment of okay, so the time loop is just not as interesting as you might have initially first imagined.
I'll say this now. What got me was when I was going into an area, doing a mission, leaving, and it would say, "Are you sure you want to leave this area?" And I thought, why wouldn't I? I've done the objective. Why would I go back out there? And that's when the magic was kind of lost for me. The whole, I've got to get back. But there might be, I need to do this and this. And then when I got to that part of the game, I was like, do you want to leave the area? Why would I go back out there and risk what I've got? What's the point? Don't try and act like, hey, there might be more stuff you get, because that's not how the game works. I'm wise to you now. But okay, fine. This is where things step up a notch. We're up to the quarterfinals. This will go a lot quicker than I cannot believe. This must be our longest show, I think, by the time we get to it. Some of these will be really easy. Some of these will be really hard. This is where we just get down to the voting. We know the games on the list now. We've expressed what we loved about them.
Yeah, what's left? I've forgotten.
No, absolutely not, because that gives away what's against what. That gives away what's against what. So the first of the quarterfinals,
I heard a Red Bull
they're both my games. They're Halo Infinite versus the Artful Escape. So let's get the votes out of the way. Sean,
Artful Escape.
Matt,
I'm going to have to go Halo Infinite.
I'm going to go Artful Escape.
I'm going
James.
Halo Infinite.
Oh, James. Yes!
Deadlock.
Who are we going to work on, Dave?
Maybe I just go. This is where I pay. You've got to repay your debt, and you change, Sean. no.
I still can't believe that's in play.
That's not official. It's in Playboy. Don't you worry about that.
I can't believe that. Fucked it.
The Artful Escape I got more out of. I got emotionally more out of. But then Halo is Halo back, man, which represents
of all the hours single player and multiplayer of Halo. And
but hours played isn't a good.
No, but all the hours are fun.
That's what you take away from it.
All the hours are fun.
The only thing that makes me want to switch, Sean, is that, and this isn't fair. It isn't fair, but Halo was such a big part of my gaming and my life and my youth. And this took me back to that when I didn't think it was going to.
This was just more fun as a game, Halo. Seriously, it was. Mechanically, it was a lot more fun to play. Artful Escape, it's got nice things to say and all that kind of stuff. But Halo was just, it's enduringly good.
That's bollocks, though, because Psychonauts 2 is more fun to play than Gone Home, but you'd vote for Gone Home because they're doing two different. You can't say it's a more fun game to play, so it wins. That's not how it works.
It's a game. More fun.
It's a game. Did you just say it's a game?
It's a game. It's more fun.
That's what we've got to now.
Yeah.
It's a game.
It's more fun.
Game.
I mean, there's definitely more gameplay in Halo.
There definitely is more gameplay in Halo. You do stuff.
But there's more emotion and there's a better story in the Artful Escape.
It's got something to say. It was a passion project that, it was a failed Kickstarter. They plugged away at it for years.
God, didn't you care about the plight of Master Chief and what's happened to Cortana?
What has happened to Cortana? I'm going to find out from a YouTube video probably before I finish the game, and the answer's still going to annoy me.
It doesn't matter.
It does a good job of addressing Halo.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's the story in Halo Infinite is awful. It's completely. I wouldn't say it's nonsensical, but it's pointless. It doesn't
change
matter.
Then. So change your vote then, James.
I'm not going to because I enjoyed Halo Infinite more. I mean, I spent, as I said, Halo Infinite I played until 2 or 3 in the morning.
The multiplayer, it's so mad that you're so passionate about Halo.
No, because I really enjoyed it. What's wrong with that? I really enjoyed playing it. It was great.
But you didn't play the best bit of it.
I enjoyed the single player, which is what I enjoyed.
But play the multiplayer. It's incredible.
It's really good.
It's a game.
It's a game.
It is a game. It's certainly a game.
That wins.
There's no way that you're swapping.
No, I'm not going to, no.
And there's no way that you're swapping that.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. Even if I forget about my preconceptions or anticipation beforehand or what the future of Halo brings, if I just literally focus on what this game is now, forgetting before and after, incredible multiplayer, and I massively enjoyed the single player.
Okay, well look, to be honest, I look at these two games. They're both my games. I love them both. I really do love them both. And I know Halo Infinite was my last one I picked, I think. And the Artful Escape was picked sooner, but I've played a lot more Halo Infinite and I still love it. So I think I'll switch my vote on this one. Sorry, Sean.
No, that's all right.
I get it. It's a shame to see. I thought the Artful Escape was going to get further, actually. But I think seeing as we're at deadlock, and I'm quite happy for either of these to go through, then we'll say goodbye to the Artful Escape.
We made our point.
But what a game. If anyone's listening to this and they haven't played it, it is...
just play it, it's on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's really good.
A game for like lovely big TV, headphones, absolutely essential, I think.
Headphones like cranked up.
Headphones or decent speakers, either or.
I'm not really into like prog rock and Dylan stuff, but it was just brilliant the way it's fused together with the visuals and how it played. I mean, we might say it's not much gameplay, but what gameplay there was, I really enjoed jumping in the air and skidding on my knees and stuff.
Well, this is it. Yeah,
that sounded like this. For the gameplay that was there, I really enjoyed jumping.
Well, it never didn't get satisfying when you're like wailing on the guitar, jumping in, and there's like some crazy background. Brilliant.
Yeah, as we said, there is very little gameplay by design. It's completely intentional and it works. So.
Yeah, if it's any more complicated, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. I loved it for its simplicity.
Yeah.
That one's done, and I'm looking at the next quarterfinal.
Go on.
Fuck.
Go on.
Metroid Dread.
Right.
Versus...
Okay, Dave. Hang on. Please don't say it's Death's Door.
No, It Takes Two.
Oh. Fuck. That's annoying.
I mean... maybe this is just because I'm the one person who hasn't finished It Takes Two. It's an easy one for me, although I do love both.
Go on then.
Dread in it.
I think I enjoyed these equally for different reasons.
Same here.
Yeah, 100%.
So then I'm looking at what represents a game of the year more.
I'm just thinking what is going to be able to combat Death's Door, which we all know is going to win this. So I'm just thinking which is more likely to...
We don't know that at all.
Why do we all know it's going to win this?
It's obvious it's going to win. It's obvious. It is.
Why? No, okay. Let me ask you this, James. Why is it obvious that Death's Door is going to win?
Because everyone loves it, and it's like it's the indie darling and all that kind of thing.
Isn't the idea coming up with the collective game of the year? So if everyone loves it, why is that a problem?
It's not a problem. There's no problem with it. I'm just saying.
Oh, it sounds like there's a problem with it.
For the sake of the listeners, you want to not act like it's inevitable.
But it is inevitable. You know it's inevitable. It's going to be that.
I don't know if it is though. Because
no, James, it's not inevitable. While Dave has that Sean Ace in his pocket, anything can happen
on his fucking
point.
leash.
Here's what I'm thinking, right? Here's what I'm thinking. So I really enjoyed both games. I really did. I had more negatives to think about with Metroid Dread. Like, for example, the main negative I had with It Takes Two was the narrative. The story I thought was shit, right? Yeah. But then Metroid Dread, the story was better, but not remarkable.
No.
Like, I didn't think it was...
Yeah, it wants you to have a lot of knowledge of the series, I think, for the big story moments to really
it's also largely irrelevant as well. Like, you can play that game and the story doesn't matter, really.
Yeah,
but
it's cool if you know what they're talking about
as well, though. Like, it doesn't... you can play It Takes Two, and the story doesn't really matter that much. It's, you know.
Yeah, you can kind of ignore that stuff. Like Metroid Plague, Metroid Plague, gameplay wise.
How many have you had today?
Metroid Plague.
Gameplay. I am actually probably more drunk than James at this point. Gameplay wise, Metroid Dread, I think, had the far better combat. I think that's not even within question. I think It Takes Two ultimately played better. I mean, as you said, the Nintendo quality of the platforming was, you know. I've got to go. It Takes Two.
Me too, because it's the constant stream of new ideas. And they hit, every single one hits as well, which is
James,
so amazing.
I think you're going to regret this when you sober up, man.
Well, I know, because I know it's going to be up against Death's Door, isn't it? And then it's going to get whatever.
Here we go.
I don't know if it is, because if I'm thinking forward, James, I don't know if it is. I think this is way closer than you think it is.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. But we'll see.
I mean, Matt, what are you doing? Because you coloured in every single pixel on the map in Dread.
Yeah,
it's absolutely one of my games of the year.
But Matt, the facts. Like I'm
not denying
so good.
It does represent the podcast better than Metroid Dread does. If we're going down to that, well, Matt. Okay, wait, we're jumping ahead. Matt, which way are you voting for now?
For now, it's Dread.
Yeah.
So we got 2 for Dread, 2 for It Takes Two.
Mm-hmm. Turns out it actually takes 3.
No. The thing about It Takes Two, I've loved so much about it, as we mentioned, but like the two things which are kind of crucial, which meant it never truly went to the next level for me, is that the characters are rubbish and the story doesn't do what I thought it would do.
Agreed.
I thought it would be much more emotional. I thought there'd be there's nothing there. I mean, but all that stuff is incredible.
Who cares?
How creative it is, how fun it was, how well controlled, how much fun we had streaming it. It's so good in so many ways, but those 2 ways, well, Christ, the story and characters.
The variety of that game, It Takes Two, is that, and then the surprise of how much better it was to A Way Out. Like, the stuff it does is utterly incredible. How good it looks.
Just the new ideas. It's just, that was so good, Matt. I mean, come on, the facts. Just think about the facts.
The facts was,
James,
it tastes like arse, James, and it was £2 from B&M's. But no, I mean, that's easy. One of my top streaming, memories. It was brilliant. But if I just think about the games themselves, I loved Dread so much. Even discounting the fact my issues with Super Metroid, I love Dread. I like the story. I know you said, Sean, it kind of requires players to know
love the story.
More.
Really, there's not much to love.
It just,
I was interested in the story, and I didn't really know any of the backstory. I thought it was interesting, it kept me going, and I wouldn't say, you can totally discount it. Maybe some people could. I enjoyed it. I was interested to know what's going to happen. Maybe because I don't know what happens in the overall story, so maybe if you knew, it wouldn't be such a big thing. But for me, I enjoyed it. I loved how tricky some of like the hidden stuff was, the Shine Spark stuff. It looks gorgeous, ran like a dream, pixel perfect platforming. Yeah, for me, it's
but fucking It Takes Two runs like a dream, looks gorgeous.
For sure.
It Takes Two looks better than fucking Dread.
Yes, it does. But they're visually very different games, and one's on a PS5.
But if you're using that as a fucking way to put it over its opponent, It Takes Two looks better.
Yeah, but then it Takes Two could never have something as intricate as like the Shine Spark puzzles in Dread.
Oh, the Shine Spark puzzles were wank.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does.
They were wank. They were fiddly. The controls were shit.
What?
I'm sorry.
Right,
okay. I'm going to
They're amazing.
go there.
The controls were not shit, but they were nowhere near as precise as they could have been. And that was the problem.
How much more precise do you want?
What are you talking about?
The Emmy stuff got tired towards the end. There were bits where you were fighting the same boss.
I don't think the Emmy stuff
did
get. I think they handle the Emmy stuff really cleverly.
Not by the end, man. It just got fucking annoying.
The last few are a piece of piss. It's really elegantly done, I thought.
Because you felt more powerful and you knew how to escape them more. You weren't like, I think I can get these this time. You realised how powerful they were. I don't think they got more annoying at all. James, you saying the controls are imprecise? What?
They were.
Yeah, that is bizarre, James.
No, okay, because you see,
that is going to hit like a ton of bricks tomorrow, James. You're like, I can't believe I said that.
I was not a huge fan of the analog controls in this. I preferred the
Hold on, no, I see.
I
wouldn't agree with you there, Jack. I wouldn't say they weren't precise at all. Like
I found the
Shine
Spark stuff difficult to do. It was very difficult.
They were. My biggest gripe with the controls was the holding down various shoulder buttons. I just thought that was...
there's a lot of shoulder buttons, a lot of different
I will
shot
agree
types
with you
and
there,
stuff.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you better
that's
agree,
the thing,
because
like,
you
if you look
slagged
at-
off fucking Red Dead for that. There's more shoulder buttons held down for this. The fucking combinations involved.
So you think, like, of It Takes Two, like, the controls in that, completely seamless. Like, everything was just, like, so obvious.
Don't even think
and
about them, do you?
Yeah, you don't, exactly. It was just so well implemented, all of that. I mean, just think, like, this comes from, what was it? Was it A Way Out? Which was a bit, as we said, it was a mess. That game was a mess. This is just unbelievably good.
Metroid Dread comes from Castlevania Mirror of Fate, James.
No, it doesn't. It comes from Metroid Fusion, which was very good. But yeah.
So there's right. Okay, let's do this.
What? Sorry. Is It Takes Two a sequel to A Way Out? Is it?
Yes, James.
Yes.
Let me ask you this,
David.
do you see yourself changing your vote?
No, honestly, and there were this list this year has been fantastic. There's so many games I've enjoyed and loved, but no, for me, this is a one of the larger gulfs we've had personally.
Okay.
As much as I loved It Takes Two, Metroid was another level for me this year.
Mm-hmm.
Sean, do you see you changing your vote?
No.
Are you sure, Sean?
100%.
Oh my god!
Are you sure you are not going to change your vote, Sean?
Unless some sort of external force is about to be placed upon me.
Sean, I still can't believe you allowed this to happen.
Well, there was a deal that was made.
There was
and
a
I
deal
think I'm going to play that your end of the
And
deal.
do you know what, Dave? I'm going to go with it, if only to see how James feels in the morning. When he wakes up, assuming he's had any sleep after all the fucking Red Bull, he's going to feel absolutely rancid about this.
Do you know, I've got a third left. It's going well.
You said that about an hour ago. There's no way there's a third left.
I was going to stop, Dave, and then I just thought, nah, let's just continue. Let's keep going.
Yeah, actually, before we go on, James texted me at 25 past 10, so that was an hour and a half ago, saying, oh fuck, I'm hammered again.
Can we make that official? So you're fulfilling the deal. You're changing your vote to It Takes Two.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not the way this should end. Because
Metroid Dread's out.
Stupid deal that's fucked with the system of how this game goes.
Do you remember the first game of the year show where you all made a deal to kick out Titanfall 2? So
yeah, but
go fuck yourself, man.
Within the confines of the game.
You can't just say, oh, when it works against me, it's not very
Within
good.
the confines of the game,
me,
we made deals, backdoor deals, and they worked out, and now look where we are.
A deal was made. It wasn't even backdoor, this deal.
You get another vote in another round. Bollocks.
This deal was fucking front door, mate. This deal, straight through that front gate.
Bollocks, and you know it.
They fucking rang on that. Doom, doom, doom. Oh, he's got a ring one. He pays a subscription to see my face. Like, this was straight through the front door, mate.
Absolutely,
100% up front. What I love about the Titanfall 2 thing, right, is that like I can bear a grudge.
Do we have to do this again?
Yes,
I can bear a grudge, but I genuinely think the Titanfall 2 thing may haunt all three of us to our fucking graves.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
I'm going to bring it up.
No, I'm still happy with it. I don't care.
Whatever, man. Yeah, 3 in the
James
morning.
is nowhere near his microphone.
James, he's still in the same room.
No, I am.
Are you in the kitchen eating
He's just on the floor. He's just having a rest. Leave him alone.
I'm good. Don't worry about it. Let's just get on with it.
This is an interesting one. Both Matt's games.
Hang on. Before we move on, so that is confirmed. You're cashing in.
Cashed in.
Yes.
I've been usurped.
Just wanted it checked and officially, You right, James?
Sean made a deal with the devil.
I did.
Matt, and now you're feeling the consequences.
Me and the listeners, livid.
I don't think they are, mate.
I think James is the real coward here, but that's...
Metroid Dread was really good. I really enjoyed it. I played it all the way through to the end, and I went back into that game and played it. I don't know how you can look at those two games and say that Metroid Dread's a better game than It Takes Two. I don't know how you can do that.
I just preferred it.
Yeah,
man, It Takes Two was so good.
Right, Sean, I saved you there. because you were about to be on Matt's side of the conversation.
For the first time ever.
Come on. The next quarterfinal was a really interesting one. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury versus Forza Horizon 5.
Ooh.
Okay, I mean...
I'll go first. I'm going to go Forza Horizon 5.
I think I am.
I'm going Bowser's Fury because I've played it more and I really loved it. I thought it was brilliant.
Go on, Matt.
You only go Bowser's Fury.
Deadlock again. Fuck. They've all been deadlocks.
Well, no. Sean hasn't said what he's... Has he said what he was doing?
Yeah, he said Forza Horizon 5.
He doesn't do anything?
The French. I can change.
I mean, it's weird, right?
I'm not
because I've spent so much time in Horizon 5 and I fucking love it.
Yeah.
There is also part of me saying, like, yes, but is it better than a Mario game, Sean?
Yeah, I know, but it's more substantial, right?
The answer is no.
This is more substantial. This is like, we're talking... I'm not looking at Super Mario 3D World. I don't think that counts as part of the package.
It is part of the package.
Yeah, fine, but in my head it doesn't. So I'm looking at Bowser's Fury versus Forza Horizon 5, and I'm saying Forza Horizon 5 is a better game. And in fact, actually just saying that out loud just solidifies my point of view.
Mm-hmm.
To me.
I don't think it's fair for you to say I'm just looking at one half of this package when you need to look at the whole package. I mean,
yeah, but 3D World's an old game.
What the hell does that mean?
3D World's an old game. I don't know. Listen, Jenny,
you're not
looking at the whole pie.
Looking at half of the pie. So, like, you got just because it's been like, I'm sorry, what am I trying to say? You don't have to vote or consider each game in the spirit that it was nominated in. Like, ultimately, to Dave, if Mario 3D World is not new to him, he doesn't have to be like, oh yeah, but to be fair, that was part of it. Do you know what I mean?
What?
I do know what you mean.
But you disagree.
I don't know. I do get what you mean, but I just think I've nominated Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. And I'm like, well, if I'm just going to compare the 10-hour section, then this other massive 100-and-something hour game is better than that.
Look, Sean and I are staying strong, James, and it's midnight here, which means it's 1 o'clock in the morning over there.
It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't care, though, because I've drunk 3 cans of Red Bull, and I'm good.
Yeah, don't up for another 7 hours.
I mean, that's curious use of the word good, but...
I've also got very little left of this bottle, so, yeah, it is good.
I think Forza Horizon 5 should go through.
I don't agree.
Yeah. Come on, Matt.
I've really enjoyed Forza Horizon, but...
James, how passionate about this are you?
I mean, look, if we're thinking about Mario...
Like, seriously.
Mario.
I'm pretty passionate because I'm thinking, if this is like the future of where Mario could go, that's important. Yeah, that this is what this game is. Yeah, this is something which everyone loved, everyone thought it was brilliant. It's pointing towards like a new direction maybe for the series, and I think that makes it important.
Yeah, I think it needs to be reflected as such.
James, I will change my vote if you give me an opportunity to change your vote in the future.
James, I swear to fucking God. Do not give in to his demands.
James, that's the offer on the table.
What are you offering me, Dave? What's the deal here?
Same as me.
I will change my vote.
Oh my God.
And then on a future vote, I can make you change yours.
What?
James.
That doesn't make any sense, Dave. I'm not that drunk.
That's literally what I did earlier.
It's literally what we've done throughout this whole show, James. Deal. I mean, it does make sense. You've just had too much Jaeger and Red Bull, my friend.
It's so Moorish. It's so good.
Just say yes.
James, say nothing.
Matt, convince me.
What?
That's the most sexual thing I've ever heard on this.
Say that again.
Matt, convince me.
James, come on. You know how good Bowser's Fury is, and then you've got Super Mario 3D World, which
not going to win, though, is it, James?
You 100% that, didn't you, James? You absolutely love 3D World. Then you got Bowser's Fury on top. It's a Mario game, for fuck's sake. It looks gorgeous on Switch. You barely played Forza Horizon.
I spent a lot of time with 3D World because it was very good.
Oh shit! What am I doing? It might win. It might win. That's why you want me to change my vote. so that we can...
Hang on. So, David, what you're saying is that if I vote with you now...
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are
I'm
you saying?
I will vote with you now, and I'll get you... and it means that I can get you to change your vote later on down the line.
No,
James,
1 for 1.
do not agree with anything.
Okay.
There's no way I'm going to agree to that. That doesn't make any sense.
How does it not make any sense? It's already happened
I
once
know,
tonight.
he's pissed. He's pissed, Sean.
It didn't make sense then, Sean.
Yeah, it did.
There's no way... There's not... Like, Forza Horizon 5... What you got? How?
I played
Are
more
you
of...
just doing it because you like
what's it
Mario?
called, Hot Wheels.
Forza Horizon 5's barely moved on from Forza Horizon 3. So I can barely get my mouth straight.
But that's not... hold on. That's not what you said when you were arguing for Forza Horizon 5 at the start of the fucking podcast,
I could barely get my face straight. Yeah, and I believe that.
Forza Horizon doesn't count.
I believe that.
Doesn't count. It's not a real game.
Yeah, James said it rightly earlier. It doesn't count as an exclusive, so...
What are we going to do?
Crap.
Here,
Why
now?
did I drink
What
more
are we
of
gonna
this?
do?
And actually, I think graphically, it doesn't look that good.
Well, Sean, where are you? What, like, percentages?
I mean, obviously, I also really like Mario.
Yeah,
Tick.
it's good.
I wouldn't be upset if it went through instead of Forza. Do I just
look,
swap
I wouldn't
for
be upset if it went through instead of Forza either. I think it's the wrong decision, but I wouldn't be upset. So, should we just... One of us?
Should we just... Yeah.
Cave
Go on,
in.
you do it. You
Go
do
on.
it.
Okay, I'll change my vote. I don't agree with it. I think it's insane, but I think...
Actually, could Sean change his view instead of you?
Can you change your view?
Yeah, sorry.
Your view? That's the question. Are you
Why?
drunk, Matt?
What difference does it make?
I had 1 tea and 2 waters, so...
Okay.
Yes. Because Dave would lord it over us for about the rest of my life, whereas I think Sean's a bit more respectful.
See, I hate Matt on these Game of the Year shows because Matt, like, there's no give with him. Like, he's like, no, I'm just going to stay, and it just
I
it
have
makes no
gived
sense.
before.
What? I
Yes,
think
gift.
you gave once. Right, okay, look.
And I regretted it.
Final quarterfinals, Death's Door versus Deathloop. I'll go
Death.
first, obviously. It's my game, Death's Door. Matt?
It's Death's Door for me.
Oh, wow. Okay. Going against your game. Sean?
Death's Door.
I mean,
James?
Is there any point? I mean, Death's Door, I guess.
Okay, wow, okay. Semi-finals, Halo Infinite versus It Takes Two. Start with James.
I'm going to have to go for It Takes Two with that.
Matt?
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'll start the bidding at Halo Infinite.
Sean?
Just think how fucking polished It Takes Two is. Just think how perfect everything is. This is mental. Oh.
It is really fucking good. It's mental.
Really mental.
It's totally mental.
Absolutely mental. I am tempted to go for It Takes Two, you know.
Yeah, but you're tempted to, but
tempted.
is that what you're going for?
It is the right choice, Sean.
Oh fuck it, I don't know. Dave, what are you doing?
You go first.
All right, It Takes Two.
2 votes for It Takes Two and 1 for Halo Infinite.
Interesting, isn't it? The Halos.
It is interesting.
Interesting.
The Craigs.
And there are ghosts in Halo Infinite, so yeah.
Spoilers.
Oh, good link.
You ride them.
All right, let's not get smutty.
I'm going to go It Takes Two.
Whoa.
Excellent.
Hang on. What?
What do you mean, hang on? It's brilliant, Matt.
No, I'm not denying it's a great game, but I'm saying we should all take a step back and really think about what we're saying here. Like, Sean, you haven't finished It Takes Two, and you said earlier Halo is excellent. Dave, you said Halo brought you back to your childhood, the Halo games of old. You've absolutely loved multiplayer playing with me and the rest of the crew. You love single player so much you were just bombing around in a wasp.
You love playing It Takes Two with me. We had a great time playing that game.
And I'm not denying that.
Can't believe Matt is shitting on his friendship with James.
No, our friendship's so strong. This is merely a blip.
Unbelievable.
Fucking livid here.
What do you mean you can't believe it? Matt would shit on anyone.
Matt's just turning around and saying that meant
absolutely
nothing to me.
Yeah, yeah. That's Matt.
Hell.
That is pure Matt.
James, I loved our Fax Adventures, but what I'm saying is Halo.
I'm hurt, Matt. I'm really hurt. That
I'm going to get some Philo
facts.
facts, Lee.
It still means a lot to me, mate.
I thought that game brought us closer together.
It did. I really think it did, but Halo, innit?
Yeah, that's the problem, though, isn't it? Like, I mean, you could end any argument with Halo, innit? And I mean...
Exactly, for good reason.
It's an unfinished game versus something which is like...
you played the fucking campaign, man.
Yeah, try playing the whole game, James.
No, I'm going to stick with It Takes Two, actually. I feel more comfortable about It Takes Two. I loved what that game did. Yeah, I do. I love what that game did. I think it was more of a step forward. I think it did some new stuff. Look, this wasn't the most blockbuster, breaking, amazing year for gaming. But what we did have was some games that tried something different. And I think It Takes Two represents that better than Halo does.
Yeah. Like, Halo is amazing, and it's a return to form.
Yes.
It Takes Two is something legitimately new and different and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
Is it new? I mean,
absolutely.
A Way Out did
which
it.
Which is not the only metric we could have measured these two by, but it feels valid here.
No, A Way Out was a fucking... It might as well have been a tech demo and a bad one. No, we've made our decision. It's 3 votes against 1. I don't know why we're still talking about it.
I feel like there's a possibility of something to change.
So that was James knocking one of mine out, to be fair.
Oh, is it done now, is it?
Yes, of course it is. 3 against 1. What are you going to do?
Well, that's when we have a discussion, is it not?
We've had the discussion.
No, we have been discussed at a deadlock.
It's been discussed. Move on.
The other semi-final is Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury versus Death's Door. Easy for me. Death's Door.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Death's Door. Shut up, James. Stop being so cynical.
I mean, yeah, I've got to go for Death's Door, honestly, because I did enjoy it, but yeah.
Fuck. Right, okay. So we've got our final.
I've got a problem,
Matt,
though.
what would you have gone for?
I would have gone for Death's Door.
I need to go. I need to go to the bathroom. Can I do that again?
Yeah, I think we need a break before this final, to be honest.
Can we recap on the final before we go?
Well, it's It Takes Two versus Death's Door, Matt. I don't think there's much recapping needing, but...
just wanted to remember.
Right, let's go to the toilet.
Cool.
I'll be back.
All right, Arnie.
I can't string sentences together. This is messed up.
It's time for the final. It Takes Two versus Death's Door. I have never been in a position where I legitimately don't mind what we pick as Game of the Year from here. And I mean, to be fair, I've been like this most of our journey tonight. There are so many games on that list that I would be happy and proud to say this is the TCGS Game of the Year. Death's Door is my game. It Takes Two is James's game. I usually in this situation would be like, fuck James, I'm going to beat him.
Thanks.
But the more we have spoken about It Takes Two has reminded me how much I love that game, because you cannot forget that there was a gap between these two games. Death's Door's the most recent game that I played. So it's easy to say, it's more memorable to me because I played it more recently or whatever. But I remember just loving every moment of It Takes Two. As you say, visually, I think both games come out of nowhere. Well, not really. Like, I was excited for It Takes Two because it's a Joseph Fares game, and, I think I will always look out for his games and see what they're like. Whereas Death's Door literally had come out and 2 or 3 people have said, you should play this.
To be clear, I did mention it on the show when it was shown at a showcase like a few months prior.
But to be clear, again, that takes a second verification, doesn't it? Two-factor verification.
Yeah. What did John Denton say?
No, I think I turned John Denton onto this. I don't think he got on with it as much as we did. I can't remember. Death's Door is the fucking... Actually, I think he did, actually. I think he was the one that texted me that Death's Door's the business.
I mean, I'll go first if you want. Are we still making arguments?
No, I think we need to start somewhere. We'll do the votes and see where we go from there.
I'm going with Death's Door.
Easy, right?
They're both amazing games. Like, I'm not... Like, it's an easy decision for me, but that's not anything against It Takes Two at all. You know, It Takes Two is probably more fun. But I don't know, something about Death's Door has stuck with me. That's what it comes down to for me. It's, as I say, it's like taken up permanent residence in my brain. I fucking love that little crow. He didn't ask for any of this shit, but he fucking dealt with it. He got through it.
And that's the thing, because I've got kind of the opposite feeling with this, because I really enjoyed Death's Door. I thought it was a very enjoyable game. But, you see, when I finished it, I didn't feel the need to go back and play it anymore. Whereas, like today, as I said, I've gone back and played It Takes Two again. You know, I just felt that there's more there.
So you're voting It Takes Two, James, right?
I am, yes, yeah.
Matt, where do you sit? I don't know which way Matt's thinking.
No, me neither.
So it's a tough one, because It Takes Two is clearly an incredibly good quality game in so many areas.
They're both amazing.
But you have to go for the indie darling. Yeah.
Well, for me, it's just...
Why is this shit, James? What is the matter with you? The indie darling. It's a fucking amazing game.
Exactly, it is an amazing game, but it's just... I don't know. I
think you'll find, like, most of this year's indie darlings were not even part of the initial shortlist. Like, people are very sad at us for missing things.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels
pack it away or whatever. Unpack that shit.
Yeah, Unpacking, Inscription.
It just feels so predictable. Like going for Death's Door, it just feels very predictable to me.
Why? Because
I don't think it's predictable at all. I don't think anyone else is...
It's good, but then I think that Death's Door does more interesting things. Like, it's an incredible...
I agree with you. I think Death's Door does do more interesting things.
Yeah, and that's agreed. Let's move on.
Yeah. No, which way are you voting, Matt?
Death's Door for me.
Oh, shit. Is that it?
No, I haven't voted.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had. Go on, Dave. Go on.
It Takes Two was on my list.
Little fucking crow with his sword. He was just going to work. Dave. And he got all this fucking bullshit he had to deal with, right?
He's just a crow.
He was just a crow with a sword. But Sean, I think you're the weakest one to convince me either way, because you haven't seen that elephant scene.
Yeah, all right.
See, It Takes Two, it's all about the connections it makes between people. Like, it's so good at that.
Mate, if you're trying to convince me to vote for It Takes Two, don't talk about connections between people, because...
Yeah, were you about to say the story is
the
good?
characters
convinces
in that
two
game...
arseholes who hate each other to stay together.
I mean, it was terrible. You're talking about the players connecting, aren't you?
Yeah, not the story.
Yeah, not story, which, in your own words, James, you said was dreadful, as were the characters.
It was, but then the gameplay absolutely was much more than that. It's continuously new ideas. It's just like continuous...
I think the gameplay's better in It Takes Two.
It is, because it's continuous new ideas.
How many times have you said that?
Quite a few times, yeah.
What about the music, though, Dave?
Oh, the music. Yeah. The music is better in Death's Door.
And how satisfying it is to nail bosses.
It's Joseph Fares.
Joseph Fares is cool. He did say fuck the Oscars.
Yeah.
James loves It Takes Two so much that he can't even pronounce the surname of the guy who made it.
Sorry, Fares, whatever.
Good point. Ooh. James, what are the lead characters' names in It Takes Two?
Cody. Cody is one of them. That's the man.
Which one?
Okay. James, you and I should definitely know this, considering how many times we heard.
Yeah, but names. I'm not asking you. I'm asking James.
Oh no, I've forgotten the woman's name.
What's the lead character's name in It Takes Two?
I've forgotten
The
the
game
name.
you say is one of the best of the year. Alarm bells.
I've forgotten the name. I can't remember.
Right, okay.
Doesn't bode well.
I think this is going to be right?
Oh.
I'm going to give a note. I'm going to give you a timer. If you don't say the name of the lead character's name in the two lead characters in It Takes Two, then I'm going to go with Death's Door. You ready?
This is really annoying.
Don't give him long enough to Google it.
Oh no, come on.
Here we go. Oh no, this is an advert. I didn't want the advert.
What's that?
James, in order to get my vote, you've got to name the character's name. Let's go.
Okay, it's Cody.
We know that. Got Cody.
May.
He's nailed it. He has nailed it.
Why
Is it May?
are we?
It is May, yeah, Cody and May.
Yeah.
He fucking looked that up.
Okay, so
James, admit you looked it up now.
what's the name of the book?
Dr. Hakim.
He's nailed it again. He has nailed it. Like, to be fair,
Yeah, but that's cheating. He's the best character in it.
Yeah,
he's also
James.
Googling it.
James.
He's also genuinely
definitely
Googling it.
James, how many copies to nearest 10 were sold
Man,
PlayStation
James,
4?
James,
Yeah.
listen. Everyone else go quiet. James, be honest with me.
Okay.
Be totally straight up with me. Did you just look that up?
Yes.
Right, okay, I'm voting Death's Door. That is outrageous. You
That
genuinely
is
looked
ridiculous.
it up.
I could have lied. And
Yeah, we'd have
You
known.
looked it up. You Googled it.
of course I did. So I couldn't remember.
But that was a funny moment for the show that you just destroyed.
I know, but I've just drunk a lot of a bottle of Jägermeister.
Ooh.
I've forgotten.
Sorry, I was drunk. It's a great excuse. That's going to work well on court, isn't it?
Well, hopefully this stops you from drinking on these shows again, doesn't
This
it?
is ridiculous. I knew this was going to happen. Oh,
What? You knew that you'd get drunk and then Google an answer?
I can't wait for Acid Nerve to listen to this and be like, oh man, I can't wait to hear how we won this Game of the Year award.
I knew this was going to happen. This morning I just said to Chen, I bet it's Death's Door versus It Takes Two. And what'll happen is David will ask me what the characters' names were, and I forgot, so I Google it, and then admitted to Googling it, so David went for Death's Door. Is that what happened this morning, James?
no.
That old story.
So there we have it.
Is that really how we're deciding it?
Well, what else are we going to do?
I mean, it's not the worst final decision we've made in a Game of the Year
I
show.
think we voted Trackmania because James was tired one year.
Yeah,
It's
that's true. Just went to go to bed. That's usually how it ends, to be honest.
Yeah, and this year he's wired.
I'm 100% all right.
To be fair, I'm not fucking around. I was genuinely struggling with that because I was happy with either of those. Like, I love It Takes Two.
Uh-huh.
I think there was like 3 or 4 games that I genuinely wanted to win, and It Takes Two was really high up in my list. You may call it the indie darling, you may call it the obvious choice, James, but at the end of the day, it's the obvious choice because we all fucking love it and it's great.
Yeah, it was a very good game. Yeah, absolutely, it was a good game.
The best. In fact, no, I 100% thought Dread was going to walk it this year.
Yeah, so did I.
I thought Dread was going to walk it this year.
I thought Dread was going to do really well.
I thought Dread was going to walk it this year.
I knew that Death's Door was going to walk it.
I was really angry about that fact, Sean, because I genuinely do not understand how... Like, I had this whole speech planned about how I do not understand how you can play Dread and Death's Door and say Dread is better. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how that is the better game. Death's Door does everything better than Dread.
I still don't get how that It Takes Two is not better than Death's Door, honestly. But,
Sorry?
What?
James doesn't know what he's saying. It's fine.
I think we should wrap up, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
But
listen,
that's it. That's our Game of the Year.
That's it. Game of the Year 2021 from TCGS is Death's Door.
From Acid Nerve.
If you've made it this far, thank you so much.
Sorry.
James is not one of those people that have made it this far, but you, dear listener, have.
Yeah, he's very, very awake.
Do you know what? Like, I'll say it again. I'm sorry this episode come out later than anticipated. But I would like to say that 2021 was a massive year for us. You know, we got to do things that we never thought we'd be able to do with the show. We, it helped us personally, each and every one of us. It helped us get through a pandemic, and I don't say that as a soppy thing to say. I genuinely mean that. I think mentally, this gave us a constant to return to, and at the same time, because of the support that you've given us, we were able to justify doing it as often as we did throughout 2021. So that is genuinely down to you guys who support us, and it's a genuine feeling of, fuck, man, if I didn't have this podcast going on throughout 2021, where would I have been? That's not dramatic. Like, that is genuinely how I feel about that last year. And
because like I know, like a lot of people sort of either upped their pledge or signed up for the first time like in December, just as a little Christmas thank you. And believe me, the effect of that was felt. Like getting that sort of, just after Christmas, when obviously finances are in fucking tatters. I was genuinely a bit emotional when I saw how much had come in. It was, it was
sure.
Huge. So thank you so much.
And we've done more streams this year, which has been fantastic. But the most rewarding thing for me is we've had guests on, and it's been great. Like, we've wanted really guests on, but we've always been a bit kind of reticent about it because, new people, and we're all happy in our own company. But I think it's one of the best things we've done. Like, our guests have been fantastic. Sean, we had Sarah.
Sarah will be back. For those that are wondering, 100%. Sarah will be back.
Oh, is that happening?
Janet was amazing as well. We've had we've had tons of decent guests.
We should say as well, because like Lee, man, we had fucking Ian Lee on the show. Do you know what I mean? Like, genuine podcast, genuine radio hero. Watching a we also did the talks of watching a fucking documentary that I loved as a kid with the host telling us about how he was always in Rhodes. Doesn't get much better than that. I think it's genuinely been our best year, and I can only see it getting better. Like, next year is going to be amazing. We've already got a guest lined up for this year now. So, and we're definitely eager to get more. So excited to see where that goes and do more streams. But yeah, massive thank you to everyone's listened, or whether you support on Patreon or not, or just like told a friend about the show, or commented or retweeted, whatever. It all means so much. And it makes a huge difference, and we really appreciate every single one of you listening right now. We really do.
We do.
Listen, we will be back next Wednesday with our prediction show. We're going to go through the predictions we made for 2021 and make new predictions for 2022.
I don't remember mine at all.
Oh, no.
I bet they were all correct, though.
I can't remember them either, and I listened to them recently, so... Thank you. Thanks for living it. We will catch you next week. James, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty good.
We'll catch you next week. See you later, everyone.
Bye-bye. Cheers, everyone. Goodbye. Good night.
Matt, convince me.